This visual presentation was brought to you by AFFIRMATION and the House of ATTON, ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. I want to give Henna to my master teacher, the great Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra. Yes, SABA. Astarte talks and I also move around. Go to houseofatton.org for everything from merch to ebooks and classes. They forget that we are the real champions around here. Support Tehuti and ask questions here. Cash App $TT Amun and PayPal at Rocky SV. Please send all questions to Tehuti ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Tune in to the Tehuti podcast on YouTube every Saturday afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific time for mind-blowing answers again and again. Henny Saba, may you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the One who clothes the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Ankh A M Ma'at.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Asaba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My DJED been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out, because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter. you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Unksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Unksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Unksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Unksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that that the statue of Ankh has. Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Ankh. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Ankh is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh Senamun and Aset will agree.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
Let me ask you again. It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. Don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry, when you beat Floyd, you don't get his title? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is
Yes.
that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If you want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetter, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In Mary segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was yes, I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you're listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89.
It was like 89. 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago. A long time.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to hurt.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe primordial. I know he was the primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were on.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got.
Okay, is that man?
Representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? 'Cause it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation.
I just want to know whether he's laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because you said there's a man laying on his back. So I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like
Yo, bro, let's get to it. It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay. The point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth. And then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called Ma'at, which is a standing stone. It's a thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references.
Okay,
I like to walk through things slowly.
Let's get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this.
Okay,
so
the earth is lying on the how's that?
Yo,
what's the point?
Hey, yo, let me get back to like a simple point.
Okay, so we just got rid.
let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay. In that picture.
We gotta do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just
You come in. I know everybody. Yeah.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the next.
I don't have no control over it.
AD is a flat earther.
We got rid of it, so we're on to the next. The next.
All right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said this.
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first.
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that. That's why you want to go there. There's also the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
that you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually, from what I remember,
there's a lot
I thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my
Not
expertise.
just that
Who
one.
brought that up? I'm late to the.
I brought them all up, not just that one. I brought a multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by
there
one.
we go. Show us that
So
one.
the one. Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned: Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro. Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard Egypt and Sumeria. So I'd like to deal with
Hebrew.
Well, here's the here's the Hebrew one right
There is
now.
no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay, so we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the Earth and the Sun, or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but
yeah,
not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey,
wait.
Hey, brother. Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal, yeah.
Did I force him out the show?
Exit the building.
Yeah. He exited the building. Reality you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next. Who's left?
Reality's still here. Oh, yeah, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear out the nonsense.
All right.
We're here. Mic check, everyone. Mic check. Let me get a mic check. Press a 9. If you can hear me, press a 9. If you can hear me. Mic check. We're here for another one. We're here for another one. Let me check the 9s in the room. 9, if you can hear me and see me clearly. Okay, now the 9s are coming in. Wonderful. We got the 9 from Amonet. 9 from Nupu. Cool Star. It's 999. Nupu. Pesjet 999 to the power of 9. Okay. Maharu with another 9. Robert Williams with a 9. Saba said that's how you clear up the nonsense. Okay, wonderful. We got happy podcast day. Okay, everybody can hear. Everybody can hear me. Peace and love, group. Grand evening. I affirm success, abundance, and prosperity penetrates your conscious aura as it trickles down through and into your physical being manifested in constant action. All right. Yvette says, happy podcast day with a red heart. Let's begin, everybody. We're going to begin off with the proper tones, and the proper tones, of course, is the affirmation that has been circulating and has been frequencing throughout the world lately. Peace to everyone. We have Menticide, the war against black minds. Peace, Menticide. Your icon looks familiar. It looks like a brother that used to come here over a year ago named Rebel Minded. Shout out to him. I hope he is safe. The icon reminds me of him.
Okay, Ebeth says, Hotep to the Nefer and the Turks. And also Mendicite, if Mendicite is new, peace and love to you, because we always give acknowledgement to all the new people that pop up in the pod class. Ebeth Moon says, Hotep to the Nefer and the Turk and the Turks with the red heart. Okay, everybody can hear me. We're going to start with the proper frequency, everyone. Let's begin with the proper frequency, everybody. It's going to be a beautiful event today. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful event today. Some interesting questions that have never been asked or answered before. And it's going to be another different one. Let's go ahead and put the affirmation up on the screen for those new people that have never been here before. You can read it along with us. If you have any questions, feel free to send in the questions of what the affirmation is, where it originated from, and how it can actually be applied to your daily life. And even ritual, if you want information on how the affirmation can be applied to ritual, we have that actual answer pre-recorded. You can order that one in by simply sending an email to mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. The classes used to be live every Monday at 1:30, but now they're all recorded, and there's 65 of them, and there's at least 2 to 3 of them just on the affirmation. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and say the affirmation. I'm going to put it up on the screen and say it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ema'at, Un-N-S, Nin Tet Aset Ema'at Min, Hapapet Ema'at Her, and Hukiwi Per, Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And I'll leave that up on the screen for a moment to marinate. Wonderful. And now I'm going to come back to the screen. Hatapu, peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep, which I'm sure most are familiar with. And with me today, to keep me calm and to represent what I teach, is Namuz. This is Namuz right here. He is a black and white cobra, as they call the snakes that hood up and stand up. And Namuz was the oldest name for the popular headpiece that is worn by the PHOTON that actually spans out like the cobra head, and it represents the expansion of consciousness. And the actual word Namuz means enlightenment. For more questions on that, send in those questions at the bottom. Cash App, TTU, PayPal at Rocky SB, and you can get more on Namuz. Let us begin. Well, let us continue. And of course, on my hat is Seket, the oldest word on the planet for memory is Seket. It is also the oldest spiritual word for the spider. And it's also the oldest known spiritual word for the realm that you go to in consciousness after you pass, called the Seket. The ancient word for spider, the weaver, the ancient word for the realm you go to, where your consciousness goes to, and the oldest word for spiritual memory that continues onto the afterlife was the spider, Seket. And there she is, right there. Any questions on that again, send it in to what's scrolling through at the bottom. Let us begin, everybody. Peace and love to everyone in the room. Peace and love to everyone watching. It's another great experience is going to take place due to the beautiful people. Peace to Hefe. Peace and love to you, Hefe. I'm not sure if you're coming to the panel. If you do, I have something to say to you. If not, I'll just say it in the chat. Oh, this is Rebel Minded. Rebel Minded, peace and love, good brother. Are you okay? We put a SOS out for you. What happened to Rebel Minded? It's been about almost 2 years since we've seen this good brother. You came on, you did a wonderful testimony, and Vamoose. And I'm glad that you are alive and back home, and not disappeared into the ethers. Okay, wonderful. So peace and love and welcome back, Rebel Minded. Harass did. Peace and love to you. Look forward to your transformations. Hefe says he'll pass by the panel. Wonderful, pass by. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. If there's any new people watching, go ahead and press a 7, and I will just shout you out and say peace to you and welcome to this great event, and welcome to where you've landed. Where have you landed? You've landed at the Tehuti podcast, which is under the great family of the House of Ten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Neteru. Welcome home, the last to represent the Neteru on the planet. When I say the last to represent the Neteru on the planet, make note that every form of consciousness that has come back after after slavery, that was attempted to be rebirthed into the minds of the people whose history was stolen, all the aspects of those consciousnesses came back as movements and organizations, whether it be the Black Panther Party, whether it be the Hebrew Israelites, whether it be the Nation of Islam, whether it be the Nation of Gods and Earth, whether it be under Noble Drew Ali, the Moors, whether it be the Nawabians, whether it be, there's so many groups that came out, and it was all about unification, unity. Whether it be the Marcus Garvey movement, we can go on and on and on and on, and it is about mental unity. And that is actually what the Matrix feared. And that's why it was irrelevant what they taught. They were assassinated and destroyed and removed from the face of this earth, because it wasn't relevant if Elijah Muhammad was teaching the same thing as Noble Drew Ali was teaching the same thing, as Clarence 13X was teaching the same thing as the Black Panther. That wasn't relevant. What was relevant was the unity. The unity is relevant because the unity announces structure. It brings in accountability. It brings in obligation, which brings in the building of tribes, the building of families, and the building of nations, and the building of groups, which is what every single ancient culture was based on. There was no such thing as an independent individual prior to the Matrix. If there was, can we get the name of that independent one? There was no such thing as that. Every individual, as they call them, was a part of the main structure of what they were building. So there was no individual person in Kemet who was his own independent thinker off to himself under a tree away from everybody. There was no introverts in the Aztecs. There was no ancient Zulu introverts who sat by themselves at a pond and stayed away from the other Zulus. There was no such thing as that. It never existed until the Matrix was introduced, until colonization was introduced. There was no introvert Navajo that stayed away from the other Navajos in the structure, and while the Navajos in the structure were moving and doing their dances and organizing their families and organizing their systems and their spiritual ways, one person was off in a pond by themselves, staying away from them. There's no such thing as that. That is strictly introduced by the Matrix. And that is why none of the teachers that claim they are here to bring back consciousness from prior to colonization can name anyone who was independent prior to colonization. No matter who you mention, they were a part of the large structure movement, because that's how things get accomplished spiritually and physically in the minds of people prior to colonization. So they destroyed all of the movements. And the very first movement, a group of people that moved, that brought spirituality to the planet and immortality teachings to the planet, were the people of the Nile Valley under Ma'at. So guess what the Matrix did? It introduced every single branch off group as movements, and when the actual original movement was introduced back to America, they made sure that it came back as independent studiers. You see what happened? That means with the introduction of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all the people that brought Kemets, supposedly, none of them came with a movement. But yet Kemet is not the name of a person. Kemet is the name of millions of people under a structured system. So you cannot be into Kemet as an individual studier in your bedroom. That's not Kemet. You can say that you're a studier of seeking the truth, but you can't say you represent Kemet. Kemet is the name of when thousands form, when hundreds and thousands form for over 4,000 miles down the Nile Valley. That is the name of the entire area that followed Ma'at. There was no independent Ma'at follower. So the Matrix made sure that when that consciousness was brought back to the minds of the people who were actually seeking the original spirituality, it was brought back under English names. The teachers that brought it back had English names. Doctor this, Professor this, Doctor this, Professor this, Mr. Smith this, Mr. Gregory this, Mr. They didn't come back under the consciousness of the people that they were teaching about, which was a unified movement with structure that had par-EEs and scribes and treasurers and counselors and magistrates and priests and priestesses, and a system of government and a system of teaching and a system of movement and rituals going on by groups. That's what the people on the Nile did. So when the Matrix brought back Kemet to America, it was the only one that came back under the guise of just study this book, study that book. You can be Dr. Gregory Philip Valentine. You can be, but you can have no movement, because that's what actually would bring the consciousness back. But all the other splinter groups that stole from Kemet, Christianity, Hebrew, Islam, all came back as movements, except for the original movement. And that consciousness has echoed ever since. And that was the actual Matrix. To get you away from group consciousness, which is away from structure and discipline, which is solipsism, putting you in a situation where you can do whatever you want to do and hold no accountability for it, because nobody can check you, which is anti-Navajo, anti-Kemet, anti-Aztec, anti-Zulu, anti-Dogon. There's no independent Dogon person that's off to his own in the cliff by himself with a do-what-you-like mentality. No, you got to come to the Togona and have the divine council and be scrutinized and have structure, and then you're moved to certain systems and rankings because you've gone through those classes. And that's how America works, and that's how Japan works, and that's how China works, and that's how Russia works, and that's how the Jews work, and that's how everybody else works, except for the people that studied the very first one that invented a nation, which was Kemet. Kemet invented the spiritual nation, the structure system, And so we are here to change that. One of the first steps that the Matrix did was to eliminate the Nitiru. Once you eliminate the Nitiru, then you think that no other form of consciousness is above you, which is opposite to everyone in Kemet. Ramesses did not believe he was the top consciousness. Ptahhotep did never taught that he and the people were the top consciousness. They taught that there was consciousness above them called the Nitiru. And they taught the Nitiru makes a plan, and man makes a plan, and man's plan fails, and the Nitiru's plan succeeds. The Nitiru are principles. Principles make plans. What's the last plan that you saw a set of principles come together and devise? How did that plan go for those principles? So the Nitiru make a plan, conscious sentient entities making a plan, man makes a plan, doors don't make plans, wheels don't have plans, rocks don't have plans. Only sentient consciousness can have a plan. So the first step was for the Matrix to remove the Nitiru, bring in atheism. We are here to denounce that and bring what the ancestors taught and break the Matrix. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and everyone knows, pretty much so, unless there's new people in the room, and I haven't seen any sevens pressed, so pretty much everyone knows the intro that I've been teaching. The intro video was modest. It said 20 years, and it's actually 40. I just found a way to do something with age, but it's actually 40 years. And I've been here helping and assisting people for long periods of time, been on different channels, and have been through different things, many testimonies, and the goal is to heal. Once you heal the mind, then you can put people in position. Then you can put people in structure, system, because the mind is healed. So to heal the mind, we have to break the Matrix and learn the truth. I brought into existence that we don't do explanations. We don't do breakdowns. You see? You can't see that you're teaching something and put the word X in front of plain. You can't make it X-plain. No. We're making it plain. We're not putting an X in front of plain. What's plain? What's an X-plain? Explanation. No, we don't do breakdowns. We do breakdowns and build-ups. We don't leave you broken down. That's the atheist matrix. To leave you, I'm going to break you down. Let's break down this. Let's break down that. Okay, after it's broken down, after you're all broke down, you know, when you get old, you say, my legs are broken down. My back, I feel broken down. You know, this is breaking me down. Now, what's the build-up? What's the build-up? Because that's how the muscles work. You break down the muscles in the gym. You build them up when your diet is disciplined. So when we do breakdowns, we do build-ups. We don't leave you broken down. Thus we give you a way. Thus we give you a teaching. Thus we give discipline. And that's why people change their lives here. This is a reciprocity system. And the reciprocity system is based on honesty. That's it. Meaning that you've never seen a firework commercial in your life. Have you? You've never seen a Christmas tree commercial. Have you? No. What's the company that puts out turkeys that put a commercial out for you to buy turkeys for Thanksgiving? No, we've never seen those, but yet, every Christmas, we know exactly where to get the tree. We spend hundreds on it. We know exactly where to get the turkey. We know exactly where to get the fireworks, and there's no firework commercial. We know where to get it. We know where to spend it. Because we liked those things because they were brought by the Matrix. We were disciplined. Your mother and father was extremely disciplined with her lifestyle. Every Christmas, the tree was there. Every Christmas, the gifts were there. She made sure of it. Just discipline to the Matrix, but it's discipline. Every Thanksgiving, there's not tilapia on the table. She makes sure she followed the ritual. It is turkey on the table and cranberries on the table. It's not tilapia and broccoli. No, she must follow the ritual because she's disciplined to the matrix. She makes sure. On Halloween, she made sure you had your costume. Valentine's Day, they made sure you had your card. They made sure you had your chocolate. Easter, they made sure the children are looking for eggs. They're not looking for Lego blocks. They're not having book reading competitions. They're looking for eggs on Easter. Discipline, quite disciplined. You make sure you go to school on time. You make sure that everything in the matrix you do on time. What I've done is I've said, what if someone comes out and reverses that? What if someone comes out and gives life? What if someone taps into something to get answers and bases a class on you? Meaning that the thousands of dollars that you spent on marijuana has never done a dedication to you. The people that sell marijuana have never done a dedication to you. It doesn't matter if you spent $300 with the weed man that day. There's no celebration for you. There's nothing dedicated to you. It doesn't matter how much you spent on the football game. It doesn't matter how loyal you are for the Patriots. The Patriots will never have a game based on you or the fans. Nope, they will have a game just like they had it last time. It doesn't matter how loyal you are to Christmas and Thanksgiving and Freddy Krueger and the Avengers and how many. You can go to Capcom and Capcom. You can go to. I watch every Avengers movie. Keep watching them. We will never have anything dedicated to you. It doesn't matter how many Carl Kanai pants or FUBU or polo shirts you have in your dresser drawer. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many donuts you've bought, how much Heinz ketchup you've purchased. You could purchase 8,000 Colgates in 2 years, and Colgate will dedicate nothing to you. We're just a consumer. What I've done is I've reversed that. I said, what if the interest of the people to raise their consciousness, they will appreciate if the teacher humbled himself and didn't pre-make a lecture, but said, send in a question and we'll give you a tribute. Your question will be a tribute to the next few shows coming up that you can play over and over again. It will announce your question, show the support you gave, and the answer will be tremendous that you can share with your family, friends, change your life on, and it's a tribute to your reciprocity that Nike never gave you. How many Nike shoes have you bought? And what has Nike done for you in return? How much Krispy Kreme, how much Doritos have you bought? What has Doritos ever dedicated to you? So I said, we're going to receive reciprocity, and I'm going to open a door for you, a vortex. I'm going to open a SABA for you. And when you get the answer to the question that you cannot get from Wikipedia, Google, whatever these searches are, Chat GPS, I just heard about some different thing. I'm not sure. I'm not into the AI, the world of whatever these things are. You will get an answer that changes your life, and you'll give it, and you more likely give a testimony. And you can play that over and over again for yourself, family, and children, and say, I got a testimony. I got a tribute. What does it mean, Tehuti? That means that the reciprocity system, for example, somebody sends in a question, it's Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Somebody asks a question and sends in $99.99. Why? Why would somebody send in a question in support of $99.99 for Mark of the Beast 666 when you could YouTube that? You could Google that. You could Wikipedia that. Because the answer of what you're going to get here is you shall see. ADHD has nothing to do with 666 Mark of the Beast. You can send in a question on ADHD. And here's what happens to your questions. You send in a question on pregnancy cravings, Gabby Lopez sends in a question. Are there any symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the matrix, like cravings, gestational diabetes? How aware? Look how many questions these are. First of all, first question, are there any symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the matrix? Question 1, like cravings, gestational diabetes. How aware are babies in the womb? Question 2, do their personalities, likes, and dislikes begin since conception? Question 3. Example, there are certain things I couldn't eat with my last 2 pregnancies, and there were certain foods that I really enjoyed eating. I had to eat my food in sections because if I combine my food a certain way, it would cause for me to get nauseous, or I couldn't eat the food anymore. Osset, which is her newborn baby that was in the womb at the time, will become very active when she's hungry. And once I ate, she calmed down. So there's several questions there. How many question marks? 1, 2, 3 questions there. What happens to your, and then she sent in a question about breastfeeding. What happens to your questions? Boom, they transform into this. You send in a question or questions to the Tehuti class, and your question transforms into this. That means the entire class is now based on your questions. Nike does not do this for you. Carl Kanai, Colgate, whatever it is you're spending, sugar, candy, cereal, weed, marijuana, things that you ingest that you don't even have a need for. All the sugar and potato chips and Dunkin' Donuts. And now there's a support system. You support, and boom, you get an entire class, a book. You get a book created for you first. A book is written for you. You get a personalized book, and the book is taught live for you, interactive, and then inner matrices are broken because you happen to be learning from a person who's a being who's actually is a magician. So I can teach the matrix from the other side of what the magicians are using to work the matrix. Now, boom, consciousness in the womb. Remember that question? Boom, pregnancy cravings. Natural mind styles. Remember that question? Somebody else has a question on incest and Kemet. Boom, with the nectar depicted as family because of cosmology. Another question. Boom. That's what happens to your questions here at the Tehuti class. She sent in a question about breastfeeding. What happens to her question? Boom, it transformed into this. Breastfeeding versus baby formula. Breastfeeding, double spiritual symbolism in Kemet. Minty sent in a question about her cat. I've never seen her cat in my life. She sent in a question about a cat. Has nothing to do with breastfeeding, and then boom, the eye of the sixth sense in Kemet. Boom, your cat's eye color changes per second, and got a dedicated book class on that. Brother sent in a question about the Montauk Project. He sent in $40, what you see at the bottom of the screen scrolling, Cash App TTM Moon, and also PayPal at RockSB. He sent in the Cash App TTM Moon, and it says, "Can please do a class on the Montauk Project?" Okay, so he sends in a question on the Montauk Project. Montauk Project has nothing to do with breastfeeding, has nothing to do with pregnancy cravings, the mark of the beast, or ADHD. But what happens when he sends that question in? Boom, voila, it turns into this. Your question turns into this. If this happens anywhere else on the internet or in Earth's history, please give the link, the book, the timestamp, or the event. This is a phenomenon that's taking place. You send in a question, you send in support, or you just send in support, and your support turns into this. The Montauk Project, mind control, conspirators study the great, and more questions are added to what you ask. This person just asked about the Montauk Project, and other things are added that I give as a bonus. Conspirators study the Great Pyramid of Giza for time travel. That wasn't a part of his question. That was put in there. The Kemetic bird inspires Montauk. That wasn't a part of his question. That's put in there. Time travel tunnels. That wasn't a part of his question. Put in there. And that's what happens in the Tehuti class. This person sends in a question about astral projection. What happens to his question? The question, boom, succubus, mind control while you sleep, and having an out of body, met out of body, dream war, possession, or the spirit negs. Christian, Catholic, this person sent in a question about an event that took place. Christian, Catholic, secret conjuring of the Nitiru. We are here to see the Pope. The Pope Dr. LaRoche, I haven't seen his support in a while, but I hope he's good out there. Peace and love to him. He sent in a question on the Vatican. He was writing a book. I wanted to know about something to enhance his book. Boom! It turned into a podcast. The Pope of the Vatican Museum worshipped as the netter. From the support system, that's what takes place at the Tehuti podcast. It is Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. There's absolutely no limitation to what you can ask. Boom! Gingivitis. This person gets an entire book written for him, taught live on not only gingivitis, but how to create a toothpaste for himself, and showing the creation of the toothpaste all the way back from the Kemetic papyrus and how it's utilized today. That has nothing to do with pregnancy cravings, breastfeeding, or the Montauk Project. That's the diversity. This person here sends in a donation. This is Angie Martinez, who's on the Cheshire. Hosef Great SABA, she sent in a question and then changed it. After some thought, I've decided to change the question. If you can, I would like to know about orgone energy origins. Sending extra support for more elaboration explanation. Wonderful. Wonderful, Cheshire. And what happens to a question? Boom. It turns into this. Your question turns into this. You get a dedicated class for you. Orgone energy, the insult that affected Ra, the real shrine of, that was, oh my goodness, that brought back memories. The real shrine of, and I didn't even finish the sentence, and that was a beautiful, that class, that was from Primordial, I believe, asked that question. Boom, narcissism. Boom, something's wrong with your eyesight. Boom, a question sent in on eyesight. Person has hyperhidrosis since they're about 10 or 12 years old. How do you get healing from it? Boom, Saba, can you break down hyperhidrosis? It costs him less than any pair of shoes you've ever bought. Any pair of good shoes he's ever bought has been more than $50, and he just got 20 years of torture removed from his life for less than the donation of shoes and weed that he's bought. And now his hyperhidrosis is poof, it's gone now. If this is happening anywhere in the world, if this phenomenon is happening, let us know so we can advertise them here at the Tehuti podcast. If not, this is a phenomenon that's unique to what you're experiencing right now. With that understood, the questions that are sent in, as you're seeing the answers come in, you can, if you're not the person that asked the question, show support, like you tipped the waiter that brought you the high cholesterol, greasy steak and shrimp that was killing you, but you tipped him for it. How many tips have you given to your waiter for bringing you food that was actually healthy and helpful for the development of your body? And it wasn't even the waiter that made the food, it was the chef. Poor guy in the back, he never gets the tip. Because the Matrix programmed you and told you, give the tip to the waiter. And you listened and you gave the tip to the waiter. And not to the chef who actually made it. Shout out to the Matrix. And you tip the waiter. Nothing wrong with that, but the chef should get as much or more tips because he spent more time to put the food together than the waiter that walked 20 steps and handed it to you. While the chef was in the back, cooked up 98 degrees, 102 degrees, sweating, making your food for you, and the poor guy doesn't get a tip. Walked across the table and seen a tip for the chef. This is for the chef. Because the Matrix told you don't tip him, and you listened. So if you're seeing an answer that you enjoyed and you appreciate it, just like the waiter that you've tipped, or the break dancers when you see the break dancer, or the guy that stands still on the street and then he starts to move and dance, and you tipped him for that, tip the Tehuti class for the mind-blowing answer that you're going to receive. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in, and they're going to build for a moment, and then I'm going to come right in to start answering these now questions that are sent in. I put the link in the room. Peace to the new people that are watching. Peace to the old people. Peace to the people that have returned. Shout out to Rebel Minded and any of those who are watching. Whatever you've been through in life, you were gone for a little bit, and then you came back, and of course accountability explained why you were gone. And shout out. We welcome you back because we just want to know if you're alive. No shout out to the people that disappear with a fake story. Those that disappear and say, I'm just going to go do some things for work. I just got to go get my life together. And then when they're out there actually slandering the House of Attend, changing their whole agenda, changing everything. I thought you didn't leave for that. I thought you left because you said you just need some time to get some work together or whatever you need. But then their agenda changed and they start making up things as they go. No shout out to them. And only a shout out to them if they actually are doing better for the nation of people. If they have testimonies, if you disappear and start saying negative things about the House of Attend, no problem. Just show us that you're taking its place. Don't break it down. Build you up, so people can say, you know what? Forget about sending questions into Tehuti and the House of Attend. Forget about everything that they're doing and building, and they have sweatshirts out and suitcases out, and they have events out and different things, and they're building people's families, and there's testimonies, and they're raising up people's babies. Forget about that. We're going to go to this brother who's slandering, this sister who's slandering, because he's doing better for the people. But if the person that's speaking isn't doing better for the people, then they're just miserable within. You're not a solution maker. You're the person with the torch, the hammer, and the fire that can destroy a plane. 10 6-year-old children can destroy a jet plane. Did you know that? 10 6-year-old children with some fire, gasoline, some other tools can blow up a plane and destroy it. There's never been 10 6-year-olds that have ever built a plane. Why is that? Because it's much easier to destroy and complain than it is to build something. Build the plane. Don't like this plane? Build another one and put it beside the House of Attend and let people say, this plane was better. We flew better on this one. Don't be the guy that lives under the bridge throwing rocks at the plane every time he comes outside. I don't like one little rock destroying him. Where's your plane? I don't have one. Then you are the manifestation of a Tehuti. All right, I want to put the link in the room for the team to jump in and build, and then I'll come back and we'll get right into the beautiful answers that are about to be answered. Shout out to who's this? New person? Oh, doing well, Tehuti. Long time no podcast. Too many kids. Who is Kurt Curry? Shout out, peace to you, Kurt Curry. I don't know if I remember this particular name. Long time no podcast. Okay, shout out to Kurt Curry. Maybe you're here under another name. Or you've been so long I don't remember. Kurt Curry. Or maybe your Cash App name was different when you were supporting. Shout out to everybody. Peace to all of those. And let's invite the people in the room. Jump in. We need people to jump in. That's right, Robert Williams. Dr. Roach had great questions. He did, absolutely. Okay, we got Amun and Amunet have jumped in the room. Peace, Amun and Amunet. Where's the rest of the family? Let's see if we can do 1/10 as good as church. Hey, Amun and Amunet. Amun, you ever been in church before? Amun? In your life, since you're a child?
Yes, a few times.
You ever went to church and it was just two people?
No.
Jesus is great, isn't he? I don't know. Get that. Jesus said, Jesus, we need you, Jesus. I went to the church and there was 50 people praising. I opened the lines of the podcast with 2 people. Jesus. How you doing there, Amun and Amunet? How you all doing today?
Doing excellent, wealthy. Ready for the podcast. Happy to see you through this screen. Happy to hear you. Happy you're healthy and alive. Thank you all for asking. How are you doing, Saba?
I'm doing wonderful and great. Looking forward to this interesting set of questions that have been sent in. Never heard these kind of questions before in my life. Look, definitely better job. Actually, I'm going to do Nook Pinnock's question first. I'm gonna do your question first, Nook Panook. So definitely jump on this panel because I'm gonna do you first. Here is Hefe jumping on the screen. How you doing, good brother Hefe? You doing good?
I'm doing well. Peace, Saba. How are you? And how are you, Amun and Amunet?
I am doing wonderful, and I was just about to ask Amunet how she's doing. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. And Amunet, me and Hefe are both asking you, how are you doing?
For asking. I'm doing extremely well. I'm really happy to be here and be in this beautiful energy as always. And to you, Saba, for everything you do.
Wonderful, wonderful. Nice to see you. And double-minded, you can definitely you have supported greatly in the Tehuti Pod class. He says, peace and blessings. I have real testimony, nothing to hide. My life an open book for the people. I appreciate the love you all have shown. And special gratitude, Saba, for your priceless contributions. You can definitely jump on and give that and talk to the people. We'd love to see you back. Wonderful, Gabriella says she's jumping on soon. Excellent. Jump on soon. We got Flora has just jumped in the room. It says peace and love, family. Nook Panook, you feeling lucky? That's good. This is the one that asked the question about luck. We're gonna see what this is all about. See what's going on here. Nook Panook, definitely jump on here. I'm gonna jump off in a couple of minutes so I can go rejuvenate myself and then come back with some beautiful answers to these questions. We're gonna let the family build for a minute. So where are the moderators? The moderators. Any moderators in the room? We got Nania Setmer. She's in the room. The Tef is probably out with his family until the evening. Qatar gave me a message. He may not be able to come on until a little bit later, if he can even come on. He says he'll be in the chat, but he's fixing his audio systems, technical systems he has to fix. So we got one moderator in the room. Okay. Peace and love to the brother Menku. We don't know where he is. I'm just curious now as to what happened. I'm very curious, but I don't know what happened to that brother. He disappeared. He came back, but when he came back, we don't even know if that was him or somebody with his devices because he never actually showed his face on the panel. And when he came to a different forum, and he didn't speak, so we don't know if that was him or someone else because he didn't speak. And then the other time he came on, it just showed that he came on and he didn't speak or show his face either. There was 2 times that it showed him on, but there was no speaking to even prove it was him. So we don't know what's happening with the good brother Menku Aram Mari Ma'at, but that brother is completely dedicated. He actually went down to DMV, changed his name. He changed his name at DMV to the Metanetter name that I gave him. He put multiple tattoos on his body. He was the one that was contributing a lot to the ideas. He created Pathways of the Awakening. So shout out to him, and I don't know what has happened. If you're going to disappear from the Tehuti Pod class or something's going to happen, be accountable and at least send me an email or say something because you would do so with your job. I know the Matrix demands your respect, and I know you love and respect the Matrix, so I know you would definitely be accountable if you decide to not go to your job one day or take off 5 days from work or take off 5 days from college or not show up to your mother's house for 3 Christmases. Whatever it is that the Matrix tells you that you have to be obligated to, that you communicate when it comes to us building. The Matrix tells you subconsciously this is a hobby. And with hobbies, you don't have to give an explanation. You don't have to always show up for bingo. You don't have to always show up to play chess. It's just a hobby. When it comes to biological imperative, you always show up or you speak and give an explanation. And we also like to know if you're safe or not. So shout out to everybody. Peace and love. I'm going to give a minute or so for anybody else to jump on, and that is because once I come off of the screen, Amunet and Hefe can't bring anyone else on. So I'm actually just waiting for the people to jump on because Ptah has that button, and he is fixing technical difficulties right now. So feel free to jump on, beautiful people, so I can let you all build, and then we can continue on with this beautiful pod class. Okay. What is this, Hefe? Was this a message to somebody?
I actually had I had my phone in my pocket, and there was a issue there, and it just
okay.
So I don't know if it can be seen.
What's the last thing you said? It cut out.
No, I was saying I was outside, and my phone was in my pocket, and I guess my shorts decided to type for me, and also it doesn't look like
okay.
I don't know if it just fell. Oh, there we go. It's back now. Yeah, I was outside, and my pocket was managing the screen for me. So, but yeah, I'm here now.
And what did you say about something can be seen? It keeps cutting out. Some can be seen.
No. I was just saying that my I had the phone in the pocket while I was outside, but I'm here now. It looked like for a second, it looked like the camera was blocked for a second, but it looks
Okay, yeah. I think they call it butt dial or something.
Correct, yeah.
All right, Minty says she's on her way. Wonderful. And somebody is Hefe, I think you have a YouTube on and something's echoing on your end. I hear myself echoing through your thing.
I'm gonna drop out and come back in on a different device.
Okay, do that. Okay, wonderful. All right, we'll just wait for Hefe to jump out and jump back in, and then I'm gonna jump out and you all build, and we're gonna get to this beautiful question, everybody. I hope everybody is ready for this. I'll talk to Amun and Amunet until I jump off. Amun and Amunet, have you all heard about the Ubaid? You heard about the Ubaid?
I've come across that civilization a little bit during my study.
Okay. Amunet, how's your Ubaid studies going?
I have not heard of that.
Okay. All right, wonderful. I think you're frozen. I think they're frozen on the screen. Do you all see them moving on the screen, or do they look frozen to you?
You're moving right now.
No, I'm talking about you all look frozen. Wave, Amun, let me see you. Okay, there you are. You're going now. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so Amunet, you have not heard about the Ubaid? Okay, just another thing for your brain. Here we go. All right. We'll go to Mitziotep. Mitziotep, how are you doing? And have you heard about the Ubaid?
Peace, Saba Hotep. No, I have not.
Okay.
Is that a tribe or?
You know what? We got to ask this brother here. The brother.
Can I be heard?
Yes, I hear you good. Can you hear us, Minty?
All I hear is the music. All I hear is the background music. I can't hear any talking. Let me exit and I'll come back in.
Okay, good. So for those who want to know about the Ubaid, the brother who asked the question is on the screen. The DJED, Sadem Ahem Poets Ku. The DJED, how you doing, good brother?
Peace. How's it going?
It's going good, but your voice is far away.
Do I sound better? Maybe a little
Sound
better.
a little better, yes.
A little better. Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound way better. Yeah, you sound way better. Awesome. Yeah, you're the one that sent in a question about the Ubaid. So, Minty was saying, is that a tribe, or tell us about the Ubaid people?
Yeah, I only know a little bit about them. Me and my brother, we talked about it a little bit, and I was just I was curious too. So it was cool to send that question in. But Saba, while we here, it's I feel like I don't know anything when it comes to other. Once you about to break it down, I feel like it don't even matter what I state. It's going to be something completely opposite of what what goes on in my mind. But yes, I'm definitely just as interested in this question. My brother won't be able to be on the live because he's working, but he said he'll definitely watch it though.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Nook Panuk, are you there with us, good brother? His mic is on mute. I see his icon. Okay, we'll wait for Nook Panuk to fix his audio. And Minty, are you here with us? Can you hear me at all? Minty? Okay, there's Pata. Pata is in the building, just not on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna jump off for a moment. Everybody, if you can't come to the screen, Nukpu. No, not yet, Saba. No, not yet. What? No, no. Oh, you're on there, but no, not yet. Okay. Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna step off for a moment. Everybody, you all build and discuss, because the first question we're gonna get into is going to be luck. Shout out to the new person, Pablox 69. Shout out to Pablox 69 who says Hotep. And so the question we're going to get into when I come back is going to be luck. The brother here, Nook, asked the question, and it's going to be very interesting. And I'll just go ahead and ask everybody on the panel. What is let me ask everybody this question on the panel, and in the chat can answer too. What's an example of a lucky situation that could change your life, Amun? What could happen to you that you would say, or anybody say, man, that person's lucky, and it caused a change in their life, a dramatic change?
Meeting you, Saba.
Meeting me? Okay. Okay, good meeting me. Okay, yeah. Other than that, I'm talking about the average person that would say, that would look at the situation and say, man, that person is very lucky. What would happen?
Winning the lottery.
Okay, winning the lottery. So meeting me, that personally applies to Amun and maybe others in the pod class. I can relate to that. And then winning the lottery can apply to basically, I guess, anybody, right? Yep. Okay, so wonderful answer. We're going to go to Amunet. Amunet, what's an example? And you could give the same one or another one. What could happen to somebody where you or other people would say, man, and it happens more than one time in a row, and say, man, that person is lucky, and that thing that happened changes their life. Don't say meeting me. I know you're gonna
being financially successful.
Being financially successful. What if they worked hard for it? They'd be still considered lucky. If they did blood, sweat, and tears, that's luck.
Okay, I'll say my original one. I was gonna say just finding money randomly.
Okay, yeah. If you're walking the street and you see $200 on the ground, and then before you get home is another 200, and then on your doorstep is another 200, wouldn't you be? Yeah, today's my lucky day. Okay, good. Everybody can relate to that. Okay, good. And we're gonna ask the Jed, Tadem, Ma'a, Hempt, Oats, Who, Prime, More, D.O. What's an example, the Jed, of what could happen to you or somebody that people can relate to and say, man, that person's lucky, especially if it happens multiple times?
Maybe winning a raffle several times at an event, maybe.
Yeah, that's because the odds of winning it even once is high, right? So if you go to a raffle and win it, and then go the next week, win it again, the next week, win it again, that's a lucky person, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Jefe, how are you doing, good brother? You can tell us what's an example of something you would consider somebody as a lucky person, or even yourself, if this happened to you, and then it happened again, and then it happened again against all odds. What would you say?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with what the crowd is saying, or what the panel is saying rather. You know, either winning the lottery or some sort of gambling aspect where you continue to win money.
Okay, like you're at the casino and it goes 777, and then you go to the next machine 777.
Yep, you just keep hitting.
You'd be like, what? Wait a minute. Yeah, and the odds are like, what? To even win once in 2 months.
You hit jackpot 3 times in a row.
Imagine
that's lucky.
that's very lucky. And Nook, he's the one that asked the question. I'm not sure if he's on yet, but I'm going to step off, everybody. You all build on that. And Nook's actual question that he asked, he never even asked what was luck. He asked the question, where is it? Is luck? He asked if luck was light. Or the more light you get, the luckier you become. Something to that effect. A very, very interesting thing put together. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you all have heard it before, but I've never heard anybody associate being lucky with light. So we're gonna get into the root of that, see if there's any truth to that. And I'm gonna step off, everybody. You all build. Hopefully, I'll hear it when Minty tries to come back on. And I'll click her on if I can hear her. You all build for a moment, and when I come back, we'll get into this very first question. Everybody who's watching, support this Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. This is an event. This is a phenomenon that is not and has not happened anywhere on the planet in Earth's history. Come and join us, the Houseofatton, and be a part of this great phenomenon where you can ask questions and get answers that have never been answered before. And that's life-changing. Like Maharu, for the new people watching, this person sent in $50. Originally sent in a question for auto body. Then he wanted to contact his mother had passed during the time I was teaching him. And he wanted to be able to contact his mother ancestor. And I taught him. And now he has direct communication with his deceased mother and his other family members on a regular basis. And that has completely changed his life. His name is Maharu. He's one of the most dedicated, highest donators ever. And you got to ask yourself the question, if you were to ever learn that, is that worth more to you than you spent on Nikes? Is that worth more than you spent on the PS1? What are these games? Haryuken and all these games, Halo. And people would say, of course, yes. So that's the brother right there giving the testimony. So support the Tehuti Pod class. This is about life change. I'm gonna step off right now, and you all jump on the panel, and hopefully I can hear when you come on, and we're gonna answer this brother's question. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be right back. Hotep and build. Peace.
Peace and love, Saba. Enjoy your break.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
There's a big build-up. Like right now, it seems very surface level, but I know Saba's about to bring something that's gonna hit everybody totally from left. So we'll see what happens when the class starts.
Yeah, most definitely. Saba, man, just the idea of thinking what luck really is just trying to brainstorm on it, right? I am very curious to see what that actually what the answer will be to this question, because I'm not a person that necessarily believes in like, oh, like that's luck, right? I just feel like everyone's journey is like destined, like, you know, that was going to happen in your life, especially if it, you know what I mean, if you just randomly stumble upon something, right? Like you just happen to just be going along your way and you find something, or win something, right? Like I just feel like it's just, I look beyond just, oh, that's just lucky, right? Because you know, not too many people wake up and live another day, right? So I mean, would you call that luck, opening the eyes every day? You know what I mean? Being able to rest in your bed and wake up. So I feel like it's like favor, right? Like it's part of your destiny. I don't know, that's just me. But shouts out to everybody in the chat. Amun, Amunet, Hefe, Nakpu, everybody in the chat, man. House of ATTON, everybody who's watching in the future. You know, peace and love. Make sure you support the Tehuti podcast. Definitely send in your questions. It's just pure love out here at the House of ATTON, right? So we're definitely grateful for another Nefer Heru, and we're just Ma'aud, everybody's good. You know what I mean? Everybody's just, you know, around the house, just walking around, doing their thing, watching the podcast. It's just a beautiful thing. I appreciate you all for being on the panel. You know, just being here. Amun, I hope you're feeling better, brother. I hope everything's well with you. You seem well. You seem like you back in action. I'm pretty sure Amunet had the palms up, taking care of you, man. And it's good to see you back, man. How y'all doing?
Well, very much for your AFFIRMATION. Excellent and wealthy. Definitely feeling better. Sick for a while there. Happy to be here in the podcast. Happy to see you all. Makes me happy to be here. Your virtual presence. It's good to see you, Hefe, as well. Happy that you came on last week as well for your first time. That was good. Good to see VRI and M. Monroe as well on the same screen. That was good. I'm happy that Nukpu's here. I know that he said he's getting to a spot so he can get on. Curious to hear him speak about the question he sent in, his thoughts about it. Happy your AU is doing good, the Jed. That's great to hear. Happy that everything is going according to plan to the Netiru and Ma'at. Looking forward to today's podcast. So for the first question, what is luck? I hear that, I think to myself, you know, I don't even really know what luck is. I don't know what that word means. I've never looked it up in etymology. I just know that the preconceived idea we have of luck, I don't know if that correlates to what the word actually means or not. So right away, this question is great, because I know SABA is going to go into it and perform the cost surgery. Like that game, they had that game where you had to take the stuff out. If you hit it, the dude made the noise. Like Operation. That was a shot. Yeah, Operation. SABA does that with the car. He takes it out. Goes still. Nobody freaks out. Nobody has cognitive dissonance. He just takes out what needs to be taken out. Purifies us. So definitely looking forward to that answer. From what I have preconceived about what the word luck means, I understand what the Jed's saying, where it seems destined. Somebody could do magic or do something that's outside of somebody else's understanding to obtain something. Somebody else would call that lucky. So I would think that quote unquote luck is just what one person would call something else that they don't really understand and see. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what SABA brings forth. He said this one was going to be fun. I remember when he saw the question, he said this one would be fun. Looking forward to this, and looking forward to the Jed's question as well. don't even know what the question is, but I saw the I saw the thumbnail. I got excited. I saw Inanna there, and the thumbnail says, I'm definitely looking forward to that. And yeah, I like the classes when you really don't know what you're gonna get. I don't know what Saba's gonna bring forth. I'm excited. I'm patiently waiting, and looking forward to seeing what Saba created for us. Yes, I'm doing excellent and great. Looking forward to the class.
What's up, Mary? Uncle Jasaneb, Tua Amun for your Nefer words, and Tua DJED for your Nefer words, and to everyone on the panel, Tua for being here and consistently purifying every day in the ways that you do yourself, and with Tuti's guidance as well. I appreciate Saba Tuti so much for everything that he does for me every single day. I am extremely thankful for everything he's done in the past as well. He's brought me to where I am today, and without him, I would not be where I am. And I'm thankful for the purification that takes place within my heart every day. And I love this beautiful event, this family event, and the consistency that Saba proves and lives. He is extremely an extreme motivation to me, and he is my great Atef, my great father. He is raising me up in so many different ways, and every day he prepares me to be the best mother I can be within Ma'at, and that is extremely important to me. And to us so much to his Nefer Netzerts as well, the beautiful female energy around him that supports him. They are extremely beautiful and glorious. All of them do so much, and I appreciate all of them. And to Hope Tep Mary to everyone. I hope everyone enjoys this class and supports the great Saba for what he is bringing forth. Tep and Mary.
Very well said, Amunet. I know from a West African perspective, like a Caribbean perspective, in that culture, there's a lot of people who try to do work to like improve their luck, so to speak, or like improve luck of to others and whatnot. So I don't know. I can't really speak on the Kemetic, but I have a feeling that within the Netzeru and within the Kemetic culture, there's something along those lines as well. And like Nukpanu was saying, the more light you have and the higher elevated your consciousness is, perhaps, it is not luck, like the Jed is saying. Like it's more of a destiny or something that you're connecting with that, gives you favor or puts you on that path. So that's interesting to think about.
Yeah, that's for sure. Man, how can I put this? There's I don't know, because sometimes people go through tough things, right? And those tough, which someone might call bad luck, and it transforms their life as well, right? So
it's the same energy, just a different spectrum.
Yeah, for sure, right, 100%. And so that's like another reason why I don't really look at things as, somebody being lucky. Like I said, I just feel it's destined, someone's journey, whatever that is, to build them or change them or put them in an area that's going to elevate, their purpose. Everyone got different roads, right? So, do you look at the professional athlete who came from the lowest of low and now he's major millionaire? Do you call the poverty aspect luck? Because it's what motivated, right? It's what got the hard work and you know what I mean? And of course, And I say that because, you know, people like, you know, everyone doesn't get into that professional level. Some guys have what it takes, but, you know, didn't show up on a particular day, right? Do you call that bad luck? Or, you know what I mean? So I just feel like there's destiny to people's journey. And some people, if they didn't have that rough life, that rough situation, they wouldn't be who they are today. But, you know, some people are, you know, statistics to those environments and never make it out. I mean, do you call that bad luck as well, right? Or, you know, someone's just living a regular life and they get, you know, they come from a bad environment, but they're the only ones that made it out. Doesn't have to be a successful, like super, you know, turned out rich, but we just talking about just got out of the environment and just living a, you know, what one may call just a regular, you know, life, right? Like, do you call that person lucky? So I don't know, man. I just look at it as like it's a destiny thing, right? Like that's what, hey, like I said, you wake up and live another beautiful day. Not everybody do so. So that's just a wonderful fate. That's just being favored by the Natiru already, just right there. And your journey is not over. That destiny of yours is still going. So I don't know. I just kind of look at it that way. That's why I'm curious about this. It's a great question by Nook Poo, because that's not something I thought about. And like Amun said, I like when, you know what, there is a question that's being asked and you're like, wait a minute, like, all right, like, I don't know where this is gonna go. So I think it's a Nefer thing though. What's up?
I think two great quotes for this conversation by Ankh Shashank are, all are in the hands of fate and the Natiru, and wealth comes to an end. Serving the Natiru is what creates it. So that goes into what both of you said with the magic in West Africa and in the Caribbean. They try to do various different things with the beings there to get luck. And then also what you go through, some people may consider it bad or good, but the bad thing might create good. So then was the bad really bad, or was it good because it helped you get to a better place? And the perspectives of what people are doing and what happens to them, all of that is in the hand of fate, Escanet, and the Natiru, guiding us from what Mentet. The more we talk about it, the more excited I get about the answer. I'm like, what's Saba gonna bring forth? I'm looking forward to him. Definitely excited. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Once again, everybody, don't forget to hit that thumbs up, man. Make sure y'all like the podcast today. Don't forget. It's kind of like a, hey, I'm here, right? Where you supporting, hit that thumbs up, man. Support the Tehuti podcast always. Definitely grateful. Shouts out to my great brothers, Patah and Menku, Atef. You know, just things like that, man. Just peace and love to everybody that is here, and definitely Uncle Justin Neb to you all. And all I can say, man, is just y'all stay focused, man. Stay on your journey. Stay don't go backwards. Just put it that way, man. Just stay focused and continue to learn, even if you don't have any questions for Saba. You know what I mean? Still support. Still do what is beneficial to your ka. Make sure you follow your Eve. I'm understanding more and more why Saba say you know, the matrix is very consistent, and matrix don't stop, it don't sleep, and it's constantly working, and that to me is I'm becoming more and more aware of that, and I also get even more why Saba say, you know, he's just with his naturts and his animals, and just that's good enough for him, and he loves to teach. So that's a beautiful environment to create peace, right? Within a person's own Eve and their surrounding. And to me, that's what I definitely I'm starting to become aware of, that of just making your environment very peaceful, and of course all of that is on the foundations of Ma'at, and continuing to keep the focus of Pekka Mku. So if anybody listen to this, just make sure that you know what I mean, like, hey, just take a breather. Just take a few minutes to meditate a little bit, and just detach, right? Like, detach from all the things that's got your mind unbalanced, and that's got your ba feeling uncomfortable. Just try to stop. You know what I mean? Just stop. And focus on you know, centering oneself, getting back to just you. Read a little bit of the Sabaeats if you got the time as well, because that's very important. That is the guidance. That is the inner working teachings within oneself. So try not to overload yourself with the matrix. Let me put it that way, because you put too much of that on your mind, and those things can eat you up inside. So try to stay focused. Once again, I don't want to go too long, but I just feel like I just have to say that, man. So just Hotep Henu, and I hope all is well for everybody here that's watching, that's listening. Just, hey, keep moving forward and leave with that left. Hotep.
The Jed, that last video that you made on the House of ATTON channel was very motivational as far as everything that you just said. You know, just keeping it consistent and staying away from the matrix and keeping your eyes on the prize, so to speak. And, you know, Pekka Mku, separating yourself from negative consciousness. But, you know, it's so easy for us to get distracted, and the matrix kind of warps your mind to think that you need to be doing this or need to be doing that. And it's almost like you become accustomed to it, that when something healthy and good really, you know, approaches and gives you the opportunity to go down that path, it seems hard, but in reality, it's what is meant for us to be really doing. So I appreciate you for making that video, and it was excellent. I really enjoyed it. I watched it the other day on the House of ATTON channel. I would recommend everybody else to do the same.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say peace to the panel. The great Salva Tehuti, greatest teacher in the 21st century. I just want to speak on the luck. I think about my mother's nonprofit youth agency in 92 to about 96, right when I graduated from high school. And she was bringing awareness to pregnant teenagers in this time in our town in Texas. And she meets certain people, and they don't offer her financial gain, but just resources, point her in directions to where to go. About time I come back from college, I did about a year. I come back, she closes the doors, lack of funding. Maybe 6 months later, she gets an endowment letter. She had, you know, and I'm going ahead of myself. She used, she had gotten an award in Nashville, Tennessee. It was called the America's Award. And it was just recognizing people and communities that were doing whatever. Now, was it luck that she got that award, that recognition? That recognition came with a $5,000 check. Now, this is 95. 96, she closes the doors. Maybe December of 96, she gets an endowment. And so we kind of go from rags to riches. And it wasn't a bunch of money. It was like 3 different checks for like $250,000. And so at this time, I'm still 17, 18 years old. So I think about that. It's like, wow, my mom was lucky. She was lucky. And I was like, well, she conjured up those spirits, to use a word that, you know, maybe I haven't uttered in a while. So again, I just want to speak on that, the whole, what is luck? And, you know, what comes to mind is LeBron James saying, I practice shooting from half court. So it ain't luck to LeBron James, it may be luck to the viewer. So I don't know, I've been a product of a thing called luck. And I don't know, I like to think it's more maybe a vibration, maybe it's how you live with your heart, and things come to the good as well, just like things come to the wicked. So that's all I want to say. I'll quickly show my face just for support. Peace to y'all, peace to the love, peace to the family, peace to Mayat. Really going forward in a world where, I hate to say it, Islam is on the horizon. And I didn't want to bring that type of energy to the podcast because I'm just always a student, you know, so just peace to y'all, man, and what y'all doing. And to see y'all faces every week. So peace to the SABA. I'm going to donate here in the future as soon as I'm wearing that Black Hawk. Speaking of luck, because I live in Colorado. I'm out, y'all. I'm out. Well, I'm listening, but I'm out.
Very well said and an interesting story, and I like the energy.
No, but you know, it's just like you said, while we build, you know, I tune in, and you know, it was just no one taught us how to be financially literate. As far as my mother goes, you know, if you can see that picture, that's me. She holding up. You know, my mom worked at Southwestern Bell in the 80s, and they were laying people off in the early 90s, late 80s, 90s. And that's just say, hey, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. And so maybe 2 or 3 different virtues or ventures led her into it was called Reaching the Youth of San Antonio, was the name of the nonprofit organization way back when. And so, and this is well before my consciousness days. You know, in my town where we grew up, we didn't hear about the 5%ers and just everything. If it wasn't for hip hop and rap music, I probably wouldn't have heard about these different things being down where I was from, you know? So that's why I really love and defend the art of hip hop, you know, and the art of spreading information using melody. And so I appreciate the name that Saba Tehuti, Amin-Ra Hotep gave me. And I'll always come publicly and say it, because he's a life changer for sure. And y'all brothers are too. Just seeing y'all consistency week in and week out. Every Saturday for 3 years, damn near. You know, I'll probably miss maybe 5. And I know if I miss 5, the other brothers on there missed less than I have. And a lot of times I don't show face. And it's just, again, it's just about showing support. And you know, I got about another 8 months before my channel blow up. Of course, I'm not gonna do no plugging, but I'm always gonna you know, refer back to the people that helped me along my way. So I just give big ups to the family, man, and all the Sonetta. You know, I can go down to YouTube channels. I've been listening to this since 2016. You know, 2015 is when I first got into kind of the YouTube consciousness. You know, it was like, oh, you know, and I always tell my little story. I met Killer Priest in Austin one time. I mean, like maybe 10 minutes. He was just cool. He happened to be at this show, real small venue in East Austin. He was there, real cool brother. And so years later, I see he had a podcast, and as soon as I tuned into him, Tehuti was on. And ever since then, it was a wrap. You know, I was like, oh, my man is going in. He going in. And so I went to was it the first annual Pathways? I showed up and I was kind of in and out. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I'm just kind of like Prince. I want to come see who's out there and then I want to leave, you know. That was kind of my style. And so I didn't, for my own selfish reasons, I missed the second one. But if there's a third one, I'd love to be involved. And, you know, that's all. I ain't gonna take up more time, and I'm gonna let the elders of the podcast speak.
So I'm not an elder, but I did want to say something really quickly to build off what you were saying, and you know, on the topic of luck and on the topic of a frequency and a vibration that brings people together and coincidences, so to speak. And like Amun said, the first thing that came to his mind when Tehuti asked was like, well, it was meeting you, Saba, right? And you mentioned hip hop music, which, you know, hip hop music is a frequency and a vibe. And, you know, coming up as a youngster, you know, listening to Wu-Tang Clan, listening to, you know, Nas and different things like that, you know, kind of elevates your consciousness to a certain degree. You know, I stumbled across the Liquid Swords album by the Jizza. And the last track on there is the Killer Priest track. It's called, it's an acronym BIBLE, which is before, basic instructions before leaving Earth. And, you know, it led me to becoming basically a Hebrew Israelite at a time. And I had a lot of respect for Killer Priest, and come to find out he had a podcast. So, you know, I tuned in, and that's how, you know, I found out about Tehuti. And then that kind of just like changed my mentality as far as bringing out the facts and bringing out the manuscripts and kind of erasing all the false narratives. So it's funny that you mentioned that. And it's funny that, you know, a lot of people here have been brought in because of the respect that they had for Killer Priest and going on to the Killer Priest podcast. So, yeah,
he warmed us up. He warmed us up to what Saba Tehuti has to give to us. You know, he warmed us up, because if not, it's gonna be it's like you said, 10-hour lectures. I'm still having trouble staying awake, and I'm an elder. I guess I'm an American elder, and I'm still having trouble staying up. So I just appreciate, you know, once again, you know, I ain't trying to take over the whole thing. I'm just, you know, a lot of times I stay in the back, you know, I'm there. But today it had me put my hand up. Plus today's the 5th. And so all the stuff that's going on in America right now, you know, it's good to see the same Amun and Amunet and DJED and Amun, excuse me. You know, it's like, you know, just learning a new language, metaneta language. I mean, I can't barely learn Spanish. And so it's like, oh man, I'm trying to learn the metaneta too. And it's like, oh, I'm a slow learner, but I'm here though.
Yo, that's a Nefer thing. That's why I look at, when it comes to Saba, man, before I came across you know, seeing a lot of the presentations he came forth with at the Killer Priest podcast. SABA made me realize, you know, the things that I thought I knew. He revealed to me basic, like, just learning principles and thinking a particular way that
Right.
he makes it's a fundamental way to think, but was not thinking that way. It wasn't using those fundamentals, right? Like the root of a word. Like, let's just take, like, just from that in itself of speaking a language and not really even knowing the meaning, but yeah, you've been speaking the language all of your life. Yeah. So just the fundamentals of, like I said, thinking and questioning certain things, and to say, like, hey, have you ever thought about this? And then you look and you're like, man, no, like, why? How did I miss that? Like, how did I overlook that? Right? Yeah. And he made it look so, like, just easy, like so many fundamentals of just life in itself that one should be aware of as they, you know, evolve in this world, right? So that's what was mind-blowing to me, right? And then, of course, on top of all of that was the breakdowns and the build-ups and you know what I mean, like,
for sure,
information that nobody could bring to the table, and then with so much poise. And
most important.
And there was no like arrogance in it, right? So I looked at that, and and that was before I even got into the Sabaeid of, like, Ptah-hotep. That's why one of the things that was very interesting to me is the fact that Ptah-hotep's first instruction to his Sa was don't be arrogant. Come from your knowledge. Don't be arrogant of it. Don't be arrogant over the knowledge that you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he started off with that. That was the first instruction he gave him, was don't be arrogant on it, right? So when you really dissect that, that's usually, especially within our culture, that's usually the first thing. Somebody who feel like they know something, very arrogant and very boastful in it, right? And then once you're learning from them, you tend to pick up from their ways, right? You tend to pick those ways up because that's who the person is receiving information from. So you start to, like, mimic in a way, right? Especially if they're teaching you something. So that reminds me of the days, like Hefe was talking about when he was an Israelite. Hey, you see, they unapologetic. They, you know, speak it loud, and you know what I mean. A aggressive and all that comes with the package, right? Like, it's completely, like, it's full of so much. I don't even want to use the word pride, but it's just very forward. It's very forward. It's very forwarding. It's very, like,
direct.
It's super direct, but it's almost crash out mentality, right? Because they don't even know the root of what they standing on, right? So to be so confident, to be so, like, argumentative, to be so, like, all of those things either you kind of find yourself in a few directions, right? Either you get into an argumentative, you dealing with an argumentative person, getting into this big argument, and then everyone goes their ways and you're just angry. And then you got those that's just like, hey, you gave me enough information. Yeah, like, you tapped into my emotions. I'm ready to join you. I'm ready to get in this fight with you. And let's I want to be a part of that. Right. And then, and then you got so many other things, right? So, and then the person just realized that they just blend in with them now. And I'm only using them as an example because that's kind of what Hefe was talking about, his journey a little bit. That kind of remind me of that, right? And that's what tied everything in with, a lot of arrogance. We hear it a lot on other channels, people being arrogant, and then they overspeak, and they SABA catching with that snake style because of the arrogance is there, because it's forward speech. It's not even examining the words, just direct, pride, attitude, whatever, however you want to look at it. It's not even considering what one is saying, and then they fall into the trap of the snake style, and Saba's just chilling, listening. Because you don't necessarily have to listen to a person's details of what they believe in if you already know the origin of what they believe in. Because once you strip the origin of it, that's the whole foundation. That's what it stands on. And then everything else falls into play. And that's what I love about Saba, because he can, he knows the foundation and he can pull that rug, but he also knows how to play with them to entertaining what they believe. And I'm not even just talking about Israelites. I'm just talking about just in general. Anybody he's talking to, he'll entertain what they're talking about and catch them. You get me? So, but it's only, but I think to me, the biggest thing, I don't want to say it's only, but the biggest thing is because he's calm and he listening and he's understanding where their consciousness is coming from. And a lot of people speak to get an emotional reaction to the viewers, because we are very emotional beings. So if somebody says it in a particular way, add a little couple of things to tap on the emotional side of things, they just spew out stuff. And Saba just sits there and listens. He just sits there and he's respectful. And those are the things that was sticking out to me. Those were the things, even if I didn't when I first started watching, if I didn't understand what was going on, because I'm just trying to, I was just trying to learn and soak it all in. I was new to Kemet and all this stuff. And I didn't know what was real and what was, falsehood. Right. So I was just looking, I'm like, man, and he's really calm. Hey, he doesn't really say anything. He's not argumentative, and he'll let you rant. He'll let you rant for 20 minutes and still stay on topic. And then boom. And then I'm just sitting there in awe, and I'm just like, man, I love the way that he's sitting in my eye. I wasn't saying my eye at the time, but I'm just like, man, he's very calm. And I want to learn that. That's what I want to learn, how to be
people antagonizing you, and just staying calm.
It's they're
right.
Someone throw their strong opinion, and you just that's
tough for me. It's tough for us all, and that's not an excuse. I'm not trying to cut your stream. Oh, teachers in the building.
Yeah, peace. Finish your thought. Peace. Finish your thought, Medu.
Just saying that didn't want to. You threw me off now. Your Superman shirt. Throwing off my thought. But just agreeing with what DJED was saying about checking the ego at the door. And I used to always say to myself that when I was coming up, when I thought, okay, well, I got to go to the church to find some type of revelations. And I'll say, well, I'm just going to listen to what they have to say. Don't judge them, because when you start judging, you can see it in your face. And so I was like, no, go to listen. And I felt like that, I exercised that particular behavior in myself, to which it kept me to here and here and here. And 3 years later, and 3 years later, and 3 years later, 3 years later, I feel like I'm a different person. So, fast or rewind to 3 years ago, again, back to Tehuti, or back to Killer Priest, and meeting Saba Tehuti for the first time. And then it's like, well, I like this guy. And then I go to his channel and just do some studying. And, you know, I can recognize a Jesus of Nazareth. You know, I would like to be a disciple. I can't follow you in real time, but at least I can follow you on the internet. So that was my thought.
Beautiful, wonderful. Great. I heard a little bit. I heard the end of DJED. Thank you, DJED, for that interesting testimony of that I've heard several times from other people, which is good. And that is actually how I would the debates and conversations that I was in, because a lot of people don't know what's going on in these conversations. They're too deep. They're of subject matter that is unfamiliar to the average layman and to the average person. So all they can go by off of is what's presented and what's the feel of the thing. And that's how I was able to get through a lot of those debates, because in status wise, in a lot of those debates, a couple of those debates, especially are the Nitsiru real or not principles, I should have been swallowed alive. I'm going against over 10,000 people in America, and I'm going against almost every single viewer, because every single Kemetic person teaches that the Nitsiru were principles. How do you win a debate when the genre that you're in is all against you? There's literally no Kemetic movement on the planet Earth, in America, outside of America, that is teaching that the Neter were physical beings to the people of Kemet. So it's me against every single Kemetic teacher in the audience and all of their followers, and somehow it was a landslide for me. And that was because of the calmness. The calmness was the confidence, because the debate. Can you hear me, DJED? It's spinning.
Yeah, you were a little towards the end.
Okay, that topic. No, I keep doing the interesting. Me debating that the topic is very
You're still breaking up, Saba.
similar to somebody debating it's can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
You sound better right now,
See me
but
waving my hand?
You were breaking up earlier.
Can you all hear?
Well, your screen's a little choppy, so
Yeah. Okay. Can you all hear me now and see me waving my hand?
It's better.
it's a little better, but there's a lag as well.
It lagging on my side a lot. No, your screen gone, Saba.
You know, if we were fighting and arguing, man, it'd be playing so clear. No interruptions, commercials, everything. If we were fighting and arguing amongst each other. But because we not, and we okay with silence, now it's trouble.
Hey, if it was his fed on here, man, Saba's
All right.
booming. Hey, it'd be booming right now, man. It'd be
right.
Hey, right
It'd be
now,
booming
probably
right now.
2,000 2,000 viewers right now watching live.
2K live.
Chat going crazy.
Chat going crazy.
They'll make Nook's comments look like he only commented twice.
Am I here now? Am I back?
You back?
Yeah, you
Saba.
back? Since I'm the newcomer, maybe I should jump out. Maybe go.
This is odd. Okay, I'm back. Back. Huh. Let me do this.
You still glitching, Saba. We hearing the music.
Not sure what's coming. There we go.
Saba gone.
Hotep everybody. Uncle Justin, Hotep my aunt, Hotep my too.
Great brother, good to see you, man. This your question, man. This your moment right here, man.
Yo, it's
actually,
crazy.
I do rather wait for you to wait on Saba because I'm sure he gonna ask you about it. Like, hey, with the
You
look.
already know, man.
Yeah.
But it's funny that while I was running earlier, I was getting tired. I was like doing miles, and I'm like, man, I should stop. And then in my mind, I'm like, if I keep going, I could earn my question. I'm gonna earn my lucky question. And sure enough, Saba came through. So it was like it's real never. So I just wanted to share that real quick. Tua.
Henu Hotep, my brother. Big love, big my art, big love, big my art to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody watching in the future. You don't know. DJED, SJEM, Hefe, Meru, Nupu, Amun, Amunet. I don't know. Is real, never to be here to see Saba break this one down again. This one interesting. This one gonna be real interesting. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't expecting this. I a person I don't believe in luck, so I wanna see how Saba can break this one down. Yeah, come MSL. Yeah, I was wondering what kind of pod class we can have, because the other ones were done there already. You got some real interesting ones where I want to go look over, that I want to check, you know what I mean? But then I'm checking but now on Saturdays when I'm on live, I just be more in focus, you know what I mean? So I'm checking I wonder what it can be this Saturday, but I know, and then I see this now, I'm checking I can't imagine taking notes on this. Saba can go deep. You know that for sure. Yeah, boy. So big tour, big love, big Henu. My brother Nupu for this question. I appreciate that. Can't wait till Saba come and match this one up.
First Nation, you Bahamian?
No, I'm from St. Martin, Soliga, in the Caribbean.
Okay, I got some friends nearby there, Dominica and all up and down that area.
Salute. Okay then, that big. You back, Saba. We seeing you.
I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hearing you.
You can see me? Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, we hearing
Not
you.
sure what that was, but nice to see everybody. And let me come on with this device. Let me see something here. Maybe it's the weather here or something. Maybe it's something affecting this. Let me try to come on with this. Okay, this. Boom. Turn off that. Now I'm gonna come off of this. What's this? Pointing device? Connected. Okay. Whoa. You all can see me now moving good? You all can see and hear me? Am I moving in real time?
Loud and clear, Saba.
Way better.
Much better.
Okay, good. I came up. I took my phone device off of sharing the internet. Maybe that helped. Okay, everybody. So what I was saying was that debating those topics, even though everybody mathematically was against, and you should have been, but it's very similar to somebody debating you about Osset, the Jed. So they're debating you about Osset as their child, and you kidnapped her, and you just know exactly who Osset is, so you can't lose the debate. They're just studying all the principles that can make you a kidnapper, or studying but you actually raised her up. You know exactly where she was at 4 o'clock. You know exactly where she was, exactly what she eats. So it's similar to that when I'm in debates. I'm very calm because I'm debating what was here and already established before the person that's debating me was born. So I'm laughing inside because you can't debate that. See the images behind you? You can't debate that because it's there. So that's why I'm so calm in debates, because I look at everybody as young little children that are having. That's all it is. But okay, we are here. We have the good brother. Nook Panook is the one that asked this question that we're about to get into the answer of. So, Nook Panook, go ahead and tell the audience what this question is. First, we're going to put it up on. Oh, very interesting. Nice. Okay. Okay. Oh. I'm going to put it up on the screen here. This is Nook Panook's question here that he asked. Oh, look at this. Okay. What is it? Luck. Question about luck. Luck lights. Let me see if Nook Panook's question is here. Okay. From there is Boom. And Nook Panook luck lights. There it is. Okay. So here's Nook Panook's question. Amun, does your sound system work well? And the Jed, your sound system work good?
Yes, it should be good.
Okay, here we go. YouTube is not letting you scroll up to the link. Let's fix that. Here you go. Be all right. Boom. There's a link. Okay, so here is the good brother, the good brother Nook Panook's question here. I'm gonna put up on the screen and go ahead and give this young man some big noise again. Either one of you or both of you are the same. Oh, what do you say?
Correction. That's it.
Oh, Young Netzer. Okay. Correction, Young Netzer. Young Netzer sent a question in. He said, I'm not a man, I'm a Netzer. Okay. Go ahead and give the Young Netzer some big noise, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
There is no spoon.
Okay, still going. Wonderful, everybody. Thank you, Nook for Nook, for the great what's doing this? Very strange. Thank you, Nook for Nook, for the great support. And go ahead, Nook for Nook, and tell the people, what does that mean? What was your question about, please? Elaborate to the people. Let them know.
Hotep, SABA, Hotep Ma'at, Hotep Material, Hotep to everybody in the panel, Hotep to everybody in the chat, and everybody watching in the future. And everybody that represents Ma'at. Also want to give Uncle Jasineb to Bobby Hemmett, Uncle Jasineb to Menku, Uncle Jasineb to Ahati Ma'at. So this question came about with me because with luck, first of all, you get to hear people talk about lucky growing up. Like if you're dating a girl, you just dated her, you might get lucky. You know what I'm saying? Lucky comes in so many different formats. I do understand that when you are dealing with Isfet, you can change your fate, your destiny. Like for instance, if you're a drug addict, drinking, smoking, you'll start building up bad luck or doing bad things will come to you. But when you start to uplift yourself and come more into a conscious light, things in life seem to flow more better for you. So you get more, you feel more life in you. So I looked at luck with the word lux, which has to do with light. And so I figured that maybe the more cool that you build into you, the more light that you have into you, you build more luck, you become more brilliant. Like for instance, like being a genius, being smart, the more light you build in, the more consciousness you have in you, you become more like a star. You become more lucky. You know, if you're going to school and you don't study or anything that you're doing that you're not studying, if you're not studying it, you're just gonna look like you're not doing much. But once you apply it more, you look brilliant, you become more light and more cool comes in and about. So I also remember that the word lucky, they would refrain it to Lucifer, which has to do with bearing the light. So I put those things together, and just hearing the word luck, it reminds me of luck, which deals with luxury, lux as well as with the light, the cool. So I was just thinking, like a lot of people, some people, they see me when I was younger, when I would come around certain individuals and I'll just be meditating or something. Some people would say, oh, I feel lucky when I'm around you. But when you come around, I feel luck. And some people will play the lottery or whatever and be like, oh, look, I won this thanks to you or something like that. And then I had people in the past also look at me like, man, you're bad luck. Every time you come around, something bad happens. So, I just wanted to get a clarification on what that might be. So, yeah, to a Hotep Saba, hope we got the nib.
Okay, wonderful. Let me ask everybody on the panel. Amun and Amunet, the JED, Hush Nation. Well, I just have them right now, VR. But did Nook Punuk sound like he was choppy when he was talking? Or is that my computer doing that?
He was clear. He was clear on my end.
It was clear? Okay, that's my computer. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so wonderful. Let's get into this. Nook Panook, a question has never been asked to me before. Luck and amazing has never been asked to me anything about luck, because you would think that people would think that the ancient people would have. What do they think about luck? Do they even have a word for it? Did they comment on it? Is it something that was brought into the new age? Is it new? And let's find out. Let's see what's happening here. Let's see what this is. Peace and love to the new people that just came in. VRI M Monroe. Can you all see and hear me? Peace and love to you all. Uh-oh, they are locked up. You all see them moving, or is that my computer again? Are they moving and talking, or is this?
They're frozen.
Oh well, they frozen
a little bit.
Okay, now they're moving.
And it's funny. It looks like I see Monroe moving, but not VRI. So I don't know. Interesting. Can you all hear me? VRI. VRI looks dumbfounded. I'm not sure they can even hear.
Yeah, they're glitching out.
VRI looks like the guy in that movie. People in the movie you asked me about. What's that movie called? They Talk. No, it's called Talk to Me. And they're on the other side of in the other realm, but it was faded. I don't know. Let's see if they're moving now. VRI and Monroe, are you all alive? Everything good? You didn't cross over, did you? Everything good?
Yeah, so, something's going on with the internet here. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I just froze up. We just froze up over on this end.
He said, it was interesting because only you were frozen. That's why Monroe was still moving. Madleaf was moving and you were frozen. I don't know how that works. That's the Matrix. The Matrix. That's strange. Okay. So nice to see you all. How are you all doing?
Oh yes, we're doing wonderful. Thank you, SABA. You doing it?
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how about you, Monroe?
I'm very excited to be here, especially for the synchronicity question.
Okay. And Monroe, since you just got here, I'm going to ask you real quick before I get it. And VRI, what's an example, Madleaf, of something that could happen to somebody that they'd be considered lucky, and especially if it happened more than once and it's life changing? It changed their life. They like hit a lick or something. What would you say? What's an example of that?
I mean, I feel like the most obvious thing that comes to my head is something that is really positive, like winning the lottery. Something to do with wealth. But to me, it could be regarding any smaller things too, like I don't know, a family member's health improving, continuously or something like that. So I suppose anything that happens, in repetition that's positive, I suppose, that you could consider to be good luck.
Okay, good. And VRI, thank you, Madleaf. And VRI, what's some example of something that can happen to somebody, and the odds are completely against them, and it changed their life, and people would say, "Wow, that's a lucky person." And then it happened 3 times in a row. What's that?
Probably just the first thing that comes to mind is those gambling machines, and just hitting the jackpot on one of those. And I had one experience where I never ever do it. I was just with my father, and he just said, "Yeah, just go take this money and go on that gambling machine. I feel lucky or something. Something lucky is gonna happen." And then I ended up just winning, just maybe £170 off of a £20 note. I was like, whoa, and I just kept going and kept going. It kept I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then funnily enough, that was during what my siblings celebrated as Yule, and they wanted to, and they made me go into in Cornwall, we were in this thing. We did this circle thing and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, we went to celebrate at this pub with my dad, and he said, "Hit that machine," and then just won a bunch of money from that. And that was like one of the last times I ever touched it. But like that was a very surreal thing of what I might consider luck. But
okay,
yeah.
Okay, good. So pretty much everybody's on the same page with the answer. And the person that asked the question, Nook for Nook, have you been lucky lately? And if so, what's an example of anything that you consider life-changing and lucky that happened to you? You're the one that asked the question, right?
Everything's been life-changing. So me being here, I'm lucky. You know, not crashing out. I used to run from the pigs. Now they run from me. They run away from me. That's something super lucky. And most of my ops are gone, so they're dead. So I feel lucky.
Oh no! What's going on? Okay. Okay. That is unlucky for them, right? It's not their lucky day, but yeah, okay. Because with whatever side of the luck you're on, right? That's what's lucky for some is unlucky for others. Okay, wonderful. So, and Hush Nation, have you ever had an example of good luck or something that's happened to somebody that you and your friends said, wow, how's that happening to them against all the odds with a lucky person? Then it happens again. Anything like that? What would it be an example of good luck? And it repeats itself.
I have an example that I just want to say, Henu Hotep to you, Saba, Dua Sakim, and Kujasenev. I have a friend that, you know, when he go in the casino, he does. I don't want to say he does always win, but like he does always win. But I just don't believe in luck, you know. So I don't know how it has happened. Like how I hear Nokpu break it down is like kind of new to me, you know, because I know it has something being like a fluke happening, you know. But so I just don't believe I just don't believe in it. So I really interesting to see how you can break this one down.
Okay, let's see. Let's get into it. Okay, everybody, we're about to get into this question. Get your pen, your pads ready. Let me put on the timer. We're going to get into this Nook for Nook question. An extremely original question. Has never been asked before. I've never seen anybody associate luck with life or even ask a question about what luck is. Is there life? Oh, is this Nook for Nook?
Yeah, Saba, I got something else I wanted to add.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
While I was running earlier today, I was running and I was getting tired. I was like, let me keep running and I'm going to earn this question. I'm going to earn the lucky question. This is before I even seen anything. And I kept running and running. So, and then next thing you know it, I got you to answer this question. So it's like, that's part of my luck as well, too. So I just want to add that into.
Wait, say that again. You're running and running. It clicked off. You're running and running.
I was running,
okay.
Running miles, training. And then I was getting tired. And I was being told, keep going because you're going to earn the lucky question. So I kept running and running and running. And sure enough, you came with this answer. So that's an example of my luck. There you go. So that.
Okay. Hush Nation's like, what is this? What is this? This is new to me. What's happening? All right, we're going to find you keep running and running. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to find out what's going on here with this thing called luck, if it's an ancient concept, if it is real, if it is something that happens on, if it's something that's even happening, if it was described in the past, how was it, if it's scientific. Let's find out what this is. Shout out to the new people that just came in the room. Is he in? Tehuti, I just see a black screen. Maybe I'm some technical difficulties. Shout out to the brother Tehuti. I'm going to be giving him a shout out. He just came for his first time last week. and he's already pre-ordered in installments every single Meta class. So I've never seen that before in my life. He's about to have every single Meta class after coming to the podcast for 1 week. So shout out to him for that. And let's get into it, everybody. And Hefe, are you on the screen? I wanted to say something to you, Hefe. I want to address something really quick, just for something fun. I asked a question, and I guess somebody thought they're answering it. But I don't usually do that. I don't usually go in the chat, but just for the jet, just to show something. It's listening skills, right? So I asked, who in any ancient culture prior to colonization, in their culture was independent thinkers or individuals? So this person attempted to answer and said, multiple people were philosophers and thinkers by themselves: Buddha, Socrates, Martin Luther, Nicholas Copernicus. So wonderful. So I'll just put that there for now. Shout out to Joel. I guess he answered the question. And there it is. Those are the people that existed there before the colonizers got to them. And before the colonizers got to them, Buddha, Socrates, Martin Luther King, Nicholas Copernicus, and Galileo were all independent thinkers away from their tribe. So thank you for that, Joel Armour. And let's get into this pod class question. Is everybody ready? Get your pen, your pads out. Get the timer out. And let's get into this question. Shout out to Martin Luther King. Let's see if we can get this.
I'm feeling lucky.
You're feeling lucky? Let's get into it. Shout out to the tribal Greeks. Shout out to Copernicus and Galileo. They were definitely here before colonization. Here we go. All right, let me see if I can get to the answer to this here. Boom. All right. Luck, entanglement. This computer is definitely moving at a nice, slow pace. Let's see if we can get this here. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to try to get this on the screen. My computer is definitely moving at a slow rate. So we're going to see if this can get on the screen here. Boom. Half-Babe, I'm not sure if you're on the screen. He'll come on the next time. I want to talk to him about his podcast question. All right, here we go. I'm trying to load this up, and the computer is doing some very interesting things. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this will work. Boom. Okay. Let's see if this is on the screen yet. Slow motion. Okay, here we go. We're getting some traction, getting some movement. Okay, here we go. All right, so peace and love, everyone. We're going to get into this podcast answer. So shout out to peace and love to the good brother Amun and his Echo Amunet. Peace and love to the Jed, Sadem, Ma, Amt, Pauku. You got some jewels today, brother. You got some jewels today. You got the Socrates jewel. Shout out to you. Shout out to Hefe. Shout out to VRI and M Monroe. Shout out to Nook for Nook. And Hush Nation. And let's get this answer started, everybody. You ready, Nook Poo? Here, this is for you. It's for you, Nook Poo. Here we go. Okay. And Tehuti, I'm gonna try to get you on after this because it's locking you up on a black screen. Not sure why that is. We'll fix that. We'll fix that after this answer. Get you on for sure. Love your energy on the panel. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. Let me get a little bit of agua water, and let's see what zone we have to go to get this answer. All right. All right. I'm going to put you back in the room. Boom. Okay, everybody, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Get your pen and your pads out. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm pretty sure everybody could because I just looked in the chat and people were commenting and on the screen said they can hear me. So we're going to get right into it, everybody. But do press a 9 anyways. I'm going to peek back in there and see the 9s. And here we go, everybody. Let me get the timer on. We're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Are you ready? Oh, what are you? Insects flying around. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to look up for the 9s. I see the 9s. Wonderful. And let me see if this stays on. Even though the music will change in a moment. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's get into the zone. Let's find out what this concept of luck is. Is it a concept? Is it a reality? Is it an ancient teaching? Let's find out here, and only here at the Tehuti podcast. For those who are watching, as you're watching the answer, welcome everybody to the House of ATTON. As you're watching the answer here at the Tehuti podcast, support the Tehuti podcast. If you hear things that you enjoy, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, as my beautiful AI moderator is pointing up. Support, just like we supported Heinz Ketchup and Doritos potato chips and all type of bubble gum and sugars. Let's support the truth, support the hard work of a phenomenon that's bringing you guidance. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom. Entire screen. And there we are. Timer on. And here we go. Boom. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health, mental detoxification, how about out-of-body experiences, are those referred to ancient sources? Are they just New Age teachings? Are there government psyops going on? Are there tracking devices? Are there insertions? Are there Big Brother watching? Are there things that appear on the news that were not as you see them, but maybe full of people that were acting what you saw? Find out here at the Tehuti podcast. What about telepathy, which we're actually going to get into tonight? Quantum entangled consciousness, which is actually part of the titles of tonight. Now, fortunately that you have left Christianity and Islam in Hebrew, thinking that you have escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common conscious platforms within your journey of escaping the matrix. But little did you know, you have stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and is infiltrated in the form of the New Age conscious black movements or woke movements, or whatever the New Age movements are going under by any form of name. As you break out of Christianity and head to them, these are actually atheists who have disguised themselves as no modern day Kemetic teachers, Kemetic science teachers, esoteric metaphysicians, metaphysic teachers, in the agenda of the matrix, just to focus on what's called knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients, with no indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, and panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines that go back to the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs. They just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose videos, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter is limited to topics like what is wrong with people, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, but I don't want to follow their teachings. I'm just proud that they're black. Their topics are always on, let me show you what's wrong with such and such a group. On the other side, people come up with the pyramids in the Americas are older than the ones in Egypt. Everything is a battle topic. They're not teaching what's in the pyramids in America. They're not teaching if there's any guidance. They're not teaching what they symbolize. They're not teaching what rituals are done. They're not performing any rituals. They're not doing anything pertaining to the culture. They're just here to battle which one is older. We are Native Americans. We're not African. Native Americans, but they follow no cultural discipline. They do no rituals, nothing that the ancient Native Americans did, but just have debate topics of we're Native Indian, not African. Counter teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full classes or videos on the actual culture that one should be, not what one should not be, but one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have any confidence that any of the quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Native American teachings or Kemet culture teachings can actually stand on their own and hold people's attention. They need the contention, the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined in standing on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with what's called negative foundational speech, such as what most people don't know. Let me tell you why you're wrong. What you fail to recognize. Thus is just fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. After you've broken it down and shown what's wrong, now what do we do? Before the colonizer, before we were undisciplined, before the matrix came, now what was the way of life prior to that? Their whole time is just breaking things down on what's wrong with this group, what's wrong with this teaching. Okay, what is right now? It's crickets. So they don't show what they are disciplined to and adhere to on a daily basis, and what they adhere to on a daily basis, that they're in their family practice. You see, that doesn't get high views. What do you and your family practice when the computer shuts down? No views on that, right? When the debate and the fight is over, those conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions. Then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is what's called individualism, to disunite under the disguise of knowledge. But no structure unity, no system, like all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify what their actions or their feelings are for that day, with no accountability or obligation or accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in the cultural way. Thus they are about loneism, individualism. Then they're in a state of what's called solipsism, which means no matter what they do, they're always right because they can never be checked. Which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet itself, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language. In none of the ancient cultures did they have what's called an introvert. None of the ancient cultures pre-colonization of Europeans was there any ancient Aztec in a tribe who was an introvert. There was no Native American that's recorded who was an introvert away from the rest of the Navajos, yet still calling himself a Navajo. There was no ancient person along the Nile Valley who was an introvert, just off to himself with his own thoughts and goals and away from the rest of the culture. There was no introverts in ancient cultures because everybody moved with group thought, power thoughts. That only exists in the colonizer's language. You cannot find the word introvert in the Metanetter script or any ancient script of ancient Sugagi or cuneiform or any of the ancient scripts of the people that actually moved as tribes. It exists in no ancient culture because we always move mentally as a unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to these roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal to mirror your consciousness that the European Egyptologists and that the Greeks held, you know, like Socrates and Aristotle and all of those people. But pre-colonization, there wasn't any bunch of individuals running around just arguing. They moved and constructed things as a unified group. The individualists came in as the Egyptologists who were outsiders, very knowledgeable, like Wallace E. Budge, Flinders Peachtree, Miriam Littrium, Faulkner, very educated individuals. But what they were doing, they were outsiders just collecting knowledge on Egypt. They had no adherents to want to follow any of it, and they didn't have to because they were outsiders. So they didn't want to have to unify as the people of Kemet unified, or as the people of Zimbabwe, as the people of Zulu unified, or any culture unified. These were outside studiers, and that is fine for them to do so. But the people that created Kemet was a unified. The word Kemet itself is a word that means unified, collective. That's what the word actually means. One of its definitions. They just study. They study, but they don't have any structure. The ancient people had structure, discipline. Thus, their videos and lectures. The people that don't study, that don't discipline, are mainly just complaining what's wrong videos. Here are some wise words that the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you helped clean up their life and gave them a better way. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty in actuality. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Atten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in questions with reciprocity and get an ebook written for you, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and then taught live, interactive for you and the audience. With each answer, get subconscious matrices broken and performed live here on the screen. Is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question came from Nook Panuk. Is luck, lux, ku, more light that we, what is this? More light that we obtain? Very, very unique question. Never heard of it before. And let's get into it. Let's find out what luck is, and if luck has anything to do with light and obtaining light. Okay, another completely unique question asked by the great student Nukpu, which of course is a testimony again to the unlimited diversity of consciousness, raising questions that you can ask and only get answered will only get answered here at the Tehuti Pod class. What an interesting question, connecting something we see that is as common to us as every day, such as luck, and associating it with light. Is this a possibility? Is this what is actually happening? We shall find out shortly. First, I asked the class already, and I can ask again, what is luck? And I asked for examples on the panel, and people also typed in the chat. What have you been told it is? That this word that we all use, luck. What is luck actually? And people already answer that on the panel. Okay, interesting answers with all that seem to coincide. So all the answers seemingly coincided when I asked everybody what is an example of luck. Most of the answers were winning the lottery, winning at the casino, something great happening in your life that's life-changing. Because I asked what could happen lucky that is actually life-changing, where the odds are completely up against that happening to you. It's not a regular thing that happens to everybody. The odds are completely up against the event happening, yet it occurs for you even more than once. So, okay, interesting answers, which all seem to coincide with each other. So what is the definition of the dictionary of this mysterious word luck? What's the actual dictionary definition? So you go to the dictionary definition, and as soon as you get to the dictionary, it starts off with the word fortune, good or bad. Okay. What happens to be by chance? So luck is something that happens by chance. Then they put it in brackets, conceived as favorable or not. Good luck, quality of having a tendency to receive desired or beneficial outcomes, not found in Old English. Probably from the Middle Dutch Luke, shortening of geluk, happiness and fortune. A word of unknown origin. So, right off the bat, there is a definition of luck as a word from 1500 onward. When you go backward before 1500, this word does not seem to exist. It has no English origin or not found in any Old English. They think perhaps it comes from Dutch. But even when you go to the Dutch, it's a word of unknown origin. So prior to the 1500s, it's not an English word. And when you go to the Dutch origin, it says a word of unknown origin. It has cognates with geluk and luke, but they have no origin of it. So before the 1500s, which is only 500 years ago, you couldn't have the sentence, I'm having a lucky day. Good luck on your trip. It's not a word found in Old English. Make note of that for the future of this class and what's about to come up. Okay, so, what is something lucky that could happen that it could extremely change your life? And when I asked everybody this question on the panel, here are the answers that they gave. The answers that they gave are correct answers. And here are the popular answers. Gave the same answers and great answers. Okay, great answers. Now let's analyze the statistics of some of these things to see the percentage chances of them actually happening. Let me take you to the percentage of luck at a casino. Let me take you to Investopedia, September 23rd, 2024. So what are the actual chances of you winning at a casino? Extremely low. As a matter of fact, casinos, the average casino, this casino here makes $64 billion off of people's losings. So what are the chances of anybody winning? Because I asked for extreme ratio cases, and you all were right. Because here are the chances. Each game you play at a casino has a statistic possibility of you winning, some better than others. But what is the possibility? Slot machine odds are some of the worst, ranging from 1 in 5,000 to 1 in about 34 million chance of winning the top prize. Let me come to the screen. 1 in 5,000. So that means you have 5,000 things, a 5,000-sided dice. You have 5,000 rice grains on the ground. You have to throw it, and of the 5,000 things, what you throw lands specifically on one. Then the top prize goes to 34 million. 1 in 34 million. When you get to the slot machine. So 34 million tries. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to play 5, 6, 7. Hold on, man. 8. Next person. 9, 10, 11, 12. Right, next person. 13, 14, 15. Oh, I'm going home. Next person next week. 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, this is no good. Then they go to the next machine. 21, 22. And finally, when you get to the 5,000, ding, 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 you won. And for the top prizes, 34 million strokes, grabbing the thing, going 34 million times. 1 in 34 million win. Those are some extremely difficult odds to go against. Yet, the amount of money and reciprocity given to casinos by the average person obliterates the amount of money they spend on their health food. per ratio of when they go. So when they go into the casino, it could be 200 gone like that. For the ratio of what you receive back, which is usually zero, means that $200 you handed. What was the purpose of it? The dopamine. Dopamine drives it because dopamine gives you the anticipation, excitement of wanting to get to an end goal, so you continue on with it. And you never call the casino a scam. Does it? If you give your money to a particular business or an investment and it doesn't work, we are very quick. Oh man, yo, I got scammed. Man, this was a scam. This was a pyramid scheme, man. I gave him this amount of money. I was in it for a while. I didn't get nothing out of it, man. I gave my $34.99, $200, and nothing out. Yo, this is just a scam, man. This is a scam. If I openly came to you and said, my name is Tehuti, I have a business idea for you. Come to my house every weekend, and when you do, just donate money to me. And you say, what do I get out of it? Nothing the first time. What I get the second time? Nothing. Hey, Tehuti, what I get the nothing. The fourth, I'm here the fourth, nothing. I'll give you something the 5,000th time you come. You would want nothing to do with me and immediately say that it's a scam. But yeah, the casino made $64 billion last year. I don't see any news articles about a scam going on. Psychological? Of course. Because when you're psychologically excited, you don't think that you're in a scam. You're happy because you paid for the thrill. Do you notice there's no windows in the casino? Where are the windows at? Because it gives you the illusion of the absence of time. You're in a dream and you like it and you're excited. And that's where people give the reciprocity to. And the 5,000th time you win a mediocre, you win an okay prize, the top prize in the slot machine, 1 in 34 million. And you keep going and you go again and you go again and you go again. And you never pick it outside the casino saying this is a scam because you're happy. Because you were stimulated. And finally, when it gets to the 34th time, I'm lucky. Because I put the slot machine down 3 times and I won. But that was 33,999,000. You were just the last 3 pulls. You were number 4,997 and you went 98, 99. And it's not a scam. And the lottery winners are on TV with the big checks. Are there shows about the lottery losers? No? No show about the lottery losers? No? Okay. But it's not a scam. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's find out what this thing called luck actually is. And let's get to the root of it and see what about it is true and what about it is untrue and what about it deals with the other side. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's continue, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Like in the class, you like it? Glad you like it. You're a lucky. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. All right, so there it is. 1 of 5,000 and 1 in 34 million. That is according to Investopedia, September 23rd, 2024. So that's just a few months ago's averages. And 1 in 37, 1 in 5,000 and 1 in 34 million. Now, what about your luck at the lottery? Is it higher than that? What is the chance of winning at the lottery? Well, the lottery. Let's do the statistics on that. So, what is the luck chances of someone winning the Mega Millions? Let me show you. Let me take you to what's called the balance Budgeting, July 16th, 2020. Is it 1 in 5,000? Is it 1 in 34 million? What are the odds? What are the odds of winning the lottery? We're in the balance. July 16th, 2020. And what are the odds of winning the lottery? Is it 1 in 5? See the odds. More than a third of Americans believe that winning the lottery is the only way they will ever retire comfortably. The odds of winning either the Powerball or Mega Millions are roughly 1 in 292.2 million and 1 in 302 million. 1 in 292 million. Those are your chances. That gets way worse than the casino, which is 1 in 5,000, 1 in 34 million. Now it's 1 in 292.2 million and 1 in 302.5 million, respectively. Hurry up. It's not a scam. So 1 in 220 is your chances of what they call luck in winning the lottery. Wonderful. Let's continue. Everybody ready? Here we go. We're gonna get rid of you. Okay. Okay. So what is this luck? And why do we find some people appear to have it more than others? Like Hush Nation's friend seems to have it. He seems to go to the casino and go on a streak and seems to be very lucky, more lucky than the others. So what is luck? And why do we find some people appear to have it more than others? And what possibly can any of this have to do with light? And what if I told you that you obtained the real meaning of luck as soon as you became a you? And of course, you know, to get the answers of all of that and more, what is it time for everybody? Time to shift in. What if I told you that you obtained the real meaning of luck as soon as you became a you? What is the time for everybody? Are you ready? What is the time for everybody? Let me go ahead and shift out of here. I think it's time to shift. Let's move from the mundane, as Hefe said. It's kind of mundane, but I'm sure Tehuti's going to take it to shift it to something completely different. Let's shift it from this 1 in 229, 1 in 292 point. What is it? What are the chances of the lottery? 1 in 200, 1 in 220, 1 in 292.2, and 1 in 302.5 million, and 1 in 5,000, and 1 in 34 million. And you win things just by chance. But what is this luck? And what does any of this have to do with light? And what if I told you that you obtained the real meaning of luck as soon as you became a you? Of course, you know what it's time to shift into, everybody, to get the answer of all that and more. What is it time for, everybody? I'm going to come to the screen, check the chat. What is it time for? Angela Gates typed it. Harass said, let's go. Let's hurrah. Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go, everybody. What is the time for, everybody? Let's find out what is really happening here. And what are these chances? And can the percentage of the chances change? And are there any projects that are focused on changing those percentages? Time to get into let's go. Let's change what they told us was reality. You know what time it is, everybody. It's time to get into, of course, Tehuti Overdrive. Everybody ready? Are you ready? Let's shift this. Let's shift it. Let's see what's happening here. On the other side of all of this, excitement and adrenaline and dopamine and illusion, on the other side of that, let's shift it a little bit. What is luck, Tehuti? Let's shift the fonts too. Let's add the lights, Ms. Panook. Let's add some light to this. Luck is the alignment of two or more events that synchronize to work in your favor. The reason why it's confused every time for coincidence is because in most cases, you're unaware of whether it is accidental, unintentional. And this I will reveal here today at the Tehuti Pod class in the Overdrive section of the Tehuti Pod class. Okay? When I say that you can intentionally and consciously align with something, so by the time you see it manifest, to you, it is already there because of a certain timing principle. We're going to get into this shortly, but the time you see it manifest in a complete alignment with the thoughts you had, or if you take it away from our thoughts, let's see if one thing from a distance can immediately affect another thing. And if there is no time, even if there's no time in between the two events. The atheist skeptics say, Tehuti, you're spooky. What are you talking about? Aligning two things where there's no time in between them and they affect one another. You're spooky, Tehuti. But where did the term spooky, everybody, actually originate from? Do anybody know? Because every time I try to teach on these things, the atheists come and say, we're spooky. You're spooky. You're spooked out. Where did the term spooky actually originate from? Did any of your teachers ever tell you? Let me take you to Astronomy October 7th, 2022, updated on May 18th, 2023. Let us see where the word spooky actually originated from. See where it came from. Tehuti, you're spooked out. Tehuti, the spooky Tehuti. Let's see where this term came from. Let's go to astronomy. Here we go. Boom. Updated May 18th. Let's go. Here we go. Boom. Everybody. Astronomy. What is quantum entanglement? A physicist. Let me shrink it down so everybody can see this. What is quantum entanglement? A physicist explains. Einstein is in Albert Einstein. Einstein's quote, spooky action at a distance. The concept of spooky action at a distance came from Albert Einstein. A multitude of experiments have shown the mysterious phenomenon of quantum mechanics. Let me shrink this more. Multiple experiments have been shown the mysterious phenomenon of quantum mechanics to be how the universe functions. The scientists behind these experiments won the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. In 2022, Nobel Prize in Physics recognized 3 scientists who made groundbreaking contributions in understanding one of the most mysterious of all natural phenomenon was quantum entanglement. In the simplest terms, quantum entanglement means that aspects of one particle of an entangled pair depends on the aspects of another particle. No matter how far apart they are, or what lies in between them. These particles could be, for example, electrons or photons. And an aspect could be the state. One moment, everybody. Warm. Okay. Boom. And an aspect could be, for example, electron or photon. And an aspect could be the state it is in, much as whether it is spinning in one direction or another. The image here, when two particles are entangled, the state of one is tied to the state of the other. The strange part of quantum entanglement is that when you measure something about one particle in an entangled pair, you immediately know something about the other particle, even if they are millions of light years apart. This odd connection between the two particles is instantaneous, seemingly breaking a fundamental law of the universe. Albert Einstein's famously called the phenomenon spooky actions at a distance. Wonderful, Albert Einstein. Everyday entanglement in Science News. Science News independent journalism. Science News independent journalism since 1921. Everyday entanglement. Physics takes quantum weirdness out of the lab. In the years since aspect experiments, physicists have been extending entanglement's reach in a number of ways. They've confirmed its existence over and over. They've confirmed its existence over and over, and has shown that it may one day be put to work. Researchers are creating entanglement that can be sent across the globe. Entanglement that can link new kinds of objects. And even entanglement that connects gaggles of objects instead of just two. The physicists are upsizing objects that inhabit what Einstein dismissed as spooky action at a distance. So it started off particles, electrons, photons, and now they're advancing it to what? New kinds of objects, which means it's moving past just photonic and electron. New kinds of objects, and even can entangle googles of objects, gaggles of objects instead of just two. Einstein dismissed it as spooky. Boom. The term spooky originated. Boom. The term spooky originated from an alignment and synchronized events on a quantum level. And what was called spooky received the Nobel Peace Prize. When people say they're spooked out, man, you're spooky. What was dismissed as spooky ended up winning the Nobel Peace Prize. This is the interaction, which is the invisible interaction and connection between two events that take place on a quantum level. Now, can it take place between two people as well and their thoughts? Can there be photonic entanglement between people? Because if that is the case, then now we've moved from what? We will have moved from electrons and photons that the average atheist say, well, that's not conscious. That's just, those are electrons and photons. They don't make decisions. It will move it away from gaggles of objects, like the quantum science that's inside of computers now. That's not conscious. But can it take place between two people? If it takes place between two people and their thoughts, now the entanglement moves to consciousness. And that changes absolutely everything. Ready, everybody? There we go. So is it possible? Has it ever taken place what's called entanglement between consciousness and two people? I've taught about this many times, but let me teach about it again for the new people watching. Yes, the human thought version of linking two distant events without distance being a factor. Whereas if something were to happen at one event, it would simultaneously affecting the other and be registered through the consciousness. In other words, an alignment from conscious perception to an event unseeable by the human eye, but yet is perceived simultaneously in the mind's eye. I have what they call explained, which is made plain, but I've explained, which is made plain, in many classes over the years about the study of Michael Persinger and him calling his experimentation human quantum entanglement or human photonic entanglement. So here's Michael Persinger, which I've taught about several times, from the University of Laurentian. And what did he do again? He was researching since 1971. Two people were put in separate rooms. Each was surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. What happened? The light was flashed on one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. Since 1971, he researched electromagnetic field effects on biological orgasms, found that electromagnetism can create mental states conducive to telepathy. And what did Michael Persinger call this effect on humans? What did he call this effect on humans? Let me take a little bit of water. Michael Persinger, what did you call this effect on humans? Quoting Michael Persinger from the study, we think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement. So he called it the macro demonstration of quantum entanglement because it matches the exact definition of quantum entanglement, except for this is done through human consciousness. And let me ask the class, what is the quantum source of all light? What is the smallest particle of light? Let me come to the class and interact with you. What is the quantum source of all light, everybody? Go ahead and let me know. What is the quantum source of all light? I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. You all go ahead and answer that. What is the quantum source of all light? I'm back, everybody. What is the quantum source of all light? What is the quantum of light? Let's see if we have some answers here. Quantum source of all light. Let me see. We got Hush Nation says photons. Photon. Okay. Wonderful. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Angela Gates honestly says, I don't know. Harass says in the question, photons? So the quantum source of all light. Let's find out, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. So what is the quantum source of all light? So what is the quantum source of all light, aka the smallest particle of light? People said photons. Okay, wonderful. We're going to go to live. Ready, everybody? Live science. Here we go. Photons are the fundamental subatomic particles that carry the electromagnetic force. Remember those? That's what Michael Persinger was using, the electromagnetic field. Photons are the fundamental subatomic particles that carry the electromagnetic force. Or, in simpler terms, they are light particles and so much more. The photon is also the quantum, or fundamental unit of electromagnetic radiation. Everyone is surrounded by photons. The light coming from the screen you are viewing is composed of photons. The X-rays doctors are using to see the bones are made of photons. The radio in a car receives signals from photons, and the magnets on a fridge use photons to hold themselves up. Photon is the source and the smallest particle of light. So those people who answered photons, ding, 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 you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Great answer. Here we go. So photons are the smallest particle of light. And here's the question. Ready, everybody? So photons are the smallest particle of light. Guess what the other name is for quantum entanglement? What's the other name for quantum entanglement? Let me take you to Isaac Scientific, February 21st, 2024. Ready, everybody? What's the other name for quantum entanglement? Photonic entanglement. A journey. Understanding photonic entanglement. A journey through our quantum optics. Excuse me. Photonic entanglement is a fascinating quantum phenomenon where two particles become interconnected in such a way that the state of one, regardless of distance separating them, instantly influences the state of the other. This article delves into the intricacies of photon entanglement, exploring its optical achievement, representation through and Poincare sphere, measurement techniques, and practical applications in the field of quantum optics. What is photon entanglement? What is photon entanglement? Photon entanglement refers to a quantum state of two or more photons where they are so deeply linked that the quantum state of each photon cannot be described independently of the state of the other. Even when the photons are separated by large distances, this interconnection leads to correlation in their properties, such as polarization, that are stronger than classical physics would allow. So quantum entanglement is photonic entanglement, which is what? The entanglement of light. That's what it actually is. There we go. Hey, everybody. How you doing, Namu? You doing good? So, boom, photonic entanglement is the other name for quantum entanglement. Light. So, boom, light. The very cause of the study, let me shrink this down one more. So, boom, light. The very cause of the study that created what is so-called spooky phenomenon of the reason why two things can align and synchronize, which was then brought to a human conscious understanding level, studying at the University of Laurentian by Michael Persinger, that could be reenacted through light, causing the synchronization of light consciousness, starting off at the most refined level of light, which is a photon. So, in other words, the two studies that were done that discovered quantum entanglement, it was photonic entanglement, and the photon was the quantum source of light. And then the next study that was done to show whether this could be passed from human to human consciousness, what did Michael Persinger use at the University of Laurentian? He used light. Light was what was passing through that caused the alignment of the quantum entanglement, now becoming conscious entanglement, both done through light. When this accidentally happens, which I will get into shortly, this is what was called by the CIA accidental angling. Tehuti, what do you talk? Tehuti, the CIA. How did the CIA get into this? Yes. Now this at times accidentally happens with people. When this accidentally happens, which I will get into shortly, this is what was called by the CIA accidental angling, where unknowingly the lights of the electromagnetic frequency align or synchronize, and the person subconsciously knows what choice to make and seems to have an idea of what is going to happen several times in a row. And this is what is interpreted as luck, which, yes, is derived from the activity of light on a photonic level and the light experiment done on the human consciousness level of Michael Persinger. Both synchronizations of mind to event are based on light, and the photon are governed by light. So this is called accidental angling, which means the CIA has a name for it. Wait a minute. What you're calling, I just had a feeling to choose these numbers. I just had a feeling. I saw it. I knew it. This was over there, and I went there, and it's there. Oh, lucky me. I went into this alley. I had taught one of my students. Peace and love to her. She's no longer around. It gets intense when you become my one-on-one student. When you start to get close to me, intense things start to happen. Well, this one particular being was close to me. And so because she was close to me, I started giving her things that I knew that I passed on to her. Shout out, peace and love to her. She lost her mind though. And so I was showing her what she could do with the Purim Haru to create this entanglement, and asked her the questions also, what's good luck to you? And then she started changing her mind state, aligning the frequency, and then she had a son that liked Star Wars. He liked Star Wars. So she would be on her way home, and then she would just turn into an alley. And when she turned into an alley, a truck would pull up, the door would open, and boxes would fall out of a truck from the store, and the truck would pull off, and she'd look at the boxes, and there were Star Wars blankets. Why was she in that alley? That wasn't her way home. Tehuti is spooky. The alleyway was not her way home. She was walking and then just turned into the alley. Then the truck did that. He started doing this on several occasions, different occasions. And people seeing it would say, holy smokes, you wanted Star Wars for your child? You turned into an alley and all of a sudden a truck, the door opened and some boxes fell out. What kind of luckiness is, what are the chances of that? The chances of that are larger than 1 in 292.2 million. Did you know that? You see, the lottery was designed for at least 1 in 292 have to win. There is no statistics. Let me Google the statistics on if I make a left turn into an alley that I'm not supposed to be in because it's not on my way home, and my child wants Star Wars paraphernalia or Star Wars items. What are the chances of me turning into an alley and a truck from Walmart or whatever store it is opens up his door and the boxes fall out and there's Star Wars boxes of Star Wars blankets? The chances are 0. Was she lucky? she was luckier than the lottery winner. But I helped her control that luck through the Perm Haru, through our practices. That's one of my students. That was before the internet, this internet thing. It was before this thing. That's when my students used to see me, and I was to go to their house and in their room and show them things. And you're one-on-one with me. There's no screen share, and I would show them things and say, "What do you want to manifest?" And she would say, "I want to manifest you." And things. The wall would change shape. It's your spooky Tehuti. What are you talking about? Is this a movie? Tehuti spooky movie. Movie spooky Tehuti. Yes, I'm as spooky as all they come. I'm the spookiest one on earth. Let's live in this spooky world. I'm spooked out. I'm spooked out, and she has the Star Wars blankets. We're spooked out with the Star Wars blankets. We're spooked out, and the wall changes shape. We're all spooked out. She's lucky. Or as Amun said, because she was lucky to be interacting with me and what I was teaching her. Was that the luck? When did the luck start? Because the chance of that happening is higher than the lottery. Here we go, everybody. Tehuti's making it up. Yep, let's go. There we go, everybody. So now the CIA has a name for this. Why would the CIA have a name for this? So the CIA, hold on. The CIA has millions invested in this. What? So the CIA isn't sitting in their offices and in their experimentation rooms saying, "I'm rolling the dice. What's the luck? I'm lucky today. This is luck. What is this?" No, they've invested millions, and they have names for when it happens. Accidental angling. What's being angled? Why do they have interest in this? Why are there official names on government files, of which I have here? Welcome. Tehuti made those government files. I can't believe it. I want Nathan's hot dogs. Here we go. Boom. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. The CIA has names for these things. That's how serious the government spooked out. The spooky sea accidental angling. That's the official name that they had for it during these projects. So here we go. So whether it is the experiment done between consciousness, from consciousness, or whether it's done with just a photon, both are using light. The photons are light itself, and the Michael Persinger human experiment was actually done with photons. That was the artificial electromagnetic field created at resonance 7.9. That's what they created. And then they actually use light, visible light, to actually transfer the event from the light flashing. And what happened to the other person? The other person's brain was reacting as if light was flashing in their eye from a room across. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go, everybody. But did you know this alignment, synchronization, consciousness, effect was taken extremely seriously by the CIA, so seriously that they created, well, let me introduce you to, well, now that we have established that the smallest quantum level of light is a photon, and this light is a photon, and this entanglement is called photonic entanglement, which means that, which is binding the two events together, is what? What's binding the two events together? Is actually light. Guess what the CIA called their project, connecting consciousness transference, and synchronization, or as you would say, good luck, associated with light. Guess what they called it when they were studying this accidental angling? The purposeful angling. Studying the consciousness of the connectivity of light event, light as a partition, to transfer simultaneously at photonic time speed. Maybe next class I'll tell you what time is that, how fast the photon moves. Maybe I'll get into that with the other brother's question about time. Okay, here we go. Well, first, everybody. First, let me ask the class something. Let me ask the class, what did they tell you to call it when there's continuous events of good luck happening? They call it a blank of good luck. Let me go to the class. When you have several events that take place, let me stop the screen. When you have several good luck things happening, what do they call it, everybody? What's that word that you only use? It's only used in your vocabulary for luck. You don't use it when you're going to the grocery store. You don't use it when you're playing with your friends. You don't use it when you're getting a gift for your girlfriend. You don't use it to describe your sleep. You don't use it to describe your mood. You don't use it to describe how hungry you are. You don't use it to describe the car you're driving. You only use this one particular word for if there's a group of lucky things that happen one after the other. Ding, 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 ding. They call it a blank of good luck. What's that word, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. What's that word? A word of good luck. What is it? Huh? Well, here we go. What's the word, though? Winning streak. Is that true, everybody? What do you call it? You have a what of good luck? You're on a lucky what? What's that word? Just type the word by itself. What is the word? A what of good luck? You're on a lucky blank. What's the word? What's the word, everybody? And you only use this for luck. It's not programmed in you to use this for anything else you do. You don't use it for fishing. You don't use it for football. You don't use it for the clothes you wear. You don't use it for making love. You don't use it for fighting. You don't use it. You're on a something. What's that word there? I'm going to give it a minute because I know there's a time lag. What's the word, everybody? The one word. How you like this, Nook Panook? Is this what you asked for? What's that word, everybody? A winning what? What is it? Let's type the one word. You're on a lucky what? A what of good luck? What's that word, everybody? There it is. Ding, 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 ding. Streak. And you don't use this word for anything else in your life. Streak. He's on a winning streak. He has a streak of good luck. Streak. What is this word streak? You don't even use. Huh? Have you ever been on a dating streak? Yo, man, I've been on a dating streak. It's always having to do with the word luck, the word streak. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready to get your mind blown? Are you ready to see how deep this actually gets? I wonder what the CIA project was called. Wait, Michael Assar says, there it is, Michael Assar. Shout out to the new names. That's right. Luck streak, of course. Everybody knows. We all say it. You're on a winning streak. Man, the person has a streak of good luck. What's the CIA project called that studies accidental angling and spontaneous entanglement? Does that have anything to do with light? Hold on. Let's see what Tehuti made up. Here you go. Ready, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. Nope. That's right, everybody. Everybody got it right. Ding, 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 ding. There it is. What is it called? A streak. You are right, everybody. They use this word streak. Winning streak. And you only use it for that. Winning streak. You're on a streak of good luck. Right? Remember, the CIA has funded and studied this accidental and purposeful angling. So yes, everybody, ding, 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 ding. Everybody got it right? Wonderful, wonderful answers. Winning streak. If you roll snake eyes or whatever 4 times in a row, you're like, yo, man, I'm a lucky streak. So again, guess what the CIA called the project of being able to entangle one event to a human's consciousness and align and synchronize. And of course, you know, so he has the files. I want to Nook Panook. Does that have anything to do with light? Because we know the synchronization, when 2 things synchronize, and your benefit is luck. What did the CIA call the project when they were studying the synchronization? Let's go to the Defense Intelligence. Tehuti, what are you doing with this? You're going to get shut down. Here we go. Let's go right, everybody. Oh, Defense Intelligence Agency. Huh? Huh? Contains its classified, secret, special access information. Okay? Good morning, afternoon. I would like to present a brief overview of what? What's the project called? Uh-oh. Project Sunstreak. Huh? Project Sunstreak. How do you like that, Tammuz? Namuz, how do you like that, Namuz? Their study of the entanglement and the alignment to change it from accidental angling to purposely aligning to know what is going to happen somewhere else. So by the time you get there, you know the right decisions to make, that we say lucky. The experimentation was done to prove the Nobel Peace Prize showed that it took place with the most refined form of light, Nook, photonic. It was called spooky. It's spooky, it's spooky. And then in 2002, Nobel Peace Prize wins the spooky. You win the spooky? Huh? The spooky win. That's light. And Michael Persinger comes and experiments if this can be done with consciousness. Taking it from photon to consciousness. The same entanglement using the photons. Using the electromagnetic field at 7.9 hertz. Using the photons and then using the actual light, flashlight, into a person. And the entanglement happened instantaneously without having anything to do with time or distance. So that was human photonic conscious entanglement. The government funds millions to study this, and they call it Project Sun Streak. Project Sun Streak. That's the name we'll use. Sun Streak. Sunstreak. Boom. Project Sunstreak. Good morning, afternoon. I would like to present a brief overview of Project Sunstreak, giving a few points of its historical background, definitions of its basics, words, and explanations of what it is accomplished by our project. This briefing and information it contains is classified, secret, special this briefing and the information it contains is classified, secret, special access information. Defense Intelligence Agency, Project Sunstreak. Huh? Bing bong. Boom. Sun equaling light and streak. The word only used for luck. A light streak. And guess what also was a study of? I'm not done. What is the study of this apparent luck, which is alignment and synchronization, which deals with light study, getting you the luck when the light is aligned, calling it Project Sun, you know, the source of light, and Streak, you know, what you get when you continuously have good luck. What else did they study, Tehuti? What else did they study? Let's go to the other side of the document. Let's go to the approved release. There we go. Project Sunstreak. What else did you all study on Project Sunstreak? Anything else dealing with the mind, consciousness? Project Sunstreak deals with the use of psychoenergetics in the collection of intelligence information. Psychoenergetics is defined as shown here and is broadly subdivided into two classes: mental effects on the physical world, purely mental collection of information. The process by which an individual may psychically interact with objects, locations, organisms, or events. Psychokinesis, physical actions performed by mental powers. ESP, telepathy, remote viewing, perception, which cannot be explained by known sensory means. What is this, CIA, you're discovering? What is, you're experimenting with? The process by which an individual may psychically interact with objects, locations, and organisms. In other words, knowing what and where and information about something before your physical eyes ever see it, and yet having a knowing. Boom. Physical actions performed by mental powers and mental effects on the physical world equals sun streak, light streak. They know exactly what they are doing, and they have full comprehension of the alignment of the human mind and consciousness to any physical occurrence that is associated with quantum entanglement or light conscious entanglement. That's what what people are calling lucky streak, and it's completely associated with light. It's completely associated with light that they can actually use to foresee it before it happens. And that is where the difference occurs between luck as a coincidence and luck as a choice of foreseen alignment. One moment. Can I reach over here, man? Oh, yeah. Yes, I can. Come play with me. Ooh, come play. Boom. All right. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom. Boom. Foreseen, Tehuti? What do you mean foreseen? Yes. That is what Michael Persinger, let me see why this, okay. Foreseen, Tehuti? Yes. That is what Michael Persinger and Ingo Swann and Pat Price practiced, now released through declassified CIA files, September 22nd, 1995. So go look up those names. It's Ingo, typo. Ingo Swann, Pat Price. And we're going to get into Stephen Schwartz in a moment. Uh-oh. Here is a proof for release. Now proof for release 2002-05-22. What's this? An evaluation of remote viewing program, research, and operational applications. Draft report. American Institute for Research, September 22nd, 1995. Approved for release 2002-05-22. Executive summary. What's the executive summary say? Studies of paranormal phenomenon. Hey, you're spooky, CIA. You're too spooky for us. Studies of paranormal phenomenon have nearly always been associated with controversy. Despite the controversy concerning their natural existence, Many individuals, organizations continue to be avidly interested in this phenomenon. The intelligence community is no exception. Beginning in the 1970s, it has conducted a program intended to investigate the application of the paranormal phenomenon, remote viewing, or the ability to describe locations one has not visited, and of which one has no prior knowledge of also. Pat Price actually scared the CIA with what he was able to do, and I will let you all go look that up. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom, ready? Ooh, what's all that? Ooh, one moment. Spray it up, man. What's up? Let's fix this. Okay, boom. Boom. All right, here we go, everybody. Here it is. So, boom. Here it is, CIA draft. And here we go. Yes, the ability to align one's consciousness. This is from the CIA now, not from Tehuti Spooky, to Spooky Tehuti. It's from the CIA. Go set up a debate with them and call them spooky. And tell me how that debate goes. Here we go. So yes, the ability to align one's consciousness with the knowing of an unseen event simultaneously. But what was discovered by Stephen Schwartz? I'm going to bring it. This is a new name I'm bringing in. So I did Michael Persinger, Pat Price, and Ingo Swan. But what was discovered by Stephen Schwartz? What was discovered by Stephen Schwartz was that there were several cases of what is called accidental angling. This actually takes place with the majority. This actually takes place with the majority of common people that are not thoroughly trained in this type of entanglement. It is where the consciousness unknowingly aligns and entangles with subatomic conscious sight called one-pointed consciousness in random spurts, and a feel or a glimpse of a knowing of what to do or what to choose, because the glimpse is in the subconscious. This non-physical light glimpse with the right choice has had no other explanation, to the layman other than, man, he or she got lucky. But then the knowing what happens multiple times, then we say, man, he or she is on a streak. After several times of realizing this person has an invisible knowing of events or the ability to retrieve and convey information that is verified, people start to say, man, that person is enlightened. You start to call somebody enlightened. Your subconscious takes it right back to light again. So once you have now a wise man or a wise woman who can tell you on a consistent basis what choices to make, what's happening over on this side of the world, what's happening over there. You ask them a question, they somehow have information on a topic, you go research it, you find out that it's factual, not the feeling one, not the psychic feeling. I feel if you tell your boyfriend to rub your neck. Not that. I'm talking about actual factual events that is unknowing to the person asking, and then when they go research it, the answer is factual. It's something that other people can see as well. After it happens once, you say, man, that person's lucky. Then that person's on a lucky streak. Then after that happens more than once and it continuously happens, you say, that person's enlightened. You immediately associate that person that has a knowledge of what is to forecome or foresee or a wise decision maker with the word light. You subconsciously do it. You don't know why you do it. Man, that person's enlightened. Enlightened. When you ask them, what's enlightened? Well, they seem to be getting information from a knowing of something that we don't have access to. And you immediately associate them with the word light. At first it was luck. Then it was a lucky streak. Now this is, man, this person has a gift. They're enlightened. Back to light again. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast, Nook Panook. I hope you're enjoying this and appreciating. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ready? Go ask the same question on the other channels. Let me know how that works out. Here we go. Boom. Back to light again. Ready, everybody? Here we go. I'm not done. When did I answer the question? About half an hour ago. There we go. Boom. Ready? The difference in this light equaling luck of today within the matrix and the luck of ancient times understanding was the disciplined command of it. The ability to know that time and distance is but an illusion to consciousness, which does not have that barrier. Thus, we could foresee a situation and thus know the end destination choice. By the way, guess what the root word of destination is? What's the root word of destination, everybody? I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'll be right back in a moment. What is the root word of destination? Let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. Hold on, and I'll be right back. Boom, boom, boom. What is the root word of destination? Because to know the outcome of something is to know the destination of the result of the thing or where you are to be. What is the root word of the word destination? I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let me see. I'm back, everybody. What's the root word of destination? Let's see, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. The root word of destination. Destiny. Uh-oh. Destined. Let me walk with you. Ready, everybody? There we go. Destination. To determine destination. Why? Because what is information? What is the quest of information? The quest of information, when you ask a wise person a question, it is because you are trying to get to a destination. A destination can be a physical location coordinate, or it can be a coordinate in your mind where the answer is, where the answer is obtained. Destination is the ending point of something. So that's the person that has the destination who is getting this information from the quantum, or from the remote viewing, or from what appears to be accidental angling. Then accidental angling is refined into purposeful angling. They are the one that gives the destination. You're the person on the journey. So you're the one asking the question, of which the root word of question is a quest. You're on a quest. You're on a journey. A person on a quest, they're trying to get somewhere. That's what these questions are. And then the answer giver is the person with a destination. That's the end coordinate. Ah, I'm here. I have my answer. The root word of destination, destiny. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Are you starting to see what's happening now? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So the difference in this luck, which equals light of today within the matrix, and the luck of ancient times, understanding, was the disciplined command of it. The ability to know that time and distance is but an illusion, an illusion. So the difference is to know that time and distance is but an illusion to the consciousness. A little something, a little something, a little something. The destination and the distance of something in the physical is an illusion in the conscious realm. This, I'm not going to get into teleportation. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast, everybody. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So the coordinates that you know on the physical is the destination. But destination is the end of a quest or a question, which is consciousness. The conscious answer of something is the destination, which doesn't have a physical coordinates, because the coordinates exist in the non-physical. Here we go, everybody. Let me stop this. Here we go. So the difference, the difference in this light, which equals luck of today within the matrix, and the luck of ancient times was the understanding of the disciplined command of it, the ability to know that time and distance is but an illusion to consciousness, which does not have that barrier, and thus we could foresee a situation and thus know the end destination choice. That's the choice that you make. That appears to be lucky, but it can be a disciplined command. But by the way, guess what the root word of destination is? Here we go. Root word of destination. The irresistible tendency of certain events to come about. Inexorable force that shapes and controls lives in advance. Also, which is predetermined and sure to come true. Destined, purpose, intent, fate, destiny. That which was destined. Noun, use of fem, past participle of destiner. From Latin, destinare, make firm, establish. What word should we see to understand all this? Destination. Because the destination outcome is the destiny of something. That is the end. The knowing of the end of something is the answer to the quest that made the person form the question in the first place. What numbers are the winning ones? What decision is the boom? Thus changing the wild, random, uncontrollable concept of quote unquote luck into visualizing one's destination and the minute right choice steps to get there through your alignment with light consciousness and control as a netter. Again, thus changing the wild, random, uncontrollable concept of luck into visualizing one's destination and minute right choice steps to get there through your alignment with light, consciousness, and control as a netter. This is what you get after 45 years of just learning the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, and the Bible is wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, and the wrong, and the Egyptians are black and the Bible is stolen, and the Egyptians are black. After all that, and you're just fighting all that, now it's time to get into the consciousness. Because what's the youth of black? And is there a consciousness associated with being black, or is it just I'm black, and P. Diddy is black, and I'm black, and the serial killer is black, and the rapist is black, and Martin Luther King is black, and a bunch of people, the pedophile is black, and Ramesses is black, and we're all black, and the black, and the black, and the black, all black, and the black, yeah, Yak and the back, and Jesse Jackson, I'm a somebody, but he's black, he's black and the black. After all of that, then you start to dive into what's the consciousness that makes the thing. And then you start getting into this, the changing of your mental frequency. A lion in the zoo is cool to watch, but that's not really a lion. Are you proud to be a lion if you're describing the lion in the zoo? Are you proud to be the lion that's the king of the pride and represents lions for over 10 million years? Is it that lion? I hope so. Or is it the lion in the zoo running through hoops? Because one of them to me is not a lion, even though it looks like one. So you're proud to be a lion? The one in the zoo that stands up? But it's a lion, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of lion. Lion pride. Are you proud of the lion that runs the pride? Because its consciousness is still lion. That's where I'm taking people. Not the lazy proud to be black, and then you're back to Doritos, watching the football game, smoking weed, rolling dice, and back at the club with strippers, but you're black like Ramses. I'm black and I'm black and I'm black and I'm black and I'm at the club and I'm black. I'm at the club and I'm rolling dice and I'm black and I'm black and I'm watching all the TV shows and I'm black and my kids are watching Barney and we're black and black. You're the lion in the zoo. It was yellow. Here we go, everybody. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Boom. Let's get to the real consciousness here of what actually created the change of frequency in the world. Ready, everybody? Go. So boom, thus changing the wild, random, uncontrollable concept of luck into visualization of one's destination and the minute right choice steps to get there through your alignment with light consciousness and control as a netter. Huh? Not as P. Diddy the black man. Not as Jesse Jackson. Here we go. You're proud of Condoleezza Rice too? Here we go. Boom. Let's go. Let's move into the conscious. Ready? So, and thus because it is your Ba consciousness, thus because it is your Ba conscious light that draws your luck or draws your fortune, luck, in Ma'at, and because through true discipline, you can entangle and foresee your destination, destiny. It was not a chance it was your predetermined fate and destiny. And the netter, guess what the netter of luck? What was the netter of luck? So thus the netter of luck was also what? So it was not chance, it was your predetermined fate and destiny. The netter of luck was also the netter of what? So again, and thus because, now we're getting into what the ancients said before the matrix, and thus because it is your Ba conscious light that draws your fortune, luck, and ma'at, and because through true discipline, you can entangle and foresee your destination, which is the destiny. It was not chance, it was your predetermined fate and destiny. The netter of luck was also the netter of what? Sha'i. Sha'i. The god luck, fate, or destiny reckons the days of men. The goddess of fate, Sha'it, and Sha'id, the male. Sha'id, the male, and Sha'it, the female. The word for the netter for luck, or the netter of what they're calling luck, was the netter of fate and destiny. Because fate and destiny are the same word in Medu. You're tapped in control, not random chaos. So boom, luck, fate, and destiny are the same word in Medu. You're tapped in control, not random chaos, which is the result of a chaotic mind. Luck, your ability to tune into the light conscious realm through one-pointed consciousness and receive factual information. Yes, factual, verifiable events that you know the outcome. Thus, you make the quote-unquote lucky choice towards your destination. You know that time and place to choose. That's how you get a destination, by the way. A coordinates and a destination on the physical takes a 3. Me at the store at this address is not finished there. To get the true destination at this time, go to the store 4 p.m. That's the location, and it needs time to be complete. Why? Go through the back door of the store at 4 p.m. At this time, 4 p.m. at this address, and that is your destination, or a man there will hand you a towel to give to your grandmother that she asked for. It is a gift. A knowing of that gets you at the coordinates, the location, the place, and the time. You get there at 4 o'clock. The man hands you the towel. Take it back to your grandmother. The destination on the physical works with timing. Well, no, Tehuti, I want to get there at 4:30. You go around the back at the same location, the same coordinates, and now you get there at 4:30. And you walk in and get torn to shreds by the Rottweiler that's protecting the store because the store closed at 4:05, buddy. What happened to my luck? Hold on, man. I was at the store. They told me to get the towel. I went around the back. I went to the address. I promised I was there. Why is my leg missing? Because your lazy self got there at 4:30. Same you, same place, same coordinates, wrong time, leg missing, right time, towel gift, because the destination needs to be aligned with the timing as well for the luck or the fortune to happen. My student had to go into that alleyway at the exact time that the truck dropped the boxes off of the Star Wars blankets and drove off. Because if she got there 4 minutes earlier, the truck isn't there. She looks around. I got here too. I'm here. Location, it's me. Oh man, I got bad luck. I'm out of here, man. If she got there half an hour later, the homeless and the cleanup crew would have took all of the stuff, and then she would have got. I'm here, Tehuti. I'm at the location. Here, I'm here. Oh man, my luck sucks, man. Nothing's happening here. It did happen. You're just on the wrong timing, huh? So time is the aspect of the coordination of luck for the alignment of the synchronization to work. Time is involved, which takes discipline. I hate discipline. I can't. Hello, anybody. So boom, luck, fate, and destiny are the same word in Medu. You're tapped in control, not random chaos, which is a result of a chaotic mind. So boom, your luck, fate, and destiny are the same word in Medu. You're tapped in control, not random chaos, which is the result of a chaotic mind. Luck, your ability to tune into the light conscious realm through one pointed consciousness and receive factual information. Yes, factual, verifiable events that you know the outcome. Now you know the outcome. Thus, you make the lucky choice towards your destination. You know that time, that's why I have it capitalized, time and place to choose, which equals the alignment. It has to happen at that exact time and place. 292 million point two is my chance of winning the lottery. Yes, if you get there after the 292nd person at that exact time, which is to be doubled or parallel to another event. Remember, this is the doubling. It's two events or more that happen. So the timing of it has to be right. That's a part of the alignment. And then once that happens, you double or parallel to another event. So guess what our imbued ancestors did when creating the word for time? Guess what the word for time is in Medu Netter? Knowing all this. You ready, everybody? Let's go. Him and such are both good. Page 95 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Sep is time, right? There's time. What else is it though? Fate. Luck. Huh? The word for time is also the word for fate and luck. Do you understand now why? Huh? The exact same word for time 4,000 years, 3,000 years before the Matrix was the same word for luck. It doesn't work like that in English, does it? Hey, yo, man, what luck is it? It's 455. You can't exchange the word time and luck in English, can you? Huh? Well, you better be there at the right luck. Man, it's 5 after luck. You're late. You'll be there in 25 luck. No. The word time and luck is not interchangeable in a language that doesn't understand that control. But of course, the word time and fate and luck are the exact same word because you need all of those coordinates. Welcome to the pod class. My favorite teachers are, here we go, everybody ready? Boom. boom, and boom. So I'm getting this anywhere else but the time, link, stamp, book number, page, platform, whatever it's called. I need to know. So let me retire then. Let me take over the podcast class next week. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. The word for time is the word for fate and luck. That's what makes the event. What's the word for event? An occasion. Huh? What happened? An occasion is the event because you need the time, which is the fate. That is the luck. The timing of it aligned is the occasion. Because without the time and the luck and the coordinates, the occasion doesn't happen. The occasion changes from receiving the towel for grandma to missing your left foot. That's a different occasion, isn't it? That's not a... The occasion changed now. I'm at the right place, but now the occasion has my left leg missing. What happened to the towel? So time, fate, luck, and occasion are the same word in the Medu-Netter. That's how wise we were as Netter. Huh? Is that what your teacher's teaching you? Or just so the Bible's wrong and the Egyptians are black? 52 hours a day. Here we go, everybody. Time, season, boom. The same word for time was the same word for fate, which was the same word for luck. So again, and again. Do you get it now? Boom. Luck, fate, and destiny are the same word in Medu. You're tapped in control, not random chaos. It is the result of a chaotic mind. Luck, your ability to tune into the light conscious realm through one point of consciousness and receive factual information. Yes, factual, verifiable events, occasion that you know the outcome. Thus, you make the lucky choice towards your destination, the coordinates. You know that time and place to choose, which is the aligned, which is to be doubled parallel to another event or occasion. So guess what our imbued ancestors did when creating the word for time, and thus the same word for time is boom. The same word for fate, luck, and occasion, which is the event. Boom. The same word for time was the same word for fate, which was the same word for luck and occasion. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Am I still answering the question? Yes, for Nook Panook. Here we go. I keep going. Why? Here we go. Guess what it's called? When you guess what it was called and what is, because we're still doing it today, at least in the house of the 10. Some of us will be after this, at least. Guess what it is called when you speak something into existence with firm confidence, with action, and conscious light decision. What is it called in the Medu when you speak something into existence? That means you visualize it first. When you speak it into existence and you're firm and you're confident about it with action. That's right, everybody, with action. I thought I just had to sit there and the luck happens. No. What's the word to speak something firmly into existence and there's action involved? The discipline, the action. You have to get to that coordinate too, for the luck to work. The lottery doesn't fall on your shoulder in bed. No. You have to get to that. You have to get to that place for the luck to work, for the occasions to align. What's the word though? I wonder what the Medu-Netter word is for speaking something into existence. That's deep enough. Speaking something into existence, and also with firm confidence. That means you know what you're going to say because you know your goal. You visualize it, you're aligned with it, now you're taking the action to move towards it because you're confident. What is that Medu-Netter word? The word for luck was time, and fate, which was Seth. What's the word for speaking something into existence with confidence? Okay, Uchara. Speak firmly. Ucha step. There's that word sep again. Huh? Same word for luck. Speak firmly, fearless, no cowardness. You don't stand on the fence. You stand for what you stand for, and you move with action towards it because you are a netter. So you're speaking bold, fearless. You're not a timid introvert. The word for luck and speaking firmly, ucha ra. Ucha and ra. Ucha sep. There's the word sep. Strength with good luck. Ucha tet. Firm-handed. To act with decision. Do you know what the word tet means, by the way? Huh? You know what tet means? It means to double something. Two things happening simultaneously. Tet. That's how it became the concept for speaking. Because your words were supposed to be the double vibration of what's on your mind, which is your Eve. Let not your heart and your tongue be separate. Laws of Ma'at. So that by the time you speak it, it's already a double of your consciousness. Two things happening that are aligned. And then when you speak it firmly and boldly with the sep, now that's luck. Now those words and those visualizations align with the event that's going to happen. Huh? Mr. Jackson doesn't teach that, but he's black. I'm proud of Jesse. Ah. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ucha sep. Now you're echoing, doubling, because the alignment, before it's out there, has to start in here first. The discipline in here first. Before you go out there saying, Tehuti taught me just to think of something that's going to happen. Need a better thinking. It happened, I thought, and it happened, yeah. No. Discipline lifestyle. The people of Ma'at in the Nile Valley were 24 hours with this. Over and over, non-stop. There was not one time in the Kemetic literature where the ancient people were not doing something particularly imbued with what was going around them in Ma'at. There was no idle time. I'm going to watch the game today. The Knicks be playing. Yo, I'm going to watch. Yo, man, what you doing? Yo, we're going to hang out and just smoke it up for about 2 hours, hit the club, talk to a couple of chicks, man. You know, we're just hanging out, you know, like monkeys. We just hanging from the tree. We're hanging out, man. Let's do it. Yo, what you doing tonight? Nothing. I ain't doing nothing. There is not one story of that. 24 hours a day, their mind was imbued. Then they echoed their thoughts by speaking it. That's the first entanglement. And by the time you've echoed it, you've already foreseen it. Because who are you talking to? The people that you're teaching. You're echoing what's going to happen to the person on the quest who asked the question. Now you're the SABA. Now you're the teacher teaching it, echoing what took place on the mental plane because you already foresaw it. You know where to get the answers from. Me and such are both good. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ucha ra, speak firmly. Ucha sep, strength with good luck. Ucha tet, firm-handed, to act with decision. Tet is to speak. Tet is the word speak, and it's echoing because your actions are doubling what's going to happen on the where your destination is. There's two things happening. By the time you're firm-handed and acting it out, which is getting to the location, doing the work, they're aligning with the event already. Huh? Lucky guy. Lucky girl. Huh? Let's get rid of Tehuti. Yep. Boom. Ucha ra. What does ra also mean? Light. Huh? Did you know that? The word ra is also light. It's sound and light. It's the mouth and it's also the pronunciation for light. They're both the same thing. Boom. Ucha Ra. That's their light again. There's your luck. There's your light. Ucha Sep. Ucha Sep. Sound and timing. There's your time Sep. Again, luck. The same word. And there is the light. Sound Ra with the Ucha. Light symbol luck. To align, see, feel factual events. Not the feelings. Factual events. Not the feelings and emotion, but factual events, and align with them because they are your desired destination. The Matrix knows this and put it right there in the English definition of luck. Let's look at the word luck again now that you know this. Ooh, I didn't know I did all this for you, Nook. I didn't know it. I didn't know. I didn't know it was going to be this long. This is amazing. This is strange. This is interesting. And thus we have the very key word and the definition that most people overlook, which is completely separated from coincidence. Take a look at the definition again. Luck. Huh? Look at what I have framed. To receive desired or beneficial incomes. Huh? Desired. Oh my goodness, let's go, man. What kind of answer is this? Did I answer the question yet? You consciously desired an event. You aligned with it and received. They put by chance to take the power away from you so you can live life randomly. No! We see and align with our destination. Why? Because to have the desire of something means it had to exist mentally first. Huh? That's right. Question for the class. Let's interact again, class. Question for the class. Let's go right back to the beginning of the class. Remember those things that you named that have an extremely rare chance of happening? That if they were to happen to you, you would be considered lucky? Let me see how good your math is. And I'm going to allow you to use a calculator. Remember those things we calculated, everybody? 1 in 292 million of a chance. 1 in 5,000, 1 in 34 million. I'm going to get out a calculator right now and calculate these odds. You ready? I'm going to allow you to use a calculator. If a plane of three, and I use low numbers for this because you'll be able to calculate this quickly. If a plane of 300 passengers that crashed, 260 of them unfortunately passed away, what is the mathematical ratio of the lucky ones? Look at those numbers right there. So there's a plane, there's 300 passengers, 260 of them passed away. I'll give you some time. What's the ratio of the lucky ones? Some may be able to do this without a calculator. You can take a calculator. You can cheat. It doesn't matter. I just want to see the answers in there of the mathematical ratio of 300 passengers of the plane. It crashes. Your mom's in there, unfortunately. Your daughter's in there. Your friends are in there. 300 is all the plane can fit. 260 of them get obliterated, burnt up, killed. It's a disgusting thing. They're killed. There's a number that's left. What's the percentage of the lucky ones? What's the percentage number? I'll give you a moment. I'll give you 1 minute. A minute and a half. I'll be right back. A minute and a half. Right back. Whew, I'm back. Did you get your calculator out? Did you calculate it? Again, the numbers are 300, 260 get burnt up in the crash. What's the percentage of the lucky ones? Did you type it in the room? What's the percentage of the lucky ones? Your mom is in there. Your daughter's in there. Your son's in there, and there's 260 people. Friends are in there. What's the percentage of the lucky ones? Anybody know? Did you calculate it? Did you take a calculator and calculate it? Anybody know? Okay, 7.5. Look, Pinnock says 0. If I gave you the ratios of dying in a plane accident, a plane crash, the ratios are up there with the lottery. The ratios of you knowing somebody that died. How many people do you know died in a plane crash? This is the unfortunate luck now, right? It's still high ratios though. The odds of it are, how many of your friends have died in a plane crash? Take that percentage number of the ratio of the millions of people on Earth. How many of them have actually fell to death through a plane crash? Now we're going to take the numbers of the people on the plane, 300, and 260 of them, of the 300 died. What's the ratio of the lucky ones? What number is the ratio? Anybody know? Okay, 200, yep. 260 minus. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, I'm going to put 40 survivors out of 300 people. Did I put 40 or 30? I meant to say 30 if I put 40. Let me go back and look. Did I say 40? Oh yeah, 40. Okay, 40. Yes, I said 40. Okay, I tried to make it easy. I wanted the number to be 30, but okay. I wanted the percent. I wanted something to be calculated easily in the brain. But you're actually right. The number was supposed to be 10%, but I should have said 270. Yeah, 270. But yeah, I did say 260. Okay, so there it is. Okay, 13. Let me see. 40 survivors out of 300 people. 13.33%. I'm not sure if I'm right. I think you're actually right. The number I was actually looking for was 10% because I was trying to have the numbers 30 and 300. I made a mistake and put 260. I should have said 270 so that the number was 30 in comparison. Basically, the question is 30 in comparison to 300. What's the percent of that? That would have been an easier way of asking it. But 30 in comparison to 300, what's the percentage? But you got it about right. 13.33 because I did say there were 40 survivors. Okay, boom. All right. What percentage you got? Sorry, nobody. 10% or 3%? Negative 10, 3%. You got 3%? Is it 3%? Am I off? Let me get my calculator. Hold on a second. I thought it was 10%. Let me get my calculator. 300 people in the plane. 270 die. 30. I meant to say if there's 30 survivors, so times. Yeah. Times. I think, okay, all right. I'll take any answer at this point. Let me see. 300. Okay, good. Let's get to it. 300. I keep putting times. 300. Sorry. 10% of 300. Okay. All right, let me look in the chat. Let me see what numbers we got. 3%. Sorry, nobody. You may be right. I don't know, but 3%, 13.33. Okay. I'm taking any number at this point because I think I got the numbers off. I was supposed to say 270. 30 people of 300 survived. There's what I meant to. That makes it keep it simple. Okay. 10%. Reverse that. It was sorry, no, reverse that. 10 is supposed to be 10%. Okay, good. We're getting somebody. Getting somewhere. Okay, good. All right, let's get into it, everybody. And Nook Panuk, you put 0? Oh no, who put 0? Nook Panuk? 40 survivors, 13.33. 0. 7.5. Okay, good. Let's get to it, everybody. Ready? I got everybody's answers. Let's get to it. Boom, 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 and boom. So again, question for the class. Let's go right back to the beginning of the class. Remember, those things that you named have an extremely rare chance of happening, that if it were to happen to you, you would be considered lucky. Let me see how good your math is, and I'm going to allow you to use the calculator. Here's the right numbers. If a plane has 300 passengers that crash and 270 of them unfortunately passed away, what is the mathematical ratio of the lucky ones? So I think somebody got it at 10%. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Ready, everybody? What's the ratio of the lucky ones? The screen goes black. Uh-oh. Am I still screen sharing? Yes. Here we go. Boom. The screen goes black. Okay. Did you get this number? There's supposed to be 30 of them. So 30 passengers lived out of the 300. Thus the lucky ones is 10%. Who got 10%? And since I said the wrong number, it would actually be 13.33, which I believe one person got it. One person said 10%, which is sorry, nobody. He meant to say 10%. He put negative 10. Okay, ding, ding, ding. And then because the number was actually 40, Amunet put 13.33. Let me go ahead and put her number on the board. Where's 13.33? So boom, 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 10%. Sorry, nobody got 10%. And where's Amunet? She put 13.3. Amunet, 40 survivors out of 300 people, 13.33. I'm not sure if I am right. Laugh out loud. Okay, let's see the percentage, everybody. Nook Panook, where's your answer? Where are you in Nook Panook? Where's Nook Panook? Type of snake stuff. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Everybody, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. What a fun, entertaining, what a informational, fun, interactive class this is. I love it, everybody. Let's go. Let me get some water. Here we go. So, did you get this number? 30 out of the passengers lived out of the 300. Thus, the lucky ones percent is 10%. Who got 10% as their answer? Boom. Let's continue, everybody. What if I were to tell you that the lucky passengers on the plane were 100%? What if I were to tell you that those that passed were a part of the lucky ones, and it has nothing to do with the afterlife? It has nothing to do with Ma'at. It has nothing to do with the afterlife. What if I were to tell you that the lucky passengers on the plane were 100%? What if I were to tell you that those that passed were a part of the lucky ones, and it has nothing to do with Ma'at or the afterlife? What, Tehuti? The ones that passed are as lucky as the ones that lived? Tehuti, what are you talking about? No. Okay, ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me walk you through the total amount of people who have been born would calculate to around, according to PRB Data Center, is. What are the total amount of people who have been born? We're in PRP. How many people have ever lived on Earth? Ready, everybody? How many people have ever lived on Earth? Calculating the number of people who have ever lived. This part science and part art. No demographic data exists for more than 99% of the span of human existence. Still, with some assumptions about the population size throughout human history, we can get a rough idea of this number. It's about 117 billion members of our species have ever been born on Earth. Ready, everybody? 117 billion members of our species have ever been born on Earth. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me switch your brains. So 117 billion members. are born on Earth. Now, how many people, by taking all the possibilities, calculating all the possibilities, how many people can be born? That's a different number now. How many people, not how many people have been born, about 117 billion, how many people can be born by taking all the possibilities of the human genome? You know what the number is? The number is around 10 to the 30th power, a billion trillion trillion. 10 to the 30th power, a billion trillion trillion. Huh? Is that on your calculator? So 117 billion have been born. 117 billion have been born. Of which there are 7 billion of that alive. There's about 7 billion people on the planet, right? So about 7 billion people of that are alive compared to the billion, trillion, trillion possibilities that are not here. Means in comparison, even those 110 billion that die are actually part of the lucky ones. In comparison to the billion, trillion, trillion that were never born. Because to get to die, you get to die for having lived. We are the ones who actually get the opportunity to die. Most of the people who could have been or who could have ever existed will never be born. Let that sink in just a little bit. 10 to the 30th power, a billion trillion trillion. That means if you take the human genome of the possibility of those who could have existed, 10 to the 30th power, a billion trillion trillion. So what does this mean? That in ratio, there's around 117 billion, which is way less than 10 to the 30th power, a billion trillion trillion. That 117 billion are way less. Of that, 7 billion are on the planet. In comparison to the billion trillion trillion that were never even born, they never even get to die. Because you get to die for having lived. We're the ones that actually get the opportunity to die, because most of the people that could ever have existed will never even be born. So they never even get the opportunity to die in the first place. They don't even get to exist. In ratio of 117 billion to 10 to the 30th power, billion, trillion, trillion. Not more than the lottery. Here we are. Now remember, when I asked for examples of what could happen against major odds that you would consider yourself the lucky. What were the answers that I got? Winning the lottery and the casino were the popular answers. Oh, by the way, how'd you like... Oh, let me screen share again. I don't know why it's not screen sharing. Let me screen share again. Ready, everybody? Boom. So here it is, everybody. So, how many people can be born by taking the possibilities of the human genome? It's around 10 to the 30th power, a billion, trillion, trillion. So 117 billion have been born, of which there are 7 billion that are still alive on the planet, compared to the billion, trillion, trillion possibilities that are not here. Means in comparison, even those 110 billion that have died are still lucky, because in comparison to the billion, trillion, trillion that were never born, they never even get to die, because you get to die for having been born. We are actually the lucky ones who are actually lucky enough to even die. Most of the people who could have ever existed will never ever even be born. Now, what are the odds of being born in the first place? That's a different number. What are the odds of being born as a sperm? What are those odds? Ready, everybody? Here's your odds of being born. Now remember, when I asked the question in the very beginning for examples of what could happen against major odds that you would consider yourself lucky or someone else lucky, the answers that I got were winning the lottery, the casino, were the popular answers, of which those numbers are, the casino is 1 to 5,000. Those are very high numbers. To 1 to 34 million, those are extremely high numbers. So the lottery, 1 to 292.2 million and 305.5 million. 1 to 305.5 million. Those are extremely high odds. And those are the examples I got when I asked everybody, could you give me an example of what would happen to you that would change your life, that you would consider lucky? What could possibly happen? What's an example of something lucky happening? And the answers I got was the lottery and the casino. Those are true. 1 to 5,000, 1 to 34 million. Huge odds. You're definitely lucky. Now you know the true word of lucky. 1 to 292.2 million. 1 to 305.5 million. Extremely high odds. What are the chances of you having been born? $1 billion trillion trillion to 117 billion, of which only 7 billion are alive. Now, what are the chances on the minute level of you being born as a sperm? Ready? Boom, 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 boom. Welcome to the pod class. Support the Tehuti pod class. We've never heard of these answers before. Here we go. Ready, everybody? To change your brainwave. Now, remember when I asked, everybody gave those answers. You were right. But what are the chances? See? The chances here, those are right answers. Absolutely. 1 to 292 million, 0.2, and 1 in 302. That's a 305. 1 to 302.5 million. Huge, huge odds against you. So 1 in 229 million. Imagine you won it twice. That would be 1 in 458 billion. And you and others would definitely say you are the luckiest person in history. If you won the Mega Millions twice, that means you're 1 in 458 million. One of you would be the luckiest person in history. Minty was close. She was just on the other side of it. She was close. Minty Otep was very close. That's a good answer. Well, everybody had a good answer, but Minty Otep was the closest to this. But she was just on the other side of it. She was on the mother side of it. We're going to go on the sperm side of it. Because the sperm side of the percentage ratio has to work for the person to become the mother or the child to be born. Let's go on the other side. Are you ready, everybody? Ready? Am I sharing the screen? Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, my. If this class doesn't get high support, I'm just going to teach about hot dogs. Here we go. Now back to the sperm, which is you. The chances of you being born. What are those chances, everybody? Ready? Here we go. We're going to go right to HuffPost. Several references, but I like the word they use in this reference. We're going to go to HuffPost. You are a miracle. You are a miracle on the probability of being born. A miracle is an event so unlikely, it is to be almost impossible. By that definition, I've just proven that you are a miracle. This is by Dr. Ali Benazir, contributor, June 16, 2011, 3:58 p.m. Updated August 16, 2011. On my birthday, I had a strangely pertinent thought. What is the probability of being born? In a recent talk at TEDx San Francisco, Mel Robbins, a riotously funny self-help author, mentioned that scientists estimate the probability of your being born at about 1 in 400 trillion. 1 in 400 trillion. What are the examples of something lucky happened to somebody? The lottery, you're right. The casino, you're right. 1 in 5,000. 1 in 34 million. 1 in 292.5 million. Huge odds against you. 1 in 302.5 million. Huge odds against you. What are the chances of you being born? 1 in 400 trillion. Would anybody win the lottery? If your chance to win the lottery to be a lucky person was 1 in 400 trillion, would we have one lottery winner? Is there been 400 trillion people on Earth? Remember, only 117 billion have been born. 117 billion have been born. 1 in 400 trillion is your odds of existing. That means that if they invented the lottery at the beginning of man's evolution, not one person would have won yet. 1 in 400 trillion. Nobody would have won yet. If they started the lottery, if Pharaoh Ramesses invented the lottery, if Ptah invented the lottery, huh? Nobody would have won yet. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. Close it up. Put things in a different perspective. Here we go. 1 in 400 trillion. Not million. Trillion. Huh? Let's go. Ready? Woo, nut for nut. What did you pull out of me? 1 in 400 trillion. 1 in 400 trillion. That number is over winning the mega lottery 10 times in a row. That number is over that. 1 in 400 trillion. Boom. You are luck. What is the definition of luck? What is the definition of luck? Boom. You are luck manifested as the one light. You, the one light, cool consciousness, and the matrix knows this. Yes, you are luck. You are the physical manifestation of quantum light consciousness that made it against 1 in 400 trillion odds that gets the opportunity to live and die and to live again. Because remember I said, what if it happened to you again? You have the 1 in 400 trillion chance of living and dying, and you get to live again. Who just has to utilize the power of what it takes to align with the small destinies that make up the larger one. You are luck, light destiny manifested. Because some of which gave testimony that even before the sperm, they chose to be here and made it happen. At 1 in 400 trillion odds, higher odds than 10 lotteries. You are the definition of luck. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent years of whether July 4th, Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, and if you have learned, and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this topic, luck topic, if this class has advanced you in any way of your understanding of the topic of luck. If you've already had this before, type it in the room, I've had this before. If this has advanced your recent current understanding of this subject of luck, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called I am luck. Luck is light. What's your tip? Or any creative title you can come up with to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I'm done. I'm about to sell the read-on. Support the Tehuti Pod class. If you've known all this before about luck, don't send any support. Just type in the room, I've already known all this. If not, please support the Tehuti Pod class. Please support what you're seeing happen in front of you. 52 people in the room. What did it say? 2 hours and 24 minutes. Hotep, I'm done. I hope you like that, Nukwana. I'm going to put the link in the room and check the chat to see how the chat enjoyed that answer. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. And then we're going to check the Gmails, the Cash App, the PayPal to see who actually appreciated that answer. 52 people watched. Hopefully, and I said over and over again, the Tehuti Pod class is just based on honesty. It's just honesty. I have no idea who's going to support, what it meant to anybody, what it's done for anybody. But for those who already had all this information on the topic of luck, come to the panel or type in the chat. I already knew all this, and then just show the video or proof that you knew all this. If not, please appreciate this complete shift of what you thought luck was, all the way to Project Sun Street. We'll put the link in the room, everybody. 2 hours and 24 minutes. I guess I did the work of a waiter. I guess I worked as hard as a waiter. Here, sir. Jump on the panel, supporters. Let me see who appreciate this. Look, diamond. Amunet said, "Wow, SABA is the best." Fire, I spelt it. Great class, Tua. Let me scroll up. See. Tefrem came out, said absolutely amazing. Angela Gates put fireworks, explosion. Nook put more diamonds. He's the one that sent the question. How do you like that, Nook? Can I answer your question? Jump on the panel. Let's see. There's Amun and Amunet. Peace, Amun and Amunet. Wait a minute. This person wants some new information. Wait, hold up. Drop the PayPal link ASAP. Where do we get the PayPal link? Amina, could you help us? Somebody looking for the PayPal link. Somebody help. Sorry, nobody. He doesn't know how to get to the PayPal link. Let me dig it up. Let me see.
I know where it is.
You know where it is? No, where is it? Help him! Help him, man! Drop the PayPal. Somebody help the PayPal link. Wait, hold up. Drop PayPal link ASAP. What's the PayPal link? Somebody told me it's Stocky SQ. Rocky R1. I don't know. We'll find it. Somebody find that PayPal information. That's the pod. I'm gonna do a pod class on it. What's the PayPal link? That's the next. That's the next pod class coming up. Somebody drop the link. All right, there's Nook per Nook. There it is. Tefrem Kemaat. That's the PayPal link. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Nook per Nook. We dropped the PayPal link in the room. Can you believe that? The PayPal link is in the room, Nook per Nook. We found it. Hush Nation. There's your brother, Hush Nation. All right, there's the answer, Nook per Nook. I'm going to ask you first. You're the one that asked it. Did I help you out? Does luck have anything to do with life? I don't know. What happened?
Well, I followed Uncle Justin Ned, married my aunt. That was Nefer Sekem, my aunt. That was Hekau at his finest. Who I followed. I expect everybody to be a trillionaire by the end of this month. You heard?
Oh my goodness. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm gonna do it backwards. I'm gonna from Nook per Nook back Hush Nation back to Emma. Hush Nation, what's your thoughts on luck now?
Luck exists. It exists.
We converted him. We converted him. He's converted. He's a believer.
It definitely really SABA. That was mind blowing. That was mind blowing. I still taking it in and digesting it. It was so much.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm letting everybody know that there are certain things that you are, and there's certain things that you do. Then there's certain things that are both. So there's certain things that you are, there's certain things that you do, and there's certain things that are both. Why? Because if you are something, you should also be able to act it out. So one of the things that you do is what Nook per Nook was doing. He was running. He was running. But he is not running. He is running, that's the action, but he's not the word running. You see? Amunet is staring. She's staring, but she is not staring, is not what she is. That's the action she's doing. Amun is probably sending a cash app. He's sending, but he is not, that is not what he is. There's a couple of words that you are and that you do. There are verbs and there are you. One is luck. You can be lucky, but you actually are the incarnation of living luck. You are the incarnation of a higher set of ratios than anything that man can invent. The lottery hasn't got to 1 in 400 trillion yet. They haven't made that one yet. The casino hasn't gotten to that number yet. Man can't invent the number that we would define as lucky. Your birth and existence and being here at this timing is higher odds than any form of luck that can be created, because you are actually the manifestation of that existence, especially of those that say they chose to come here. And how did you get here? Your luck, you got here through sex. Another thing that's an action that you also are. Because Hush Nation can have sex. Amun and Amunet can have sex. Nook per Nook, I don't know if he's had sex yet. He's waiting for the angel. I don't know. He's waiting for
a virgin.
Right. He's waiting for a set to come down off the ship, off somewhere. But you can have sex. That's your action. But then when you're filling out your job application, they say, what sex are you? Huh? So now you are sex. That's one of the little extra something for you, Nook. You are sex. It's an action that you do that's a verb, but it also is what you are. Sex and luck are the two things that you can participate in, but you yourself is it. Even if you're a virgin, you're still a sex, even if you haven't had sex. Those are the two things that brought you here. That's another podcast. Let me go. All right, everybody. Let me go check. I'm still teaching the same class. Here we go. Where's Primordial? He has to love this. Now we're going to go into the Cash Apps. The PayPal. King Lamu, how'd you like that? You like it? Boom. Let's go into the Cash Apps and PayPal and see if anybody actually did like this. You know, let's see if anybody did like this. You don't say to the waiter, "Hey, waiter, you did good." So you tip the waiter. You're the best waiter ever, man. Honey, let's go home. No, you tip the waiter. So let's see if anybody liked this class. Let's go, everybody. Boom. We get into the Cash App, the PayPal. There's your little extra jewel, Nook for Nook. And Hush Nation. And Amonet. And anybody who heard it? You do sex and you are sex. You can become lucky, you are lucky, and you are luck manifested because you are sex manifested. Even if you're a virgin. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Gabriel Lopez, first to pop up on the screen. I'm going to do a few of these, and then I'm going to take a little break. Ooh-wee. Let me scroll down here. I know there's going to be a PayPal. Surprise PayPal from Sorry Nobody coming up. Here we go. This is call this of course, luck. LUC. Hotep. Oh, by the way, Nook Nook still there? Gil Luck is the Dutch. Gil Luck is the root, the Dutch. But when they go research the Dutch, they don't find it. They say of no origin. So they say luck comes from Gil Luck. When they go look up Gil Luck, they say unresearchable origin and cannot be found in the English before the 1500s, coming from LUC. When you go look up LUC, the word LUC literally means light. That's where you get the word Luke, as in leukocyte cells, you know, white blood cells. Let me stop. Am I still teaching the class? Let me stop, man. I'm not getting any extra attention for this. Let me stop this, man. So hot dogs. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom.
Hey, shout out to Sorry Nobody for the reciprocity. You know what time it is now. Divine timing.
Hush Nation's like, what's going on here? The class is still happening. What is this, man? Here we go. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Where's Primordial with the extra jewel tip? Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. You know what? Nook, go ahead and read this for us. This is all from you.
In New York, SABA. So this from Gabriela Lopez. 2222. Mind-blowing answers with the white Eve, the invisible heart, aka purple. Tua, great SABA.
Give us some big noise, please. Thank you, Nook, for reading that. And Amun, give her some great noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Boom. Shout out to you, Gabriel Lopez. Okay, I see a few supports given for this. Okay. Oh, Nook is on a streak. All right, here we go. Robert Williams came through, of course. Of course he did. The two Roberts are the two hypists. Robert Williams and another Robert. The man. Robert the man. Robert the man. That was before Netzer days. Robert the man. But somehow still had the word Ray in his name. How'd you do that? You chose that? How'd you do that? Still had Ray? Still had Ra in his name, even in the in the non-knowledgeable days. How did he do that? We're gonna figure it out. All right. Shout out to Mr. Ray's and shout out to Robert Williams. Robert Williams with the 3372 Amunet. Could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. For I feel lucky tonight. It's Netru time with 3 axes, a blue ebe, a hat, and a Kepri peel.
Give him some big noise claps with a couple other sounds. Good brother Amun. Okay, shout out to Robert E. Williams. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your support. Amun and Amonets. I see Netzer for Nature J in there too. And the brother Tehuti during the end of the prog class, I'm going to read yours because you have one of the largest supports given. But you said something in a message, so I'm going to wait and see if that happens. If not, still I'll read the first one. Here we go. Boom. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Ooh-wee. Amunet. Why is it not? Is it on the screen? Oh no. Amun and Amunet. Where are they? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Okay. Amunet, you read for me already?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Amun, could you read? Thank you, Amun. Amun, could you read this one for us?
Yes, I can. $20 for Tua or SABA. We are light luck manifest. Hotet Mary with Ra rising between the two mouths.
Give yourself some hand claps and some noise.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
The abrupt ending. Amun's a master of the abrupt ending. Thank you, Amun, for the noises. Who's behind the keyboard? Is it both of you? Or who's doing that one? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I can't hear his clip. Amunet, what?
I did it. Amunet suggested sound.
Oh, good. Teamwork. Makes the dream work. All right, boom. All right, here we go, everybody. Who's next? I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to take a break. Look, everybody's smiling. Hush Nation's over there. His brain. You okay, Hush Nation?
Get in there, Saba.
Okay, good. All right, next up is who is this? Oh, Hush Nation. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Nook for Nook, he's at the top. Woo-wee. Hush Nation. Supporting the Tehuti class, supporting his brother Nook for Nook with the great question, showing his appreciation and a great support of. Is it showing? Go ahead and read this for us, good brother Hush Nation.
Yeah, to us let me read it, Saba. I am Luck to Asaba 23 from Hush Nation to Asaba.
Give some noise, extra noise. Make some noise for Hush Nation and Nini up to you, to it also.
There is no spoon.
Hey, Top, what's going on? Am I becoming psychic or something? What's all this synchronicity going on?
What just happened? What did I miss? What just happened? What just happened? Nook?
You'll see. You're gonna be like, what? You're gonna be like, what's going on?
Oh my goodness. What's going on? That's what I want to find out. Okay, next up is Nook for Nook. Nook for Nook. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Why is it not showing? It's not showing. One second. Nook for Nook. Ooh-wee. Okay, let's see if it shows here. Let's see if it pulls up. Nook for Nook. With the same amount. Nook for Nook with a 3333. Go ahead and read that. Are you guys really cousins?
My
Go ahead and read that.
my brother. My nephew, my brother. Is that hecko you be sending me, Saba? You know what I'm saying? We only getting started.
Oh,
Saba.
Read that for us.
Nook for Nook 333. Dua with the ham, sending out Kai. Saba, I am lucky with the eyes stars, the stars shining. Hotep, Sakam, Mary, Ma'at with the blue Eve, the golden light, and the feathers of Ma'at. This is never.
All right, give Nook for Nook some big noise with mix up however you all want to do it. Give us a big noise. Woo!
You can't handle the truth.
Play by their rule.
Wonderful, wonderful,
You
wonderful.
can't make this up, Saba. They gotta know this
Now
is
we-
real hecko manifesting.
Luck manifested, huh? You got a new word now, Nook for Nook. Uchasep. Uchasep, the strength of luck and timing. How beautiful the men that they have a word.
And I got a new nectar.
A word that's
A new nectar. Sai.
yes. Strength of luck and timing. Ucha Sep. Ucha Tep. Firm actions, firm speech. Shout out to who's this now? This is Kiko. Kiko Jones is back with the good support again and again. Kiko Jones. I'll let you go ahead and read this Hush Nation. And I'm gonna take a break after this.
Yeah, to SABA. Kiko Johnson 2772 for September season fit luck occasion.
Look at that, Nook Panuk. I just said you got a new word, and the next donation has what I just said. September season. All right, give Kiko Jones Hefe some big noise, please. I'm gonna.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Works. Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. The cat is great. Look at all my great students. You all are great. Shout out to Tiny 23 Experience. I see you in here. I'm gonna go ahead and read yours and Lisa's, and then take a break after that. Okay, here we go. Tiny 23 Experience. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you watching and appreciating. This one seems to be sent even before the class started. Yeah, this was sent before the class started. To it to you. She sent the support, then got hit with the class. Boom, 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 boom. 1111. The numbers of one of my turrets. Go ahead and go ahead and give her a round of applause. I don't know when this. Go ahead and give her a round of applause. Thank you for that. And then one last one, Lisa. And then I'm gonna Lisa send two? Wait. Did I see her name? What? Lisa? Go on. Lisa. Oh, Lisa did the honorable. Oh, beautiful, Lisa. You did. Lisa sent to the podcast she missed. Okay. So I'm not sure if she sent for this one, but Lisa's so honorable that she sent for what was last week's class? I teach so much. Amunet, what was last week's class again? Is Amunet here? Okay.
Yeah, I just got here. It was the ringing in the ears.
And what was the other topic?
Daylight savings.
Who?
Daylight savings.
Thank you. All right, so she gave a tip support for daylight save and ring. I'm typing daylight like a brother that I used to give did a diet plan for, but he doesn't spell it like I'm typing daylight like that. Shout out to Daylight. I haven't talked to you in a while, Daylight. Hope you're doing good. Hope your body's right. Give him a good diet plan. And shout out to you. I went to a couple battles with him. We did some video. Oh, that video came out. Shout out to that brother there. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Okay, shout out to this is oh man, I've taught so many people, man. I don't know. I'm losing track. DYL. Shout out to Lisa. I can read this one. 2-2. Tua for pod class 3. 29-25. That's last week. Shout out to you. Give Lisa some noise for that. Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step off. You all build. Supporters, jump in the room. 38 people watching at 152. Supporters, jump in the room. And I hope I can hear the sound and come back and let you in. And I'll be right back. Support the Tehuti podcast. If you all have seen anything in the 2 hours and 24-minute answer that I gave to Nook Panook and to everybody, if you all saw anything in there that you appreciated, support the Tehuti podcast and keep this continuing. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Build with them, everybody. And I hope more people jump on the panel to give their testimonies, talk about what this has done for them, and what they thought of this answer by verbally talking about it. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, Ma'an, right back. Thank you.
To all four of those beautiful answers, Saba. Well, look cool for asking this question. Definitely powerful class. I would think this would be a Medu class. If Medu classes were still happening, people that got to watch this, they got lucky by being able to view this information, because you internalize this and understand this, you can manifest anything, our reality, and that's extremely powerful. And what people want different things. So hope everybody that understands this information uses it for good, for ma'at, because it's extremely powerful to manifest purity within your life and within other people's lives, to help advance yourself to being the immortal being that you are supposed to be. To us for this magnificent class. This would definitely be one of the classes that gets support forever. I think every class will get support forever as time goes on. People see the effects of applying this class to their life, they will definitely be moved to support more and more consistently. It's extremely powerful. Well, very much for that, Saba. Well, for asking this. Well, for being lucky. That way, you're lucky enough to have this. And that necklace you showed, or pendant of the Heka, that was beautiful. That one right there. Yeah, that one's real cool right there. We have to contact you, so where you're getting all this from. That one is
I got more coming soon.
Okay. Yes. That's absolutely beautiful. Anuku, I love how he shows all of the ancestors stuff on the screen to show as an example. So do yourself a lot. Keep it around you. Back to the Montauk class, Saba briefly went over the mind control. A great way to control your own mind is to surround yourself with where you look and everything you think about, tie back into Mod and the ancestors, help control yourself to be like the ancestors. So beautiful when he shows that stuff. Yeah, definitely something you gotta look for. Find stuff like that. Definitely has some real gems over there. So, yes, well for showing all this stuff that you do. Supporting our great stuff.
Oh, tap, Mimi Ook. Go ahead, Fish. If you want to say something, you go ahead and say something, man. Because, you know, I'm going to stab a pep in his neck.
I just want to tell you, two of us didn't need that question because I didn't believe in luck at all, you know what I mean? But I like how it get joined in with the heka, you know, with the light, and how you was explaining it before, like how SABA break it down in detail as usual, you know. So it really big. I mean, have to go over this class just like the rest of them, you know. Like Remkem, I tell my aunt to say like, it's my favorite class, you know what I mean? The one last week was my favorite, but you know what I mean? And once SABA going into the particles and the photons, yeah, the whole quantum interaction built on it, that was really never self, you know. So to her again for sending in that question with 100 and what it is, 1 in 400 trillion chance. Man checking luck going like this when man self is luck by it big. A whole nother eye opener, so I still gotta meditate on that one, that one register. So big love, big man at 12 for them, brother. You don't know.
New York, Hotep, Mary Ma'at, Hotep Natiru, Hotep to all the Senu, A'u to Per-Aten, Hotep to you Amun, Hotep Vix, Hotep Amunet, Hotep Saba. As always, this was a never answer question, everything, you know. I'm glad I earned this question today because I was running. You know, Hedu was like, don't stop. We'll pull you up. Don't worry. Hedu came up out of me and kept me moving. And sure enough, I got lucky. Yeah, so it's real never learning about a new netter, you know, Shaid and his Shaid. That was very never. I thought it was gonna be Heru who was gonna pull up, but you know, Saba's always snake styling us, punching me in the eye. I'm still recovering from the black eye he left me, so you know, it's all good. And yeah, it's so deep how, you know, the CIA, I didn't want to say their name, but you know, that they study this as part of the mind control. As far as like they try to distract people and take them out of this focus. And a lot of people think manifestations, techniques, there's so many ISFET psyops out there on how to manifest, whether you want to increase more money or whatever, love life, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, health. And it's a lot of it is a bunch of psyops. This is just a bunch of ISFET. This class proved to me that, you know, this is being pushed out by them for us to be distracted, because this class right here is the divine manifestation. They don't get any higher than this. Whether you're trying to tut, astral project, resi, lucid dream, you know what I'm saying, trying to be in a watch it, you know, your health, step 2, and then to learn about SEP, and then in Medu Netter, step 2 also means wealthy. So it's just so deep, so many things, so many jewels Saba dropped over here. So many things going in my mind right now. it's just never everything about being more light, the cool, you know, it all equates to my aunt, you know, being your heart light as a feather, being the actual light, the cool, you know, and I really enjoyed seeing Saba enjoying answering this question. He kept going in. I could tell he wants to just keep going. So, you know, everybody send your reciprocity, and keep in mind, everybody, the hekau is not gonna work unless you send that reciprocity. So dua to sorry nobody for sending that reciprocity. So that was Nefer. That, you know, he went out his way, found out a way to send that before he was like, yeah, I'm gonna send some reciprocity, and nothing really happened. But I'm glad he found it in his Eid to send that out. So Hotep Hanu to you for that. And also to Tehuti, you know, it's such a synchronicity, because this is what the conversation we were having last class when me and Fix were on the panel with Tehuti. How he asked about the solar flares, how they affect our consciousness, and is that going to raise up our consciousness? And, you know, Saba just broke it down like that's just all a psyop to make you lazy, because in all actuality, you have to put in work. You can't just sit back and think the sun is going to hit you with some kind of information. You're just going to get burnt out by the sun if you're not aligned to if you're not aligned to ATTON. So this was, in so many aspects, this class was attempt, you know what I'm saying? So to Asaba, I hope everybody sends reciprocity so they can manifest, you know, this true luck in their life. And it's never to know that we're all lucky, that we're all a miracle. And once we start thinking like that, you know, we can manifest miracles or hekau, you know, and things in that nature. We don't have to think so low in nature. And we can understand that the more light we bring into ourselves, you know, our cells will light up with that photon energy. And that's the real consciousness awakening. This is the true revolution. You know, it's not about, you know, going out there protesting. You know what I'm saying? This is the protest right here. We protesting against the matrix. So this was a Nefer class. I hope people understand it in a deeper, profound way. Marinate on it. Watch this class for about like 999 times the 9th power. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take you there. So it's Nefer, man. I'm just so grateful for everybody here, for paying attention, for supporting the podcast, to making this happen, to manifesting this. Shout out to Ani for doing all the technical work, having this set up correctly. And of course, Saba, you know, always, man, his dedication, discipline, determination in my aunt for years, not being discouraged, having the Sakem to still to have such a light heart with all the aspects that he done gone through. You know, even being in certain organizations where people coming at him with torches, wanting to burn him down and burn out his information. Like, can you imagine if Saba wouldn't bring this information to us? Like, we all here have, Saba has impacted our lives dramatically in a good way. So, you know, for somebody to try to stop Saba's shine, Saba's light, is complete ispat, and they should be ashamed of themselves. You know what I'm saying? And for other people who talk bad upon Saba, it's like this is the truth right here. Like, nobody else will give you this. Not your mommy, not your daddy, not your brother, your sister. Nobody, nothing. Like, Saba's a line. He sacrificed himself to bring forth this to us. He did what he had to do, and now we got to do what we got to do to reciprocity, to reciprocate with that Sakem that Saba sends out to us, which is in Ma'at. So Hotep to Neteret Ma'at for keeping us in alignment, because without her, none of this would exist. You know, and she's the one putting the Nitirus on deck, because the Nitiru, you know, they could wild out. They'll do certain things. If it wasn't for Ma'at, we'll be all set up. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it's just Nefer. It's Nefer. Everything Saba does, Hotep to Saba's Neteret, Saba's whole Aout, all the animals that keep him calm. It's just Nefer. It's powerful, man. So Tua, I'm lit. I'm lucky. Hotep, too. My
Hotep, for your wonderful, wonderful words. I appreciate you asking this question very much. It's extremely helpful to me personally, and I know it is to Amun and all of you who support this beautiful class. It is extremely, extremely powerful, and I really love how he went over making the minute right choices, the steps to get to your destination, your destiny, and just knowing that um, is really, really helpful to me. And it's really beautiful because these classes are guiding me to make the right choices in my own visualizations of where I want to be. And that's really powerful. And I thank Saba so much to us, so much to Saba for creating this beautiful class and the visual format that we see it in. The time that it takes for him to do this is greatly appreciated by me and Amun and all of you who support, to all of you who show reciprocity for what he's doing and how he's creating it. And I just love how organized it is, and the way he walks us through is extremely smooth, and it connects in my mind extremely easily, and creates this web for me to have a strong memory of what he's teaching. So it's really, really beautiful, and I don't see this anywhere else in the world. This is extremely beautiful to be a part of, and I'm so thankful to be here. I'm so thankful that you are all here and you are all supporting what you see. Really beautiful, and I really feel it changes, and without this, I don't know where I would be. So I'm really, really thankful. It is extremely helpful, and I I love that the information within these classes, um, when you really implement it, you truly deeply feel it. And I experience this in my day to day. I do the work. I surround myself within this information, and I do listen to Sawatuti all the time. I listen to him a lot, and I I feel the changes and I see the changes. So it's really beautiful to know that. And if you're new here, um, that's a testimony from me. I am experiencing a lot of beautiful things and beautiful synchronicities and immense growth within my Ebe, my heart and my mind. And yeah, Sabatuti is the best ever. He is the best at everything he does, and it's really beautiful to be a student of his and to continue to purify and be raised up under his guidance, with all this beautiful time that we spend with him. And being on the panel itself too is really, really important to me, because this time is really important. Spending this time with Saba, being able to speak to him face to face and see him, even though it's just a screen. All the time that I spend with Saba is extremely important, and I value it very, very much. So that's another reason why. It's one of the reasons why I really love being on the panel as well. So yeah, if you haven't supported yet, please do. If this has changed your mind, your heart, anything that you've thought, if you learned something new, if you feel the changes as I'm saying, if you see any growth within your life, please support that which supports you. Hotep and Mary to every single one of you. Peace and love.
Nefermeru Hamunet. Echo everything that you have said. Everybody, make sure to support our wonderful great Saba Tehuti. He gives us the tools to life. Like Nukbu said, this is the revolution. Saba gives us the tools to free our mind, free other people's mind. And by doing that, freeing ourselves from the matrix, changing the world. really is important to come to the pod class, listen to the pod class, apply what you're learning from the pod class into your life, and teaching it to other people. Because, as Noku said, CIA, they use this stuff for various different things like mind control. And the reason why this is so powerful is because if they're using that stuff, they're using magic, and the only way that someone can defend themselves against them and go on the offensive is with magic. And we have to become more disciplined than they are. And most importantly, we have to have children and more disciplined than their children. Keep going and going and going. Because our fate is within our hands, within our ka, within what we do. And what some people want isn't what other people want. So, in order to get what you want, hoping that you want Ma'at, then you need to apply stuff to your life. That way we can have a better world, a better community, a better existence, a better place for future people that are going to be lucky enough to be born into the world. And and I don't know how to show the importance of it because the classes speak for themselves. You have one class is showing a major psyop, another one showing the power to defend yourself and counter the psyop. And everybody in life has been through pain. Everybody has been beat up by the Matrix, tricked by the Matrix, and all sorts of different things by the Matrix. So we've all experienced it. Nobody wants to be hurt. Everybody wants to heal. Everybody wants to become pure. So you just have to admit that to yourself and apply what you're learning here. The pod class. I mean, it's right there. So much that happens in the world. And if our ancestors never, well, I'll put it this way. We have to follow mod, implement mod, teach mod, like Sabatuti is doing, or else the only stories out there will be the negative ones of the crazy psyops and all the crazy stuff that happened. We have to be that counter. We have to put in the action to do various different things so that way there's other stories that can be told to other people. So that way there's information to be passed down that isn't a government or a group of people harming another. Instead, it's a group of people benefiting another group. That is what we need to strive for. We need to be the change. We need to show reciprocity in all sorts of different ways, in adoration, praise, thoughts, with these numbers that people call money, by teaching other people. It's very important to when you go out in the matrix, stay that person you are in the pod class. Continue being that person you are in the pod class, even outside of the pod class. Because this has to grow if there's going to be any hope for life on the planet. Bob was taught about transhumanism. He's taught about things that have been removed, psyops like that. And there's people that don't like the way that things are right now. They want to make it worse. And then there's us who don't like the way things are right now and we want to make it better. So it's up to us to send in reciprocity and also go above and beyond and be that person in the pod class. Go and teach people out in your surroundings. Allow yourself to feel a form of uncomfortability around people in the matrix, so that way it forces you to change your surroundings to something that makes you comfortable. which should be Ma'at. And that will help you bring more people to the podcast, bring more people to the movement, so that way it can grow more and more. And it will help build those positive stories, build that positive foundation, and give something for people to look forward to. Um, right now, history is being made in the making. I do not know how many people exactly come to the podcast. However, compared to how many people are in the world versus how many people in the podcast, we are very small compared to the rest of the world. So we are lucky to be here. We should take this energy. We should take this energy that we're feeling, this life that we're living, and try our best to share it with other people. Because with his Fetins, they get to go to the fire. But the people that don't know any better, you have to put your heart out to them, and you have to give them a chance to purify themselves. Because people that don't come across this, they're just hurting. And I don't know about everyone else, but I don't like to know that there's someone just lost in the matrix and they have no chance. I want to be able to help give them that chance to throw out the life vest or circle thing. So that way they don't drown. If they want to grab it, it's up to them. I mean, but at least I threw it out there. At least I'm trying to help. So hope people understand. I thought about that quote that people say. They say revolution won't be televised. I thought to myself, well, I mean, revolution starting with the Hekau and the outer body with manifestation, you can't televise that. So there you go, right there. As long as you're applying these things to your life that are spooky or supernatural or extraordinary, you'll be able to change your surroundings. And that's a lot of power. Sometimes people are afraid of that power. They're afraid of what they're capable of. It scares people sometimes to know that their thoughts affect reality because they can't control their thoughts. However, sometimes someone has to admit to themselves, you can do this. That's how it works. You got to accept that. Progressively take baby steps to work into stepping into your own power. Because I mean, to know that you can change your reality with your thoughts, to me, that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. That sounds beautiful. But to other people, they've been programmed so much to be afraid of that because of various different things like religion. It's up to us to reassure these people that this is a good thing to do. Like how Nuku mentioned synchronicities, and he told the story about himself running. If he continues running, then he'll be lucky. It's great for us to tell those stories for the people that are listening, because then it will help them feel not afraid. They'll see the benefits of admitting to yourself that the magic, the Hekau, really works. Or like how the Jed, he's given his testimony, or so many people that have given testimonies and experiences on here, and that should reassure people. That's a beautiful thing to reassure people that what's happening constantly, things like quantum entanglement, photonic entanglement, things like extra dimensional beings that are in other realms and frequencies of light, all these things, it's something that we can find safety, purity, and power in. So, I mean, there's so much that SABA brings forth. He's bent spoons live on the class. I set forks on fire and the prong disappears. So there's so much. You see something like that, and we should allow ourselves. Me personally, I do allow myself to be inspired, feel happy and excited. There's more to look forward to in the Matrix. I don't even know what people look forward to anymore. Getting a good job or something like that. I don't know. But when you see this, when you hear what Saba says, see what he teaches, life becomes infinite again. And that's worth everything. That's worth sending in those numbers that people call money. That's worth teaching people. That's worth adorations in the morning. That's worth checking up on Saba. That's worth, even when we pass, being by Saba's side wherever he goes with the Neteru, going along, doing what we need to do. It's worth everything. It's worth teaching your children to make hoteps or altars for Saba and for other people in the HOA to keep it going for eternity and eternity, forever and ever. It's literally worth everything, because you compare being able to manifest stuff with your mind to working a job, going to school, getting a house, and just dying. Like, manifesting stuff with your mind outweighs that a whole bunch. So that's worth so much. So Hotep Saba, I hope you enjoyed your drink, and for all that you do for us. You are the one and only greatest.
Yeah.
Netter. Wow.
Oh, Nini, okay, came into a barrage of adoration. Thank you. I was just settling in here. Beautiful words. Thank you, Tua, for that. Nini Ook. Beautiful words.
I got your
What's
Oscar.
that?
Here's your Oscar for your Grammy Award.
Oh my goodness. Tua to everybody for your beautiful words. I just wanted to correct something. No, I didn't see any donation from Sorry Nobody. I didn't see anything from him. So
Oh, he's not the one that said he wanted PayPal?
he said he wanted a PayPal. It sounds
Oh,
good.
man, we're gonna have to throw this spear at him, man. Hold on, man.
Yeah, I know. I'll
Trying to
refresh.
trick us?
Yeah, I'll refresh
Don't play
the
no
page.
games with us now.
I'll see. I'll refresh the page. I don't see any. There's no new PayPal's here. No. He just said that and left the chat.
Hey, good luck to breathing tonight, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. Let me look back and see. Lisa sent Lisa sent something. Let me press refresh. If there's any more any PayPal's after he made the statement. Nope, because I already read Gabriel Lopez. I read the 3333 from Robert E. Williams. 3333 from Nook Panook. No, he didn't say anything.
No, we don't rock with that ISFET, man. It's my or not. Everything else getting chopped. All right, I hope you know that.
Yeah, he didn't send anything. And the other people that certain people are mentioned here in the pod class. I think you mentioned one of them, but other than Menku Ra, the people that are not here and the certain people that were once a part of this, there's certain of them that are not for this. They're actually against this. So just watch out and investigate. Look up certain brothers that you once saw here on a regular basis, and you don't see them anymore. Certain people already have videos against the House of Atten. I thought you already knew. I thought you. I was asking. I thought because I thought you already knew, but you didn't know. But go ask Annie. He'll send you the video. You're gonna be extremely angry when you see a brother that you thought was for
I
this.
got it already, Saba. I already got it. Trust.
Oh,
I knew it was coming before.
Okay.
It's encrypted. You don't stop.
Okay, good. So there's a lot of people that are not are against this, and it's sad and aggravating. But I'm definitely not shouting out their names if they're against the House of Atten. Shout out to Menku though. I don't know what happened to Menku. He's the one I don't know.
I don't blame them, Saba. The psyop is real, man. The Matrix got a hold on them real hard. So all I could do is send them Uncle Justin Nev. Eventually they'll men up a pet to my eye.
Okay, I'm gonna read this one here, and then we're gonna get on to the next question, everybody. 9 lucky. Okay, shout out to Lisa for this, and I'm gonna read the rest of the supports after I do this next class. So shout out to Lisa. We're gonna give Lisa some big noise. 2222, and Eminem, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $22 for Tua for today's pod class, Sash and Lisa.
All right, give her some hand claps, please. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next pod class question and answer. This question was asked by, where is DJED? DJED is the one who asked this question. And Gabriella, and both DJED and Gabriella are not here. Gabriella said she was coming in later, and DJED, I'm not sure what happened to him, but this is his question here. It's actually from his brother. I'm actually answering a question that was sent on behalf of his brother. Shout out to Nefer Nature J. I see your support here. Owen Hythe, I see yours here. And scroll down, I see Nukpu, more Nukpu. Okay. Nukpu from like days before or something, a day before. Okay. Shout out to Nukpu and everybody who gave support. I'm going to read them later. And that's right. It's FET. Don't stop until the pod class starts. It's FET clouds. Don't stop until the pod class starts. All right. Shout out to the Robert Williams. Okay, everybody. So the question that came in, we're going to give some noise to the good brother DJED, who asked the question for his brother. And this is an interesting question. It's actually questions and a set of statements, and the set of statements is where the question gets interesting. So let's go ahead and give a shout out to let me see, where is it? Obaid. Oh, April 5th. Obaid, right? Hold on, let me my computer is stalling. Okay, April 5th. Question that needs to be answered. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm going to move this. Okay, I'm going to copy this and put it in Obaid, right? Obaid question. Yeah, here it is. Okay, boom. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Here we go. Okay, boom. So shout out to Primordial. We're gonna give some noise to him. Actually, to his brother. So first, let's give some noise here to the support that was sent by either Primordial or his brother, and both. I'm not sure, but let's give some noise to both of them for. Oh, where is it? Okay, for this right here, Primordial's $40 sent in. Question in Gmail. Give them some big noise for this, please.
And yes, the Hekau really worked. Yes.
Let's go. Man, where are you, Manku? Okay. All right, and the interesting question that was sent in by DJED and his brother is this question right here. Question and statements. Questions, plural, and statements, more than one. Let's see if this shows on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna get let me get Nook Nook to read that for us, please.
In New York, SABA. So this right here is from Primordial Thought 9. That's past. Now he's the Jet. You know what I'm saying? Hotep Henu or the SABA. Hotep Henu or the SABA. Tehuti. Amen Hotep Ra. Here is the question from my son, which means brother. Did the Ubaid civilization have any influence on Kemet or vice versa? Did the Ubaid existed before the Sumerians and the tablets? They had female priestess in this civilization that were skilled genetics and geneticists and medicine. They were called the Amusotum. They spoke their own dialect separate from the males, and they wore cow headdress with horns. Sound familiar? Yeah, sound familiar. Very familiar.
Okay, so interesting set of questions. What is it? Hold on a second. Interesting set of questions. What is that? Oh, okay. And there's some statements made inside of the questions. And let's look at them. So the Ubaid civil, and thank you, Nukmanuk, for reading that.
In New York.
Did the Ubaid civilization have any influence on? Wonderful. Did the Ubaid civilization have any influence on Kemet, or vice versa? That's one question. Did the Ubaid exist before the Sumerians and the tablets? I don't know, and I don't know what that is. And the tablets, or in the tablet? I'm not sure, but Sumerians and their tablets. I'm not sure, but that's two questions. Then now here's some statements. They, as in the Ubaid people, had female priestesses in this civilization that were skilled geneticists. Okay. They, what is, hold on a second, everybody, hold on. Okay. They, which is the Ubaid, had female priestesses in this civilization that were skilled geneticists in medicine, and in medicine. So they were called the Amasutum. They spoke their own, they spoke their own dialect separate from the males, and they wore cow headdresses with horns. So we have 1, 2 questions, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 statements. Let's see what's going on here. So anybody on the panel, are you familiar with Ubaid civilization? Are you familiar with the civilization that have female priestesses, geneticists, any group people called the Amasutum? The females spoke different dialects from the males, cow headdresses. Anybody here heard of any of this?
I haven't heard particularly that, but
no,
I've heard similar instances, like from Kemet, where they do their own different rituals, different practices. I've heard this from like that back in those times. The females, they were the only ones able to go into certain temples, that they wouldn't allow certain males. Like the temples, the females, magic practices of Hekau, and I could see them enchanting different tones, like Isis or Aset and Nefertiti that I've encountered. So, but nothing with the Anunnaki or the Sumerian civilization.
Okay, interesting. Is the chat alive? Chat. Anybody heard of any of this? Anybody heard of the Ubaid?
If I'm not in the chat is dead.
Anybody at all? Heard of? Yeah, the chat is stuck on Robert Williams' comments. Is fed don't stop until the podcast. Has been there for about 15 minutes. no movement in the chat. Okay, so all right, let's continue. We have Gabriel Lopez. How you doing, Gabriel? Oh,
Hotep. Can I be heard?
you can be heard.
Hotep to everybody. Much Mary to everybody. Tua SABA for your presence today. Tua for continuing to do what you do. And I just hope that the support continues and increases for you to just bring that prosperity. Because you deserve that. Tua for everything. I'm doing well, by the way. Just with the baby and stuff.
Okay. Is Primordial okay, or did he fall asleep doing baby work?
He's doing baby work right now. That's why I was able to jump on.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Primordial, great, Tef. Okay, thank you for the video. What's that, Gabby? Gabriella?
I said yes. He is enjoying that beautiful baby girl.
Okay, wonderful. Nanny Setmer. Nanny talks about her every day. Every day she's mentioned.
I know they have a great relationship. She's like mesmerized when Nani speaks to her. She just stares into her, and it's a Nefer thing. And I'm so grateful that Aset has someone like that. Because I know that everybody here wishes they had some kind of guidance like that at such a young age, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's undescribable. So, but I'm beyond grateful for Nani, and so she's such a Nefer soul and just beautiful. So I'm glad that it's a Nefer thing.
Wonderful. She's in the back saying, "Oh, wonderful." I'm glad she's in our morning affirmation. The morning affirmation is in adorations. Usually are mentioning the students and different things, and she's the only baby in the morning affirmation. She's mentioned every morning by Nana. So beautiful love relationship there. And okay. Well, you know what? We're going to continue. Let's get into this, everybody. We're going to get to the next question. This question is the question that sparked what you see on the thumbnail, which is boom. Non-humanoid artifacts, ancient female priestesses, and female geneticists. Obeid culture influences Kemet. This is the section here we're going to get into. We already covered what is luck. Is luck connected to light, parallel quantum sight? And now, what is this here? Obeid culture influences Kemet, ancient female priestesses and female geneticists in the Obeid culture, and then non-human artifacts. That part was not asked about, but will be added. So, everybody, we're going to get into this next question. Get your pens, your pads out. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me in the chat. Press a 9 so I can see how many people are in the chat, how many people can hear me clearly. Press a 9, please, if you can hear me. And press a 9 also if you can see this screen share echoing right here. I want to make sure everybody sees this, because once I start again, I'm not going to take much breaks. So if you can see the screen share echoing there, and if you can hear me, press A9. Okay, wonderful. I'm seeing the 9s come in. Who's here in the pod class tonight? 41 people watching. Peace and love to all the new people. Those who are watching, feel free to press A9. Don't be an introvert. Don't be unknown. Let yourself be known. Let it be known that you're supporting, watching the pod class, that you're active, enjoying this, and go ahead and just press a 9. I know this is the internet world
Don't
of
be shy.
introverts, but don't be too shy where the Matrix tells you can't press a 9. Oh man, where's Malcolm X and the Black Panthers? All right, so imagine. Oh man, where's Marcus Garvey? All right, so shout out to we see there's the name Amun Min Ra Sut Atum. Okay, I see some 9s here. Wonderful. I see 9s coming in. Let's get started, everybody. So I'm gonna say peace and love to Amun Amunet. See you in the chat. Peace and love to Nukpu. Nukpu, I love this new energy that you've come with. Your participation is more. You're
It's not new,
talking.
Saba. It's not new. I was just snake styling you.
It was what? Say what? What?
I was just snake styling you. I was just being humble. It's not new.
Oh, it's not new. Okay, well, thank you for bringing it to the light, because you used to come to the panel and all you used to do is this. This is like, you say Tua Saba and this. Now you're talking. It's good energy, especially while a TEF usually comes on and gives the fiery energy and the support and the appreciation, and he's fiery with that. But he doesn't come on till late because of his family travels. So your energy is great to have inside of that. We need that fiery energy talked into the people. So thank you, Nook Panuk. And thank you for your good support. They see a supporter on the panel. And support. Wonderful. And to you, Gabriel Lopez. Go ahead and jump back into the chat. I wish Primordial could come on. DJ could come on. This is his question. I hope he's listening. And
Yes, he is, Saba.
and he can jump on and at least give a response when it's done, because this is for him and his brother here. So shout out to everybody.
Sure, Saba.
Nini Ook. And Hush Nation, is your brain okay yet? Your brain still rattled from luck?
Yeah. I'm ready to rattle it some more.
Okay. All right. Much love to you, Hush Nation. You can jump back in there, and we're going to get right back to these. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. We are back. I hope you're enjoying this so far. We're taking you on a journey. If you're wondering where you are, you have jumped into the realm of the houseofatton, the last representative energy of the Nitiru, the ones that do not want the Nitiru knowledge to be erased and eradicated, but rather promoted. So we'll get it off. Rather promoted, and the truth be told. The rest of the people are ashamed of the Nitiru, and that's why you never hear teachings about the Nitiru from the papyrus on the other channels. They're just talking about the Bible's wrong and the Hebrews are this and the Bible. No, open up the papyrus and read, and let's get some lessons and some wisdom on immortality and what the Nitiru are according to the writings of the indigenous people. They're embarrassed of that, so they don't give it. But we are not. We represent it. So here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Let's get started. Shout out to the new people watching. And let's get started. Let me get the timer on, everybody. Timer on and ready. We're starting at 0. Who knows how long this movie's going to be? Let's find out, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Boom. Oh, let me get it on the screen for everybody to visually see. This is interesting. Another interesting answer, another interesting question. This question has never been asked to me before either. It's another one. Boom, 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 boom. Are we on the screen? Yes. And move this to the side. And to the side, I hope it fits. It kind of fits. Let me shrink it down and go this way. Okay, I'll make it fit. I'll fix this. One more to the side. Oh, I wish it could all fit, but it can't. Okay. I'll read it smaller. Okay, here we go, everybody. Get ready. Let's get into this answer here for the Tehuti podcast. Get your pen, your pads out. We're about to get started. Here we go. The timer's going on. Yes, it's about to get spooky. Let's get spooky, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Entire screen. There we go. Boom. And boom. Timer's on. Go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Natiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, are there any ancient sources, government psyops, are they taking place, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. That was the last class. Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little do you know that you stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and has infiltrated in the form of the New Age, Black conscious, woke, esoteric, all these many different names. And atheists who have disguised themselves as so-called teachers, Kemetic teachers, woke teachers, Kemetic science teachers, esoteric, metaphysic teachers, Kemet teachers, all these different teachers say they're representing Kemet, but they're really not. They're just atheists in disguise. They have the agenda of pushing what's called just knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching, which is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen, over and over again. They're proud that the Egyptians are black, but they do not follow any of the teachings. So they're just proud of what somebody looks like, but not proud of their actual consciousness and discipline that comes with their consciousness. Just proud of what somebody happens to be born to look like, which makes absolutely no sense. They always start their conversations with, well, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such a group, or their argumentative conversations such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the American Indians, not African. They're the American Indians, but they don't follow in any Native American culture. They have no elders in their society. They have no structure. They're just claiming it for the argumentative purposes and egotistical purposes. Do they follow any specific Native American culture? Absolutely not. They only do what's called counter teaching. Counter teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos or classes on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any of the so-called African or Ma'at or Kemet culture teachings or Native American teachings can stand on their own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined and stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Let me tell you where you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. Only fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its fight, in its place of what they adhere to. So they fight everyone, argue with everyone, but they don't give you any indigenous spiritual discipline in the place of what they're destroying, of what they adhere to on a daily discipline, and what they and their family actually practice. When the computer shuts down, when the debate fight is over, those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer. Excuse me. Thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because they actually can't address the topic. So they just attack you because their agenda is actually individualism. Individualism is to disunite under the guise of knowledge. They have quote unquote different types of knowledge, but no structured unity system, as all the ancients did before the Matrix. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancestors did. They have no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and not be held accountable to anything. They just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever actions or feelings they have for that day. They have no accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them that they are wrong or they have messed up on the cultural way. Thus, they are about what's called loneism. They're just individuals alone in their bedroom making YouTube videos, but they're not held accountable to any one thing. Thus, they can't be trusted. Because if you're not held accountable to any one way of life, you can do anything at any point in time and claim that it's right according to whatever culture you jump to for that day. They're in a state of what's called solipsism, meaning that no matter what they do, they're actually always right because they can never be checked by any council, elder, or magistrate or group, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no other ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind a computer screen teaching that I follow no man, don't follow nobody, I follow no one, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure, accountability to a specific way of life, discipline, and they were followers of whatever elder or higher ranking system was above them, just like any culture, society, or nation. Because in reality, disunity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who are actually outsiders just collecting and collecting knowledge on Egypt, but they weren't there to unify. Wallace, Budge, Peachtree, and any of the Flounder, Peachtree, and Faulkner and Miriam Lithium, they're not there to unify anybody under Kemet. They're just there to collect knowledge, which is no problem with it because they're not of the Kemetic way anyway. They don't claim to be. But now the people that are actually looking like the people of Kemet, that claim Kemet, are actually echoes of the Egyptologists, not of the people of Kemet. The followers of Ma'at, they're not united like the followers of Ma'at, the ones that actually created Kemet, in which they studied. The ancient ones that had structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly complaining about what is wrong. Here are some wise words. Here are wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus people will have testimonies of how you cleaned up and helped their life and gave them a better way. If not, then you're just a complainer. You're not a disciplined solution provider because you have no testimonies from the masses of people who are in need. Your water is dirty as well, or dirty, period. Welcome to the clean glass of water. Welcome to the clean water glass, the House of Aten, the Tehuti pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized book written for you, live, taught in a document type faction with interaction, magic involved, and customized for you, with each answer getting subconscious matrices demonstrated, performed, and broken live for you. Here is at the Tehuti pod class. What are the questions for this class that Tehuti will answer right now. And the question we went over was, there are questions, and then there's several claims inside the question. Did the Ubaid civilization have any influence on Kemet or vice versa? Did the Ubaid exist before the Sumerian tablets? And then here comes the statements. They had female priests. So we're not in any questions anymore. We're now in statements and claims. So the Ubaid, had female priests in this civilization that were skilled what? Skilled geneticists in medicine. The next claim, they were called the Amisatum. The next claim, they spoke their own dialect separate from males. The next claim, they wore cow-headed headdresses with horns. Sound familiar? Here we go. So what is this? What is called today the Ubaid people, period, was discovered starting in the 1920s and onwards by archaeologist Charles Woolley, who worked with Penn State and the British Museum in areas of Eridu and Ur, ancient areas of Bab Ilu, which people call Babylon today. This is where the Ubaid information became popularized, actually labeled and named. So here is Charles Leonard Woolley. He's from 1880 to 1960. Leonard Woolley was the third of 11 children of what? Of a Church of England clergyman, George Herbert Woolley, and his wife Sarah. He attended St. John's School, Leatherhead, in Surrey, and New College, University of Oxford, where he studied classics and theology. It was the warden of the new college, W.A. Spooner, who advised him to take up archaeology after graduation. In 1905, Woolley was appointed assistant to Arthur Evans, keeper of the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. So a little bit of history on the archaeologists in the 1920s on to the 30s who did the research in the area, and from there the title of Ubaid culture was popularized. Okay, everybody has that so far? Wonderful. Okay, whose extensive finds, typo finds, and means of exploration, determination, published in the book called Beyond the Ubaid from Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, number 63. So if anybody wants to research his exploration, what he determined, his means of exploration, what was found, this is a great source where you can find what was found, discovered, and studied in this area that they call the Ubaid by the Institute of the University of Chicago, number 63. That has a lot of Charles Woolley's work and discoveries inside of it, and observation. And there he is again, Charles Leonard Woolley. And if anybody wants to get the book, this is the book right there. Okay? All right, and it's displayed in the Penn State Museum that Charles Woolley was working with. So here we can go and now inside of Penn State Museum, because remember he was working with Penn State Museum and the British Museum. Let me turn this lights off for you all. How about that? There we go. So there is the Penn State Museum, and there's the British Museum. So these ones were found in the area of what's called Iraq today. Came from the word Uruk and Ur and Eridu. And these excavations go all the way up to these particular ones to 1931. Wonderful. Let's continue. The specific location of the origin of the popular statues were never actually recorded. There were some popular statues that were found, but the specific location of the statues were never recorded. But there have been some found owned by citizens of Ur. In this house, for example, under what's called PITF, which is encircled. Let me shrink it down for you. So here's the area. And in this area that's circled, that's where some of the statues, the ones that were owned by people, were found. So there were some domesticated statues that were found in that area right there. As Willie dug deeper in the strata, he found that artifacts and pottery discoveries of even a deeper typo. Thus, the deeper the stratum, the older the pottery and artifacts. So first he was on the surface layer, then he went into the Ur cemetery, and he got deeper and found that there were even older artifacts in the area. So here's the example of the image of the strata, and this was an excavation. This one was from 1929 to 1930, and this was the cemetery. And as they got deeper, they found that there was older things found that were buried, some 2,000 feet below. From some 2,000 years before, and even a little bit longer. This is image number 191606. Okay, let's continue. And here's an example. Look how deep they're going. Look at this. So they're going deeper and deeper, and they found that as they get further down in the strata, they're finding older artifacts. This is what gave birth to what they're calling the Ubaid period, or the Ubaid people. So now this started to circulate throughout archaeological circles, and it made it to many museums, and thus was labeled Ubaid and dated, as we can see in the Met Museum. So they started labeling it Ubaid because it was named after, we're going to get to why it was named that later, but it was thus named Ubaid. And here's some other examples of artifacts, pottery that was found from 1929 to 1930. Herringbone walls and pieces of parts of pottery that they called pre-flood era. And as it spread through museums, now we can find some of these in Met Museum. And so when you go to the Met Museum and you see these artifacts, now it's called the Ubaid period of how long? 5,500 BC to 4,000 BC. Okay, so it says it was during this period that the first identifiable villages developed in the region. It was in this period that the first identifiable villages developed in the region, where people farmed the land using irrigation and fished the rivers and sea. Department of the Near Eastern Art, October 1st, 2003. And here is some of the pottery that was found. And they call this pre-flood pottery. And of course, pre-flood, why are they calling this pre-flood? Because of how Willie was raised up. How was Willie raised up? Willie was raised up from the Church of, what is this? Willie was raised up from the Church of England. And why is this? Where is he? So Willie was raised up here. It is. Oh. Church of England. He went to St. John's School. And he was of 11 children of a clergyman. So what do they believe? The Christians believe that Adam and Eve started some 6,000 BC or 6,000 years ago. So when they dated this back to 5,500 BC. They call it pre-flood because they believe there was a Noah that was after that date. So they call it pre-flood. Okay? So no, as for the first question that was asked, as to did the Ubaid civilization have any influence on Kemet or vice versa? Once we find out the psyops behind the Ubaid, that question will be answered. Because of course, for a specific culture and civilization to have influenced another, that culture would have had to have existed first, and I mean literally existed at all, as a culture or as a cultural civilization with provable practices and beliefs recorded. What if I were to tell you that the concept of a separate culture called Ubaid is a psyops, and that there never was such a culture under that name and concept, and that the concept of a place called Sumer by the indigenous people of the area is also a psyops in the agenda of separation to create confusion and the European supremacy that superimposes Europeanized chosen words over indigenous people's words. And I will walk through these questions step by step. But of course, in order to get into all of that and the non-humanoid artifacts that were found, what is it time to get into, everybody? It is time to get into, of course. Let's liven it up. It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. For the channel, the teaching, donate, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Are you ready? That's right. Type it in. Tehuti Overdrive. Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Boom. Well, there's the Jed. Father Man, the Tef. You already know SABA Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Let's find out what this psyops is. This Ubaid before Sumerian psyops and Ubaid period and Ubaid culture. Let's find out what's actually going on. Let's find out about these Sumerians. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, and boom. What time is it, everybody? Time to get into. Let the blue sun come out. Let the blue sun come out because it's time to get into. Boom. Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. And here is the subconscious psyops echoing throughout the world. If I take you to World History Encyclopedia under the section Mesopotamian art and architecture, look at how the European archaeologists separate the time periods and rulership. Tell me if you see anything strange. Let's go to it, everybody. What do we see here? We're in the World History Encyclopedia under the section Mesopotamian art. And here it is. The first one, Ubaid period, 5,000 to 4,100 BC. Uruk period, 4,100 BC, early dynastic period, Akkadian period, Ur period, Babylonian period, Hittite period, Kassite period, Assyrian period, Neo-Assyrian period, Neo-Babylonian period, Achaemenid period, Persian, Sasanian period. Anybody notice anything? Probably not. Let me make it clear to you what's actually happening. It is very subtle, actually, what's happening here. It's very subtle, yet outward at the same time. And that is how the matrix works. The matrix words, every period here as a group of people whose name is recorded in history, who had rulers, kings, under that name. Babylonian, they're called the Bab-Ilu, recorded in history, which is shown from their own writing. Bab-Ilu, people, they call themselves that. Ashur is from Assyrian is from Ashur. People call themselves that. Recorded in history. Persians, recorded in history. Hittite is a word recorded in history. Who had kings and rulers, an established system of culture. Okay? All recorded in history. Akkad, recorded in history. An area. It's an area you can find in history, which had rulers under that name. Uruk. Uruk is a place found in ancient history and recorded and written by the indigenous people. But now when we get to the top one, Ubaid, there is not one recorded ruler, king, under that name. There is no written record of any agreed culture that was unified from 5500 BC to 4100 BC under the name Ubaid, found anywhere in history. This word derives from Arabic, and it's superimposed on top of a section that European researchers with an agenda want to categorize for a certain time period as if there were a certain group of people that were completely separate from the people of Uruk. This is a psyop and unproven. It is a part of the separation for the agenda of chaos, of naming cultures things that they did not name themselves. Why not call the people what they call themselves? There's a reason for that. Here we go. So now we're going to get into the question. Again, with statements. Did the Ubaid civilization have any influence? And I have the focus here. In red. Did the Ubaid exist before Sumerians? And in the tablets, we're going to focus on this. So in order for the Ubaid to exist before the Sumerians, obviously the first step is there has to be a group of people called Ubaid, and there has to be another group of people called Sumerians. In order for one to exist before the other, first we have to understand if there was a people called Ubaid, and if there was a group of people that call themselves Sumerians. Let's find out, everybody. Here we go. So after the titles exist, then we can pinpoint time periods. Here we go. So this question is based, what is this question based on? It's based upon the concept that there were indigenous people that call themselves Sumerians and another separate indigenous people that call themselves or were Ubaid, because in order for there to be a before or after, there would have to be two distinct people to differentiate. So first, when you look at this term Sumerian, what will you find? Because in order to have a people that's before the Sumerians, we first have to have Sumerians. Does that make sense, everybody? There we go. Ready? Sumerian. So when you do a basic search on Sumerian in the dictionary, you know what you find? From French Sumerian, pertaining to Sumer, the name of a district in ancient Babylon, once the seat of a great civilization. As a now Sumerian person, as the name of an ancient language by 1887. Okay? So, boom. What do we have here? Whoop. Boom. Sumerian, a district. Oh, why is it doing this? Sumerian. Oh, my goodness. What in the world? Sumerian is a district in Babylon. So the Sumerians are a people within another culture. What if I were to tell you that they were named that by the culture? But first, let me show you what this small district of people within the larger culture of Bab-Ilani call themselves. where better for me to take you than to take you to the ancient tablet called the Lament of Sumer. So first we established Sumer was a district inside of another people. There was a group of people called the Bab-Ilu, called the Babylonians, and then there's a small district within their territory, and within that territory there's a group of people that they say were called Sumerians. So now we're going to go to the Lament of Sumer and Urim and read about these people called the so-called Sumerians. Here it is. All right. So to overrun the appointed times, to obliterate the divine plans, the storms gather to strike like a flood. That's line 1 to 2. Line 1 to 2, this is lament for Sumer and Urim. Translation 1 to 2. To overturn the appointed time, to obliterate the divine plans, the storms gather to strike like a flood. Lines 3 to 11. And Enlil and Enki and then her Saga have decided its fate to overturn the divine powers of Sumer. So there we have the word Sumer in the green. We don't really have to read anymore. We just know that Sumer here is in the green. So we found the word Sumer. Now we're going to go to the transliteration. Back to line 3. Okay. Mi Kiengi. So where the word Sumer is Kiengi. Engi is the word there that they have here for Sumer. So where does this word Sumer come from? Because we're trying to compare who was there first, or the Ubaid people before Sumer. When we go into the writings, we don't find a Sumer. We find Kiengi. So why are they pushing the word Sumer if the word there from the indigenous people is Kiengi? Okay? And now we're going to go to the Sumerian English Dictionary. Let's go to the Sumerian to English Dictionary. And we see Lugal, word Imki, which means what? King of Ur. Okay? Lugal, Ingi, Ki, King of Sumer. Why do they have here in the English Sumer? Why do they have this word Sumer, but in the language it's Kiengi? And then it says Suberium is from French. I don't see Sumer here. Lugal, Kiengi, Ki. Where's the word Sumer? I don't see it. See? Kiengi equals Sumer. Why does it have to equal it? Why can't Kiengi be a word that stands on its own? Because this is the European superimposing his concepts and consciousness over the indigenous people. The indigenous people had a word for themselves, and that word stood on their own. They didn't need another word to translate it to, because the word itself had its own translation, which is what? Ki. Land. Ki. And Engi. You see? Ki. Cosmic world in Lord. The earth gods of Gi, where you get the word Gia or Gaio or Geo. Geometry and all those words come from Gi, which is the word for earth. These have translations. None of them translate to the word Sumer. Sumer is not an English word. What language is this? What language is this right here? Sumer. How could Kiengi translate to the word Sumer? Yeah, we're just translating it to English. Use the word Sumer in a sentence for me, please. I want to Sumer my hamburger. I want to go Sumer today. Sumer is not an English word. This word has English translations already. World, Lord, and earth. If it's translated as that, what's the Sumer superimposed over it? That's where the psyops begin. There is no Sumer. There is no indigenous people who call themselves Sumer. The people in that area call themselves Kiengi. Thus, why do you know the word Sumer more than you know the word Kiengi? Let me come to the screen. It's because of the psyops. if the people call themselves Kiingi and not Sumer, why is it when you're speaking about the people and you're speaking English, why is it you know the word Sumer over the word Kiingi? And Sumer is not an English word. You can't say, oh, Kiingi translates to the word Sumer in English. Sumer is not an English word. Who is trying to remove the word Kiingi and replace it with another word? Why are they erasing what the people call themselves? They do not have the right to name themselves? Or were they're too savage and ignorant to know who they're calling themselves earth gods, the lords of the earth. Call themselves the lords of the earth before Europeans could even speak. And now the European has the authority to say, you all call yourself the lords of the earth and the black-headed ones? Nah, forget about that. You don't have the right to call yourself anything. We're just going to call you Sumer. And now that we have this word encapsulated, now we can start separating it from the other people. This is the Sumerians. No, Kiingi was all the people in that area. Here we go, everybody. Go on the 2D pod class here. We go. Boom, boom, boom. Got him. And Angela Bass is laughing. All right, boom, boom, boom. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Woo! Ready? Boom. Because there is no Sumer. The people of that area call themselves Kiingi. Thus, why do you know the word Sumer more than Kiingi? Because that's what the Matrix hypnotically takes your mind into. Typo here. And I'm going to get you out of that thinking. They get you into the thinking of separation of the people. That's where that begins. With colonizers labeling of them. Thus, your thinking is based on his naming of the people, not the actual people. And thinking the people are actually different. That is the psyops. Notice in the language, there is the term King of Ur. That is one of the areas the Kiingi lived and ruled. Well, where do these people that have been renamed the Ubaid live? So when we go back over here, we see in the same language of the Kiingi, we see the Kiingi people had what's called King of Ur. So they were the rulers, or their appointed one was the ruler of this place called Ur, Lugal or Imki, the King of Ur. So where do these Ubaid people that they're discovering, this Ubaid time period, where do they live? Where were the discoveries found? Charles Woolley, where did you find them? So where do these people that they're calling the Ubaid, that have been renamed the Ubaid, where do they live? Where did Charles Woolley find the so-called people, culture, called the Ubaid? Where was the discovery found? Guess where it's found? Here we go. Penn Museum, Museum Journal, excavations at Ur. The Ubaid, so-called Ubaid culture, or Ubaid time period, is found in the same place that the Kiingi have words for, that show that they were the rulers of that place. Lugal or Imki. The Lugal or Imki is the Kiingi word for their rulers of Ur. And when you go to the Ubaid, to Penn State, to find out where were these Ubaid found, excavations at Ur, 1929 to 1930, the 8th season of the joint expedition of the British Museum and of the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania started at Ur on November 1st, 1929, and ended March 19th, 1930. The staff consisted of my wife, who as usual was responsible for the type drawings of objects, the planning of the cemetery, and for the share in the field's work. Mr. M.E.L. Malawan, General Archaeological Assistant, and Rev. Burroughs. As work went on, the soil and Burroughs, Reverend E. Burroughs, S.J. As work went on, the soil in which the graves were dug began to yield fragments of black on white pottery of Al-Ubaid. Now it's Al-Ubaid. What is this Al-Ubaid? Which grew more numerous as deeper levels were cleared, continued until virgin soil was reached at about modern sea level. The approach to virgin soil was heralded by alternate thin strata of black mud and greenish sandy clay. True virgin soil was the clay, with clay of a stiffer texture. So boom, were they found? Ore. Lugal Imki. They were found in ore. Now ore is where the excavation was done to discover the so-called Ubaid. But now it says Al-Ubaid. Why is there an Al in Ubaid here? We'll get to that shortly as the class continues. Okay? Now, you do a simple search of ore. Let's be clear. This was a city, and what the people called Sumeria, a Sumer, which remember was just a district in Babylon, who are really called the ENGI, or this is just a district area. So now, simple search now of ore. What do you get? A Sumerian city. In other words, a city of the ENGI, of course, because they were the kings of that area. Ugal Imki, they were the kings of that area. So Urim, in Sumerian times, is one of the world's oldest cities. It was located, another fake word they invented, Mesopotamia. The Mesopotamia. Where is that? What is Mesopotamia? What is that? Located in Mesopotamia, where? Near the mouth of the Tigris and Euphrates, right? Tigris rivers. Deposition of fresh sediments has resulted in the city being well inlaid today. The site is now called Tel El Mukerar, and it goes on. So, let me read this part. Very important because we're going to get to this. Here we go. And it's near the city of Nasiriyah, south of Baghdad. A ziggurat survives and is believed to be the Temple of Nana. Remember this, please. In this area called Ur, it's something called the Temple of Nana, the Sumerian moon god. Or also as a settlement mound with small courtyard houses. The courts are most likely to have been used for cooking and other work, not for growing plants. Okay, so here's Ur again. Ur was an important Sumerian city-state. So here's Sumeria, as they call it, with no such place. And here's the city of Ur. So we know that Ur was governed by the Kingi. And they were the Lugal Imki, they were the rulers of Ur. So Ur was ruled by the Kingi, and that's where they lived. So as we go to Lugal Ur Imki, and that's the king of Ur, in the language of the Kingi. See? That's where Woolley did his discoveries. It is just that they went deeper in the strata of the same location. They found that the people there went back even further than they thought. And they labeled them a new name for the same people. Giving them a new name for the same people. They were always living there. And make note, these Kingi people thought that the prior inhabitants of that land were not hominids. What, Tehuti? Yes, the people thought that before them, in the true pre-flood era, the real pre-flood era, they saw that the inhabitants of that area were not humanoids, were not Homo sapien, and actually genetically manipulated to create man. These were called the Anuna. That's according to the words of the people themselves. The Anuna, of which consisted of Inki, Enlil, Ninti, there's Nana, there's Inanna, and others of Ur were worshipped, and priests and priestesses of those ancient beings that superseded them there in the area. So the people that came after the Anuna were the priests and priestesses that worshiped the original inhabitants there, which were the Anuna, in the area of Orb. And according to their teachings, those beings made humans as servants. Get this in your mind, this word servants. And we're going to see how the Saps reveals with what the ancient people wrote, that the Anuna created servants, man to serve them, to labor and help, which leads us right into the next psyops that innocently brought about the next statement within the question. So we're going to go to the next question with the Jed's brother and go to the underlined section. Here it is. So we already did the Ubaid exists before the Sumerians and the tablets, and here's the next underlined section that I underlined. And these are statements that are made. Now look at some of the statements that are made. And the statements that are made are they had female priestesses in this civilization that were skilled geneticists. They were called the Amasutum. They spoke their own dialect separate from the males and wore cow headdresses. So this section right here, they had female priestesses in the civilization were skilled geneticists. Where does that information come from to even ask this question? Let's see if it comes from the Ubaid writings themselves, or let's see if it comes from who they're calling the Sumerians. Because remember, the question is, did the Ubaid predate exist before the Sumerians? So therefore, if there's information on the Ubaid, on female priests that were skilled geneticists, then we must be getting that information directly from some other people called the Ubaid that are not the Sumerians. Here we go. Let's walk you through. Ooh wee, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. They, which is the statement, they, the Ubaid, had female priests and priestesses, and the Ubaid were skilled geneticists. That's what's said in the question. And they were called the Amistatum. Where does this come from? Did it come from writings of the Ubaid people themselves? Let me take you back to Beyond the Ubaid book. And let's see if that information comes from the writings of the Ubaid period and the Ubaid people, because that is the only place that anybody could get that information from. So we're going to go back to Beyond the Ubaid and see some of the discoveries there, and actually what they did not discover. What they discovered or what they did not discover is what's going to be of important focus here. So we're going to go right over here, and it states right here in the book their own states for existence. For instance, Hamokar, and Brak, the city walls, institutional food preparation. Bring this down. Administrative instruments, including locally produced stamp seals and evidence of craft specialists in the pre-Uruk 4 levels. In neither the south nor the north do we yet have evidence of real writing. You see that? They did not find any evidence of writing in the so-called Ubaid period, as it is described. There's no evidence of any writing. Boom. There have never been ever found any tablets and any writing of any story of the culture at that particular time that they're calling the Ubaid. That's if they did not write about it, then wherever this information came from has to be a psyops. Wherever this information came from, that the Ubaid people, and look how detailed the information is. They had female priestesses, and the female priestesses were also geneticists. They also spoke a language that was separate from the male's language. Where is this detailed information coming from? Because in the archaeological finds, there is no writing that date back to this Ubaid people or Ubaid time period. So where is this coming from, these female geneticists and female priestesses? If it's not coming from the Ubaid themselves, And it has to be a psyops that people are just believing but not verifying. But what is the motto? What is the motto here of the Tuti Pod class, everybody? What do I teach my students to go by? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So let's go. Let us deal with the indigenous artifacts found in the area. Were there female priestesses in that area? Were there any? As a matter of fact, the very first author in that area was a female priestess. Let me introduce you to Enheduanna. When we go back to the area, here's what we find. The female priestess and first author in that area, Enheduanna. And who is she the priestess to? Because, see, the priestess is the worshiper. The priestess is the guide that guides the people to who the deity or the divinity is. So in that area, they did find female priestesses. Were they of the Ubaid? There's no writings of the Ubaid. So where did this writing of the Enheduanna come from? And who was she a female priestess to? But to have a priestess, you have to have a deity which is worshipped. So who is she the female priestess to? Let's find out. Enheduanna female priestess to who? High priestess of Nana. We're back to Nana again. Remember, in the area of Ur, were set up temples of Nana. Were the temples of Nana of the Ubaid time period? No. The temples of other people that came after a certain time period, that were worshiping those who were of before, that did not call themselves Ubaid. Boom. Here's the high priestess of Inanna or Nana at Ur. What did she do? Cement the ties between the Akkadian culture from her father and the native, what they call Sumerian religion of the ENGI. She's the high priestess of the area and the first author, the priestess of the Anuna. The beings that are stated by the ENGI to have grafted man from their genes, meaning that they were not what you would call human today. They created humans, according to the writings of the Anuna, who created man to be a servant. So, Enheduanna was a priestess of the Anuna beings, and the Anuna beings were those who created man according to the ENGI stories. And they created man to be a servant. And the Anuna beings are the ones that existed, lived in the Ur area prior to when the Homo sapien, or when man was created. And here's the tablet. The original Sumerian clay tablet of Inanna and Eba. The original Sumerian clay tablet of Inanna and Eba, which is currently housed in the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. So we don't have high priestesses of the Ubaid. The high priestesses were there in the area where they found what they're calling the Ubaid, that they're trying to separate from the ENGI people, where there's no high priestesses or geneticists found in the Ubaid age. They were of the ENGI. They were worshippers of the Anuna. Anuna, which were beings that existed in the area, according to the indigenous writings, that created man to be servants. And this priestess, because remember, the information of the Ubaid people surfaced from who? Charles Leonard Woolley. Before Charles Leonard Woolley, there was nobody on the planet talking about any Ubaid people. But here is Enheduanna, and guess who found her? Who found her? Because here's where the confusion starts. People say, Well, the Ubaid were found by Charles Woolley. Well, guess who found Entanglement? Guess who found the female priestess? Under what excavation? Ready? Let's shrink this down. Here it is. Uh-oh. Here's Entanglement. Who found you? Who found this information? The cultural memory of Entanglement and the works attributed to her were lost sometime after the end of the First Babylonian Empire. Her existence was first rediscovered by modern archaeology in 1927 when Sir Leonard Woolley excavated the Gapera in the ancient city of Ur and found an alabaster disc with her name on it. Huh? The confusion begins because the person who's associated with birthing the Ubaid people are defining this Ubaid time period with some separate people, was excavating ore, and now there's some Ubaid people that have female priestesses, because the same person that founded the concept of Ubaid time period in the area, that's the same archaeologist that found the female priestess of the king. They were the ones with the female priestesses, because the female priestesses were worshiping the beings that were there before. There's your female priestess. Ask somebody, where's the female priestess of the Ubaid? Where's the writing? In order to identify somebody as a priestess, there has to be writing calling her that. Well, if there's no textual writing that goes back to the Ubaid time period, where's this concept coming from that there was female priestess, and the female priestess spoke a different language from the male priestess, and they call themselves this, and they were the geneticists. It's so detailed, but there's not one sentence translated. Where's this information coming from? Memes? TikToking it up? People talking Babylonian? The Gaia channel? People talking it up? Where's the sentences about the female priestesses that date back to 5,500 BC in the Ubaid? The records of the geneticists. Because they're talking about the ENGI people. And the discoverer of the Ubaid were the same discoverer of the priestess. Soon we're going to find out also the geneticists. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. This is what I'm here for. To represent what the ancestors say about themselves, and now those who want to superimpose a new narrative over ancient people. Here we go. Boom. Here's Woolley. He's the one that found the female priestess. Uh-oh. When British Museum and Penn State formed partnership to excavate ore, that's where they found the Nana Temple, they chose Charles Leonard Woolley to head the excavations. Woolley had worked for the University Museum in Nubia in Italy in 1910. For the British Museum, Karcheshmish, just prior to and immediately after World War I. At Ur, Woolley worked on a grand scale in the era of big digs that no longer exist. His landmark excavations will become the largest in Iraq's history, with seasons normally lasting for 4 months a year and utilizing up to 300 workmen at one point, alongside a very small archaeological staff. Woolley exhumed thousands of bodies. What else did he find? Thousands of texts. Thousands of texts. Thousands of texts. Thousands of texts. And tens of thousands of registered artifacts. He took over 2,000 photographs and wrote nearly 20,000 pages of notes, and including letters and reports. He investigated the massive ziggurat, uncovered temples, administrative buildings, and private houses from a range of time periods. as well as rural private graves, and excavations revealed more about ore than we know of most of Mesopotamian cities. So what did he find there? He found the female priestess. There she is. He found thousands of texts. Thousands of texts. Are they translating these texts? Absolutely, of course. What? They're translating these texts and writing books, commentary on these texts. But what time period are the texts? The time period of the ENGI. What texts were found of the Ubaid? Is that a zero? That's a zero, right? Yeah. Nilch, zero. Nothing. Not one text. But he did find thousands of texts in Ur that, of course, would describe the culture, the beings that were worshipped, the priestesses, the jobs, the structures of the ENGI people. And now the new internet, new age people grab bits and pieces of information, and they grab information about the ENGI, the female priestess, the area of Ur, and then they try to say, and there was an ancient people even older than the ENGI, and they had the geneticists. They had the female priests. How do you know that? The meme said it. The Gaia channel said it. The aliens, they told us. They're talking. They talk to us. They talk to us on the channel, on the TikTok, and it up. Was there any written information from the Ubaid period on the female priestess and female geneticists and their way of life and what language they spoke, and the language was different from the males, and we're called this word? And no, the thousands of texts way back after that time period. So the New Agers mush together, steal the information from the ENGI and throw it backwards in time. It's the Ubaid that had them. And then do Yana is Ubaid. No, she's 2300 BC, sucker. She's 2300 BC, man. Hello. How you doing? You doing good? Hope you're doing great. 2300 BC isn't the Ubaid period. So where did we get the female? Oh, I thought the priestesses, they spoke a different language. Ubaid! Help me, Ubaid. When the people themselves say that the beings before us created humans, that's what the ENGI say. And they lived in Ur. They're the ones that named the place Eridu, or Uruk. The Anuna beings that were not even humans, and created humans as workers for them. And of course, because they came after the Anuna, they, the ENGI people, would be the priestesses of the Anuna. Huh? Let the people speak for themselves. There we go, boom. I'm going to speak a little bit more and then take a break. Here we go. They found thousands of texts, thousands of registered artifacts. None of them talking about any detail of anything happening in the Ubaid period. Not a single one. Not a one. Not one. No one. No, not one. So yes, Charles Woolley. Oh my. Charles Woolley. There he is again. He found thousands of texts that they, of course, translated, studied the stories. Yes, Charles Woolley, boom. So yes, Charles Woolley and his digs that supposedly discovered the Ubaid, separate culture that had female priestesses. This is who was factually discovered, the female priestess of the Anuna, specifically Nana, ENGI culture that people are calling Sumerian. In the same digs, there is no separate Ubaid culture that anyone can tell you anything about. only thousands of texts and statues, because none of those thousands of texts were from the time of the Ubaid people, that the people are talking about, that were found in any of those finds. So then the PSYOPs makes two sets of cultures by attributing all the facts of the Kingi onto the Ubaid, then separating them, saying the Ubaid were some prior people. They were all the same people, just found deeper in the strata. There was no Ubaid people that moved in 5,500 BC and then moved out in 4,100 BC, and then some Kingi people moved in when the Ubaid moved out. They're all the same people in the same area. Okay, you go back further in time, you get back to a time period called the Younger Dryas. If you have questions on that, go ahead and ask. I've done many classes. This is a Younger Dryas, which was the recovery after the cataclysm, during a time where people were not writing yet. Indigenous writings say that this was the time of the Anuna gods. One moment, everybody, hold on, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Ready, everybody? Boom. 1, 2, and I'm going to take a break in a few moments, and then come back after and continue this. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. So boom. Yes, Charles Woolley and his digs that supposedly discovered an Ubaid separate culture that had female priestesses. This is who was factually found and discovered as the female priestess of the Anuna Kingi culture that people are calling Sumerian, the little Sumerian. In the same digs, there is no separate Ubaid culture that anyone can tell you anything about, because there was thousands of texts found in statues, but none of those thousands of texts were from the time period of what they're calling Ubaid people that were found in those finds. And then they try to make two sets of cultures while attributing all the facts of the Kingi onto the Ubaid, then separating them, saying the Ubaid were some prior people that had female geneticists or female the priestess, and they did this and they did that. They were all the same people, just found in a deeper strata. There was no new people called the Sumerians that the Ubaid predated, because there was never people that called themselves Sumerians. As you go back further in time, you get back to a time period called the Younger Dryad, which was the recovery period of the cataclysm, during a time where people were not writing yet. The indigenous writings say that this was the time of the Anuna gods. When you get back after the Younger Dryas period, the recovery period, after the cataclysms hit, people were just starting to resurface. They weren't coming up with writing systems and full structured culture yet. Do you notice that people have been here, Homo sapiens, 185,000 years in what they call Ethiopia, 350,000 years in Morocco, no writing, nothing. Then all of a sudden, boom, there's a cataclysm that takes place around 11,900 years ago. Then there's a Younger Dryas period, and it starts to heal itself around 5,000. And then all of a sudden, boom, everywhere in a particular area at a particular time, you find writing systems develop. After that, why is there no writing system developed 20,000 BC, 10,000 BC? Pull up a tablet from 10,000 BC. Then all of a sudden, after around 4,000 BC, 3,000 BC, 3,000 BC, you start getting writing spreading with a bunch of people that didn't communicate with each other. How did this consciousness arise all at the same time, but wasn't there for 185,000 years? Not a pen in sight, not a letter in sight. Then all of a sudden, 3,000 BC, boom! It was cataclysms, earth changes and destructions, and people started resurfacing in the area around the same time because of that area was affected by the younger dryads. Once they cultivated and got their culture and civilizations back together, they started reformulating writing systems, going back and getting information, and then started coming out. But the writing systems don't have a beginning system. When you look up what they call the cuneiform, it doesn't have a first system. It doesn't have, it just boom pops up. When you go into the metanetter, there's no evolution of it. They rediscovered it and got it back after they started resettling and going back and getting the information and rebuilding the culture again. But you would think if you took a newborn baby and put him on an island and he couldn't read or write, there has to be a time period of development of thousands of years where you see your first batch of a letter, then you see a sentence structure. All of a sudden, boom, the metanetter already has nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, structure sentences, paragraph. Everything with boom pops up. Where's the beginning of it? Where's the first metanetter sentence where they were saying A, let's make it B, and let's make the first a sentence? Where's that at? No. Because just like we are trying to recover our history, there was a cataclysm that destroyed an area, and the people had to recover their history back and redevelop it, but it was already established before they were there. But this is under large areas of strata, and that's when you go to 1993, Farouk Al-Buz, who did study on the strata lower areas of Saudi Arabia. As he got lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, is the lush rainforest under there. And that's where you start finding things, but on the top is dry sand. As you get lower and lower and older, that's why 94 feet below the Saqqara, or below the Aku, is a whole other structured civilization. Another class. So here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 and let's go. Here we go. Woo! I'm gonna go about 4 more minutes and take a break. Here we go. It says it's sharing, but I don't see the sharing. Here we go. Yay! All right, boom. So there we go. And remember I said I'm going to deal with these questions step by step. So this leads us to the next section in the question, which actually was not a question, but an insertion of what the person asking had heard. And that was that these Ubaid people, before the Sumerians, were geneticists. Where's that information coming from? Let me source you, because it's not coming from the Ubaid time period. Where's that information that there was female geneticists? So we go back over here. There's statements that they had female geneticists. Let the screen pop back up. Back to the end here, boom. And remember I said I'm going to deal with these questions step by step. So this leads us to the next section in the question, which actually was not a question, but an insertion of what the person asking had heard. And that these Obeid people before the Sumerians were geneticists, specifically female geneticists. Where does that information come from? Does it come from any writings of the Obeid? No, there was no writings found in the Ubaid period. Where did that information come from? Here's the question here, and I have it underlined. See? Look how detailed this is. Female priestesses in this civilization that were skilled geneticists and in medicine. Where does this come from? If there's no translated text. Even the name of them, they were called the Amasutum. Where does that word come from? If there's no text found in the Ubaid period, then there would be no word Amasutum. Where does this concept come from of the female geneticists? Could it have come from the ENGI again? That they stole and threw backwards and put it with a new set of people? Or was it about what the ENGI wrote about the beings before them, which were not of a separate culture, but separate beings that created them? Here it is. But since, let me shrink this down. But since there has not been found one writing, shrink it down one more time. But since there has not been found one written record of any occupation of anyone during the time period of 5,500 BC, where does the concept come from of ancient female geneticists? It comes from one of the many thousands of texts that they found in the area that were actually the texts of the ENGI people, which were stories from the people of the time that took place thousands of years before they came into existence, of a time period of before. Let me take you to one of the thousands of tablets that were found in that area, the tablet of Enki in Ninma. And after I read this, then I'm going to take a break. Here we go. Here's the tablet of Enki and Ninma. Does this go back to the time period of the Ubaid? Let's see. Let's read it. This is Enki and Ninma. Sounds like the Anuna. Translation: in those days, when heaven and earth were created in those nights, and the nights when heaven and earth were created, in those years, in the years when the fates were determined, when the Anuna gods were born, when the goddesses were taken in marriage, when the goddesses were distributed in heaven and earth, when the goddesses became pregnant and gave birth, when the gods were obliged, their food, their meals, the senior gods oversaw the work, while the minor gods were bearing the toil. The gods were digging the canals and piling up silt and harali. The gods dreaded the clay, began complaining about this life. Enki answered Ninma, I will counterbalance whatever fate, or good or bad, you happen to decide. Ninma took clay from the top of Apsu in her hand, and she from it first a man who could not bend his outstretched weak hands. Enki looked at the man who could not bend his outstretched weak hands and decreed his fate. He appointed him as a servant of the king. Third, she fashioned with both feet broken, one with paralyzed feet. Enki looked at the one with both feet broken, the one with paralyzed feet, in him for the work of, then is broken, and the silversmith and broken again instead. Here we go with the she. She fashioned one, a third one, born as an idiot. Enki looked at this one born as an idiot, and decreed his fate. He appointed him as a servant of the king. Fifth, she fashioned a woman who could not give birth. Enki looked at the woman who could not give birth and decreed the fate. He made her belong to the queen's household. As a weaver, fashioned her and to belong to the queen's household. 6, she, Ninma, she fashioned one with neither penis nor vagina on its body. Enki looked at the one with neither penis or vagina on his body and gave it the name Nibru Unik. Enki devised the shape with his head and mouth in the middle and said to Ninma, pour ejaculated semen into a woman's womb. Here we are with the in vitro fertilization. Pour ejaculated semen into a woman's womb, and the woman will give birth to the semen of her womb. Ninma stood by for the newborn, and the woman brought forth in the midst. In return, this was Umul. Its head was afflicted, its place damaged was afflicted, its eyes were afflicted, its neck was afflicted, it could not hardly breathe, its ribs were shaky, its lungs were afflicted, its heart was afflicted, its bowels were afflicted, its hand and its lolling head, it could not stand its head straight. Put bread into its mouth, it couldn't put bread into its own mouth. Its spine and head were dislocated. Oh my. The weak hips and the shaky feet could not carry it on. And the 5th, Enki fashioned it in this way. Boom, everybody. Thank you. Boom. What do we have here? Boom. There's the record found in the area of the female geneticist. Speaking of a time before modern man inhabited the area, the Engi are describing who was there first, not any Ubaid culture, but the Anuna and the early primitive inhabitants of the land were primitive men and women who could not write yet. They were just coming into surface after the flood and after the calamity called the Younger Dryas time. These humans, according to the people, were created as servants and workers of the Anuna to help mine. Make note that this was the land of the servants, according to the indigenous people themselves. So there's your female geneticist, the Kiingi, writing about the Anuna as the geneticists that were creating them. So we have the female priestesses, that's the Kiingi priestesses of the Anuna, and here's your female geneticists, the ones that created the hominid, the human species in that area, written by the Kiingi. Not a sentence from the Ubaid yet. I'm going to take a break right there, put the link in the room, let the people jump in. I'm going to step away for just a moment and come back and continue this, everybody. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Jump in the room, supporters, and I'm going to step back, refurbish myself. In a few minutes, come right back and get into this. Primordial, let me hear what you have to say. Jump in so I can step out. I'm going to see 2 people jump in, and I have to step away. Did I put the link? Yeah, the link is in the room. I'm falling into the Upesh. Man, I wish I could say the same. I'm falling into the second part of the answer. Throw me in the Upesh. There's Hush Nation. There's Jed. How you doing, brothers? How you doing, Hush? You doing well? Hush Nation is not sure what's happening. There's the Tef, and there's Jet. How you doing, good brother? How's the Ubaid going?
Hey, SABA, hey, like I said, hey, this wasn't my question. I didn't know anything about any of this. I was just the middleman sending in the question, doing my part. You know what I mean? And I'm learning just like everybody else. But this is definitely phenomenal. It's pure learning right now for me. I'm just like, from beginning to where you left off, it's pure knowledge for me. So I'm just enjoying a ride. Let me put it that way.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're enjoying the ride, and it's really important. You see the psyops in the question, though. See all those nice details. Not one sentence from the Ubaid, though. I'm gonna step off everybody for a moment. Atef Rem, Kim Ma'at, carry them through. Nice to see you. Glad you're here to learn. This is another question you never asked. Never would have thought to ask.
This is great. Can you hear me?
I hear you good now. I hear you good now, yes.
Hotep, this is phenomenal, Ray Saba. I'm loving it. This is my question, Saba. It's the question I didn't ask.
Okay, good. I'm gonna step off now. I know Hush Nation is still recovering from the luck question, and here he's getting hit with. I don't know if he knew anything about the Ubaid or what the heck is this going on here. Female geneticist, but anyways, you all build. I'm gonna step off. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Peace.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace.
Hey, come on here for a roller coaster ride, so I get in exactly where I come from. So, yeah, too so much for that, Saba. Big up at Tefrem Kim, Ma'at, good to see you on deck, my bro. The Jets SJEM, Ma'at, Hemed Pauku, to our for sending in that question. Get another deep dive into the whole ENGI that people just keep coming with this Sumerian blockage, I like how Saba always remind us how they put more words and more names on top of the programming to carry us more deeper into the matrix, because the more different names they change and they use, the more they could cover and put more layers upon the lies, so we could have more digging before we find the truth. So I like how Saba does keep mentioning that. Yeah, but real never presentation this big, this deep. Yeah, a whole lot more to go, but I'm strapped in, I'm ready to go.
Big Ma'at.
Big Ma'at.
Big Ma'at. Hey, DJ, can you hear my sounds, brother?
Yeah, that's perfect.
You can hear it? Okay. How about my mic? I'm just using
the mic is good too. The mic is good.
I'm using the webcam mic, man. I'm just forget the expensive mic, man. Yeah, this is phenomenal. Nook Poo, 2-out for asking the first question, and 2-out to your brother DJED and you. I know you said this was your brother's question. But this is my question. I don't know of which brother you was talking about. You know what I mean? Your new brother. But this is definitely one of my questions because I want to know everything. I don't know nothing. So this is great. I'm loving it, man. This is a beautiful day, and I just want to let you know, nation, how lucky you are, great brother. I just want to share that with you. You too, DJED. I just want to let you guys know if y'all, I don't know if you do the scratch off or any of that, but I just want to let you know how lucky you are. It's a beautiful thing, man. Hey, man, that last question was, oh my goodness, that talk about mind blowing. I don't know if it's me. Y'all can tell me because I don't know what's going on. And I'm not gonna say it seems like it, but Saba's answers getting better and better. I don't know what it is. But that first question was like, oh my goodness, bro, that was phenomenal, man. All his questions are like that, but I don't know if it's. I don't know. I'm just loving it, man. I'm absolutely loving it. I look like somebody else is coming on. Yeah, this is great, man. I'm just.
Yo, I love when Saba talk about that. I love when Saba talk about what is perceived to be part of the oldest next with Kemet, right? Like anything that got any ties to this civilization was around when Kemet was around. Anything like that, any claims like that, those are the ones I like when Saba talk about. I mean, we already used to the New Age religion, right? Like all the stuff that came like way after, like we already know, we know those, right? But the ones that's like, and it's always tied into, I mean, kind of like Pan-Africanism, right? In a way, right? So anything that's tied to that, I like that Saba talks about these things because Kemet still stands number one right away. Like it's on its own island. Ma'at is just like right there, and only if everybody that created their spiritual civilization gave Hindu to that. Only if it was like that, would that be a very Nefer thing, right? But Saba gotta go through all of this just to clear the smoke, just to calm the waters. Saba gotta go through detailed, step-by-step things like that people have just been, teaching and just spewing out all kind of things that came from, other people that was creating psyops to try to jack and then establish their own, right? So that's the thing that's, hey, like, you got to go through all of this just to get the truth. That's the part, like, we supposed to be this species in a way, right? And thrive as a species, thrive as a being, and things. Saba got to go to the depths of this just for us to get the clear picture of really what's going on. That's unfortunate. Because like Saba always say, you can't Google this. You can't go to Google and find what he giving you out right now. You can't go to Wikipedia. This is no quick search. Like, this is not something like you can just go get and pull it outside of you know what I mean? you can't do that joint. So that's why I love being a part of the House of ATTON. That's why I love just this atmosphere, just Saba, you know what I mean, staying committed to his gift, committed to his destiny, his purpose, because this is what it turns into. So Hotep Hinus, shouts out to our Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep, bro.
Yeah, I agree, bro. It goes to show you just how but that's part of the definition, of Ma'at. You gotta dig for the truth, bro. You gotta dig for it because they got it buried, like Angela Gates said in the chat. The truth is buried. They try to hide it. But that goes to show you the lengths that they go through to keep us ignorant. Like they stole it from us, stole our history from us, our culture from us, and then they hid it. My question is why? Like, why? It goes to show you, you know what I mean, just how deep the psyops is. Yeah, it's very deep, man, and that's why I love Saba too, and that's why I love this frequency. I totally agree with you, brother. I don't know who that is on the panel. It's black. I don't know if they're trying to come on, but welcome, Tehuti.
Yeah, that was the brother from last week.
Oh, okay. Welcome, brother. Is that's a brother?
Yeah, that's a brother. That's a brother.
Welcome, brother. We'd like to hear your tones if you want to speak.
He screen black. I don't know what happened. I ain't even know if he there. I ain't
Yeah, he might not be there, but Yeah, this is all Saba's. Like I said, it seems like Saba's answers are getting better and better. You know, I'm just loving it. I know that I know they are, because I know that you know, that's definitely you know, part of my art is to keep striving and getting better and better. You know, kept raw. So you know, I know that my perception isn't off with these answers, no matter how long or short Saba's answers are. They're very, 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 very deep, very thorough. You know, because even when he was doing the short answers to the questions, they were still deep. They were short, but they was deep. So yeah, I love it, man. And yeah, this frequency. That's another thing, man. You can't fake it. Like, this is the thing. It's my art or not. You absolutely cannot fake it. I was just telling somebody that today. Like, you know, it's funky in my art. You know, and it's a constant striving to you know, to raise your consciousness. You know what I mean? Hotep. Is that somebody trying to talk?
No.
Yeah, and I'm hearing an echo in the background.
Yeah, I'm hearing an echo on your mic as well, but I'm hearing you clear though.
Okay. Gotta make sure. That's too many buttons. I got too many things going on here. But yeah, I'm just I'm loving it, man. I love the class, and you know, I don't miss this, man. This isn't. I don't miss this at all, because people do what's important to them. So these classes, and you know, even just, you know, just being a supporter of SABA is important to me. You know, to support the truth, to support this consciousness, this level of consciousness is important to me. You know what I mean? Because no matter what, you go and support the matrix. No matter, just to eat, you go and support the matrix. Just, I don't care how healthy you eat, it don't matter unless you you know, have your own farm and community and some kind of way. The matrix got it so entangled that you gonna support them some kind of way. Like, we have to, even when we support SABA, we gotta send it through the Cash App and the PayPal. They benefit in some kind of way. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, just do your part. You know, do what's important to you. Do your part and support. You know, I don't understand how people don't support the truth. I don't understand how people don't want to be in this frequency. I don't understand how people will rather support the lie. How people don't truly appreciate Saba and appreciate what he's doing and what's actually taking place here. I really don't. It doesn't. I don't even try to understand it, because it's really not important to me. You know, I just look forward to the day when more people support the truth and more people get on the proper frequency, you know, of the way we're supposed to be living. Man, I was like you, DJED, but this was a long time ago. I was like, man, everything go back to Africa, what they call Africa. You know, I was like, everything go back to Africa. We face everything back. It didn't matter what question was asked, Saba would always trace it back. It seemed as if it was always being traced back to Africa, what they call Africa. But the reality is it was always being traced back to its origins. And that's the thing. We have to dig for the truth and trace everything back to its origins. Like Saba pointed out, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. You know, that's the thing. You know, it's like, you got to remove your biases, because our biases a lot of times are based on the false reality and the matrix that we stuck in. You know, our biases. You know, when we were in these religions. You know what I mean? Like, it was and we would argue up and down with people about a lie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was. I remember myself, man, I would have long, in-depth conversations and not know what I was talking about now, based on what I know now. Looking back then, you know, it was perceived as if I was talking big, you know, but I really wasn't. And that was the thing, is just understanding that everything is a lie, man. Everything that we've been taught has been a lie, you know, including who we are, including our existence. You know, that last class, it really sheds a light on population control, memorandum 200, and these types of things. It really shows you, just how fortunate we are, right? Like Saba pointed out, we are very, very, very fortunate, man, and we should be appreciative. And how do you, if you do come to that realization of how fortunate you are, which I know a lot of us do. How do you show your appreciation, and who do you show your appreciation to? Right? It's way more sneak listeners and sneak learners than it is supporters, right? I'm not looking at the thing, but as far as the numbers will be, maybe in the 50s and 60s, but then tomorrow or when I go back to look at the class, they're already in the thousands of views, and I'm just like, I don't understand, it just don't make no sense, man. It don't make no sense how upside down we are as a culture. Like Saba said, everything that coaches call themselves is is based on a lie. My daughter asked me a question yesterday. She said, "Why do people in Brazil speak Portuguese?" And I told her, I said, "Hey, most of the languages and the customs that people adhere to, and the things that we celebrate about ourselves, are all based on colonization. It's just a fact. No matter if we want to admit it or not. You know what I mean? So it's one of them things to where it's like, people are more comfortable with living the lie. People are more comfortable with living in the matrix than they are in putting in the work to get out. Because, right, just like Saba said, we have to discipline ourselves. It requires discipline. It requires dedication. It requires, consistency. That's a ritual, and as much as people heck of the word spooky, right? As much as people like to use the word spooky and that's ritualistic, or that's cultish and all of that, it's fed, and it's all designed to keep us not unified, so it's beautiful to see you great brothers up here, great brother Hush Nation, Hotep Hindu to you, great brother. Of course, Hotep and Hindu to you, my great brother DJED, and your beautiful mate. This brother on the panel, I love to see new people on the panel, and new supporters. Hindu to my good brother. Go ahead.
Yo, I didn't touch your bill, but stop listening. Nukpu said he in the background if he can put him on.
Peace and love. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Peace and love to Tehuti. I could hear you.
For some reason, I'm having some technical difficulty with my camera. But to back up what you were saying, Tip, just think about all the wars and fighting and things that we have been through as a culture, as a people, based on lies. We always argue with each other like, I'm indigenous. No, I'm not an Indian. Oh, yeah, I'm an Indian. I'm an African American. Like, we're all fighting over terms given to us by the oppressor. And we're being further divided by that information. And it's all a lie.
Yep, that's a fact. And it's done on purpose. It's deliberately done to keep us ignorant. That's why change our name, change our language. And, ultimately it's a whole frequency change, right? When you break it down, they've completely changed our frequency. So that's why it's very important that you align yourself with the proper frequency. But you know what though? Everybody's on this frequency, right? Everybody is not on this frequency. So Hotep Hindu to you, great brother Nukpu. That was brother, thank you for asking that question, man. That was my question. So, for that was that was absolutely, man, that was mind blowing. That was phenomenal. Listen, I love it. Like I said, I feel like, well, I know. I'm not even gonna say I feel like it. I feel it because I know it's true. Saba's answers are getting better and better, you know, because Saba is getting better and better, just as all of you are. You know, our consciousness is raising and rising, and, you know, we definitely have to be supportive of that frequency. You know, unfortunately, you know what, man, yeah, we just don't know how lucky we are. That's man. Nick Pooh, what's going on, great brother?
In New York or the Santa Tef. I'm just trying to hang in there, man. I'm half in the Upesh, half here. You know, my room is the Netra Kudupesh, so you know, it ain't easy to stay up over here. But yeah, man, Saba's, you know, breaking it down. He broke a code, basically, man. He broke us out of that matrix with that last one. And I was explaining to Tehuti, like, that's similar to what he asked on the panel last week of how we could raise our consciousness, you know, relating to the sun, how the solar flares is giving off this energy to raise our consciousness. So Saba, you know, he broke down how we can't wait on change to come. We have to, like, basically put in that work for us to align with this consciousness to rise up, you know. And you know, when you go through it with the playback, you'll see it all makes sense. But it's not just one particular part. You have to go from the beginning to the end so it could all make sense, because Saba goes into heavy details. And like I said, you're gonna see Saba Sakem power of his, you know, answering questions, divine questions. And that's why it's important to be in Ma'at, because that way you can give out the right questions instead of, you know, any question you give out, you know, it is what it is. But if you want to have a more an effective question, it's better for you to be in Ma'at, in my personal opinion, instead of asking somewhat silly questions like Solomon, what's his name, the Saint Germain, all these weird new age psyop questions, you know. And it's important for people to be in Ma'at, because, you know, they say that power, too much power leads to corruption and destruction. That's why here in with Ma'at, you know, we have a balance where it's not overly too much power. We're balanced. And that's the difference between us and other groups. The other groups, yeah, they practicing, you know, manifestations or whatever the case may be, power, whatever. But we're balanced. We're in Ma'at. So that's what makes it a big difference opposed to any other organization that may be corrupted. You know what I'm saying? And we've seen that in the past happen plenty of times with other groups. That's how, you know, PSYOPs comes in and to sidetrack everything, because it's true, when somebody has too much power, you know, they'll be abusive. And I'm grateful for Saba, because he's in Ma'at overall. Like, that's the main thing. And he's extremely powerful. Like, without a doubt, he could put us all in hypnosis right now. You know what I'm saying? He be doing some things people don't even know, because he don't even show it. But we've seen little parts of it, and and Saba is the truth, man. He's in Ma'at. So I appreciate Saba to the bus stop, man. I don't care what nobody say, nobody do. Show, like, I know who Saba is. Saba done showed and proved himself to me a long time ago. So there's never no doubt with me over here. So to a Hotep, to everybody on the panel, Hotep to everybody on the chat, you know, keep in mind the reciprocity is what you got to give out, but this Hekau to really work. So it's just never. So Hotep and Teru, I'm half asleep, so I just wanted to get on the panel so I could give my Henu to Saba before I knock out into the next round. So Hotep.
Hotep, Henu, great brother. Well, you have a Nefa who passed, and I heard you say to the bus stop. That means all the way to the end. For those that you don't know, that's how we talk down here at the bottom. Saba don't play the radio. You know, that's another word. It's another way how they speak down here. So I definitely understand Nukpu language. That's a fact. You know, spectacular vernacular. Hotep, great Saba, welcome back.
Welcome back. One more.
Nukpu say we ride with you to the bus stop.
Hotep, the grand translator, you heard?
We're going to the bus stop.
Grace. That's a vernacular they use down here where we live at. To the bus stop. That means all the way to the end, Saba. To the bus out, to the bus stop, to the end. We ride with you to the end, Grace Saba.
To the last stop. Okay, that is wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. We're gonna get right back into it. It's already after 11. Oh man, I can start the class at 2, 3. It doesn't matter. It goes late. Let me get back right into this beautiful question here, and break this continuous psyops. So I'm gonna say, did brother Tehuti, has he been able to come on yet? Or the screen is black all the time.
Yes, he was able to speak a little bit, but we haven't been able to see him. The screen's been black.
Okay. Well, wonderful. Shout out to Tehuti. He gave massive purchase support. He came to the class. Did you see him at TEPI? He came to the class last week for the first time. Were you there for that?
Yes, I saw him. I wasn't on the panel, but I did see him in the class last week. Yes.
Okay, and so that's his first time coming. And this week he ordered every single Metanetter class.
And new to you, brother. That's great. That's phenomenal.
So he's making installments. I'm gonna announce one of his installments. I don't know. He said I'm not sure if both are made yet because I haven't checked the Gmails, but I'm definitely gonna announce at the end one of the installments, which is massive. So shout out to the good brother Tehuti, and let's get right back into this answer here. Let's find out what's happening. Question sent in from the Jet Sadem Hemt Pauku's brother. So let's see if we let's get this answer to him. Well, shout out to everybody, Hush Nation, peace and love. You can jump back. Is Amunet on? Did they come to the panel?
No, Saba, they went to the Upesh. Amu messaged me, so yeah, we here.
Oh, okay. They went to the Upesh. Okay, so hopefully Nook for Nook. I don't know how long he's gonna make it, but you already look like your head is sideways. Your head is angled already. Oh man. Well, if you happen to go to sleep, Nefer Upesh, I know that's your realm. You probably like the sleep realm better than being awake. I don't know, but Nefer Upesh, have a great rest if you happen to go to sleep during the answer here, and enjoy your dreams. Do your dream record book and come back with some information from Lucky Land.
I'm gonna be back with some
jewels.
Hush Nation.
Saba. Peace and love, the Jet. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be back with some jewels.
Wonderful. Peace and love to Hush Nation. Okay, wonderful. I look forward to everything you have to bring. Peace to a Tefrem Kema'at. Peace to Nook Punuk. Peace to Tehuti. Hope he can get his camera thing working. And I'm going to put him back in the chat because he is having technical difficulties. So, okay, here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Let's get right back into it. This is Tehuti. I'm putting you back in the chat. Technical difficulties. And let's get right back into it. Put the timer back on. And here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I see Minty's back. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're going to get right back into it. Everybody ready? Here we go. Boom. 1, 2, 3. You should be able to see the mirrored image screen. Hush Nation, press the 9. That's all I need to see. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Timer back on. Resume. And boom. 41 to 41 people. 9 Blicket. Let's give these 41 people the answer they never thought they asked for. Here we go. Boom. Boom. So boom. There's the record. There's a record found in the area of the female geneticist. Speaking of a time before modern man inhabited the area, the key ENGI who are describing who was there first, not any Ubaid culture, but the Anuna and the early primitive inhabitants of the land were primitive men and women who could not read or write yet. They were just coming into the surface after the flood, called the Younger Dryas time period. These humans, according to the people, were created as servants and workers for the Anuna to help mine. Make note, this was the land of the servants. According to the indigenous people themselves, make note of that, everybody, land of the servants, so the area where the servants were created. Here we go, everybody ready? Boom. We saw that genetic manipulation experimentation done by the female geneticist, Ninma, who's recorded in the writings of the indigenous people. Here we go, everybody, boom. So, and there it is. I broke the matrix on the fantasy story of some fantasy time period called Ubaid. But they had high female priests that were skilled geneticists, and showed you from the words of the writings of the people themselves that the time before them, the beings that were there before them, were the high female geneticists, and the kingi females were the priestess of them. That's Inu Duama. And the ancient females were priestesses of them, and the ancient female geneticists created man as a servant to serve and work and do the labor for the Anuna as servants. Now let me further break this matrix for you. Ready? And remember, the Psyop said that the ancient people before the Sumerians were called Ubaid, because that is the area that they found the artifacts in. I've already disproven that Psyops, because the exact same area, there are quote-unquote Sumerian artifacts, and in the area of excavation was Ur, which was the Kiengi city. But here is where the matrix truly messes up. Here's the Ubaid area. I want everybody to take a look. So this is a justification of why they call this Ubaid, because they say Ubaid is the actual area. So here it is. Google map. Here it is on the map. This area right here. So this is the Iraqi area. This is Tel Al Ubaid. Now you actually see that this word is actually an Arabic word. Thus, it could not be a word that describes any ancient people. It's an area, but the land area is only the 3 dots in the red. Can everybody see that? That's the Ubaid area right there. So they call it, supposedly according to the matrix, call it the Ubaid because the ancient finds were here. So that's the time period is being associated with the land name of today called Ubaid. That's here. See this big green map? See the section down to the bottom of the map? Those are the 3 dots. That's the Ubaid area. Okay? Tel Al Ubaid. Everybody got that? Okay. And here is Tel Abida. So this area here is Tel Abida. Let me go ahead and shrink it so you can see them both beside each other. You can see them right here. So here's the green area, and all the way down here at the bottom is Ubaid. And then over here, going towards closer to the top, this area here is Abida. As you can see, 2 totally different areas. Okay, here we go. And yet on page 85 of Beyond the Ubaid, what does it say on page 85? Let's go back there. Let's go back to the Beyond the Ubaid. And what does it say here? Page 85 says, I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. Their own states, for example, and we read this earlier, Hamorkar and Brak, when city walls, institutions, institutional food, let me shrink this down one more time, institutional food preparation, administration instruments, including locally produced stamps, seals, and evidence of craft specialists in the pre-Uruk 4 level in neither the south nor north do we have evidence of real writing, although Joanne Oatts at Brock as artifacts that she sees as proto tablets analogous to some items found by SABA, JSM at the Ubaid period site. Now of Tel Abada. Tel Abada. Now we have a quote-unquote Ubaid period on a different part of the map. Now that it is programmed in your mind that anywhere they find artifacts they call Ubaid, whether it was, as I've shown you, called Ur, whether they find it in parts of Eridu, or even in the area far upwards from Ubaid, for some reason it's still called Ubaid. But yeah, this is El Abada, this is no Ubaid. Why do they insist to use that particular word? What is the subliminal magic behind that? Well, when they excavated the site over a period of over 10 years, they did find tablets, thousands of tablets, with writings that have the stories of the Anuna, ancient beings that live in Ur, that manipulated genetics to create man as a slave or a servant. So with the site, with that site was the original home, the story of the ancient beings creating slaves. Oh, by the way, guess what the word Ubaid means? Remember, it's Arabic, right? Why do they keep saying that it's Ubaid? No matter where they find it, they keep saying Ubaid, Ubaid. They tell us that Ubaid is an area, a particular area. Well, we found the area on the map, and the area of Ubaid is here at the bottom, this Iraqi area or the green area. Here, they found artifacts way up here in Tel Abada. There's a whole other city, a whole other area within Iraq. If you live in the Ubaid area, you're not going to say you're from Tel Abada. This is a whole different area. But yet, when they found artifacts here, they call them the Ubaid. Why did they call them that when it wasn't found in Ubaid? Why do they keep pushing that word? Well, they said they found thousands of tablets which have the stories of the Anuna creating man as servants for them. As servants for them. Guess what the word Ubaid means? Remember they say it's Arabic? Why do they keep pushing this Arabic word on us? Are you all ready, everybody? Watch how deep this psyops actually gets. Are you ready? Here we go. Watch. 1, 2, 3. What does the word Ubaid mean? Guess what it means. Let's go. Ready? Ubaid. So when you look it up, they say prehistoric period of Mesopotamia. We know Ubaid is the name of a city area or a tell area. So Ubaid, they say the prehistoric period. Ubaid, 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 Ubaid. Americanized Ubaid. What does it mean? Used with or with our article al, are all romanticized of Arabic word name forming diminutive from abid, meaning servant or slave. The word Ubaid is the old Arabic word for slave. And that's what they keep calling that area. Boom, boom. The prehistoric time period of the slave servant creation, just as the tablets of the ENGI stated. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what subliminal games that they're playing, and they keep calling it Ubaid, the Ubaid area, thousands of years before the Sumerians. And the Sumerians, the ENGI, say we're not Sumerians. We were actually beings that were created as servants and slaves thousands of years before we established our cities. And they call all the old area the Ubaid, even when it's not found in Ubaid. And then you go look up the word Ubaid, and it means servant or slave. Boom, welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. So no. Anyone telling you any details about an Ubaid culture, 5500 BC as far as priestly responsibility, priestesses speaking different language from men, etc. It's making it up from the top of their head. There's absolutely no written record from that time period that describes any group of high geneticists called the houseofatton. As stated in the question, they merely took from the quote unquote Sumerian ENGI writings that came after that and applied it to the Ubaid, some false made up group of people culture that were somehow separate from all the people that lived there, and had a female priest that spoke some other language that existed in no writing. But this is how the matrix spreads its psyops. The reality is, the beings that lived in that area prior to the ENGI are recorded as the creators of Homo sapien are man, just as the people of Kemet recorded there was a time period before them in the time of the gods of the Nibiru called the TEPI. And thus, guess what? In the records of the people of Kemet that record that time before, guess who's there with the Nibiru? So both the ancient cultures claim that there wasn't a pre-culture or pre-people. Let me make this clear for everybody on the screen. Both the people of Tamaray, Kemet, Nile Valley and the ENGI people claim an ancient history that predates them, that are not people of a different culture, not a different people, but actually are a set of beings that were the teachers, that were the providers, and in the ENGI situation, the creators of man. And when you go to the people of Kemet, they say there was a time period called the TEPI. This was the time that the Nibiru were there. So both the humans, people, are writing about a time period that was before them. Not a different culture, not a different people, but the people, the beings before them were the gods, were the Netzers before them, and the Anuna before them. So thus, if we go by the writings of the indigenous people that write about the time period before them, and we come back to Kemet, guess who also was there in the time period with the Nibiru before the people of Kemet? Who's there? I wonder who's there. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2. Let's see if the history of the two people coincide. Let's see. So who's there? Let's go right to the temples of Edfu. And what is this we're looking at? These are the writings that are actually on the walls. These particular ones. And what are these the writings of? These are the writings of a war. The story of an airborne war of Heru Behutet in the temple of Edfu. So the story is of an airborne war. A war that takes place not on the ground, but in air. Here we go. Let's go, because this is what the Kemet scholars and Kemetic teachers are ashamed to read. They have 1,000 hours to talk about the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong. Put the Bible down then and read your own text. You're ashamed of your text. You don't think that your text can stand alone without controversy and argument. Read your text and just teach for them sentence by sentence. They can't, because the Kemetic teachers of nowadays are ashamed of this. Let me show you what they're ashamed of. This is the legend of Heru Behutet and the winged disc. In the 360th year of Ra Harakuti, 363rd year of Ra Harakuti, who lived forever and forever, his majesty was in Takens, and his soldiers were with him. See, they hate this. They don't read this. The Kemetic people, if they don't read this, why? Because they're going to tell you, it's all principles. It's the principles. You walk me through and tell me about the principles of the soldiers who are with the majesty in Takens. Tell me about it. What do the soldiers represent? What does Takens represent? They can't, because they don't read any of this. So the soldiers of Ra were in Takens, and they're with Ra, and the enemy did not conspire. The Au did not conspire against their Lord, and the land was called Uwachetet. Remember that word Uwachet from the last class? Unto this day, And Ra set out an expedition on his boat. I thought Ra was the principle of the sun. Isn't Ra the sun? So he's setting out an expedition in his boat, and his followers were with him, and he arrived at Uthis. See, they don't have a teaching for this, so they don't read it. The sun arrived at Uthis Heru. They hate Kemetic writing. The Kemetic teachers of today despise this. That's why they only teach from where the Bible is wrong. West of the Nome and to the east of the canal. Now Ra's in a particular section of Pakenzu, which is called in his damage. And Heru Behutet was in the boat of Ra, and he said unto his father, Ra Heru Kuti, I see the enemies are conspiring against their Lord. What enemies are conspiring against the sun? Who's conspiring against the sun? And let thy fiery serpent gain mastery over them. Then the majesty of Ra, Herakuti, said unto thy divine Ka, Heru Behutet, O son of Ra, thou exalted one, who did proceed from me, overthrow thy enemies, were before the straightaway. And Heru Behutet flew up into the horizon in the form of the great winged disc, for which reason he's called the great netter. Ask your Kemetic teacher what's happening here, word for word, step for step, sentence for sentence. They hate this. They hate the brain of the ancient Kemetic people. Now here is Inanna, Astarte, whom Enid Duana was the female high priestess of. So for her we established that Heru is about to have a battle and a war in the air. Now we're going to go back to the Kingi people, back to the female priestess, and who she was writing about and who she revered was Inanna, Astarte. And this is Astarte's journey to the heavens. And it talks about how she puts on a garment, she flies over the people's head when she's in her move. And she goes to her resting places. It's talking about her flying through the heavens. Is she the sun too? The sun puts on a garment and flies over the people's heads and lands in certain areas. And here we go. So here's Inanna. Inanna is airborne in the story. And here's her priestess and Duana. So we got Heru airborne, Inanna airborne. And let's see what happens here. So as we can see clearly, according to the indigenous writings, both these beings that predated the time period of the people of Kemet and the people of the Kingi wrote about them were not regarded as regular hominids. These are beings who can take flight. And now back to the Kemetic story of Heru. Guess who's there in the fight, in the air, in the battles with him? Guess who was there with him in the battle? So who's with Heru in the battle? The Kemetic teachers hate this. Despise the writings. Never will read this on any platform. They're embarrassed of the Kemetic people's belief system. They hate it. Here we go. Here's Heru flying into the heaven on this day. And when he saw the enemies in the heights of the heaven, he set out to follow after them. Is this the sun? The sun's following after enemies? This is the principle of the sun. In the form of the great winged disc, he attacked with such terrific force. Is the sun attacking somebody, following somebody? They could neither see with their eyes nor hear. What's the principle here? What's happening here? Who couldn't see with their eyes or hear? The sun's attacking. Their ears, each of them slew his fellow. Ooh, who's this? In the moment of the time, there was not a single creature left alive. Heru Behutet, shining with very many colors, came in the form of the winged disc to the boat of Ra Herakute, and Tehuti said unto Ra, these are principles talking to each other now, O Lord of the Netiru, Behutet has returned in the form of the great winged disc, shining with many colors. For his reason, he's called Heru Behutet to this day. And Tehuti said, the city Teb shall be called to the city of Heru Behutet, and thus is called unto this day. Ra embraced, and then there's some damage there, of Ra, said unto Heru Behutet, thou did put grapes into the waters which come forth from it, and thy heart rejoiced, and for this reason the water or canal of Heru Behutet is called grape water unto this day. And then this damage unto this day. Heru Behutet said, advance, O Ra, look thou upon thine enemies who are laying on the land. So what is happening here? There's a fight that takes place in the air. Heru kills them, and now they're on the land. Thereupon the Majesty set out on the way, and the goddess Astarte, do you see right there? The goddess Astarte was with him, and he saw the enemies overthrown on the ground, one each of them better. Here's Inanna right here. Inanna is Astarte. Astarte is there with Heru because they, according to the people's indigenous writings that the modern day Kemetic people are ashamed of, the indigenous people say that both the Anuna and the Nitiru, they're of that past time period. They're the ones that were there before them. Not a different culture, but the actual gods that were there before them. And because they existed in the same time period, in close areas, they interacted with each other. Your Kemetic teacher hates this. Is Astarte a principal too now? Astarte is there with Heru in this battle. Who's Astarte? Why is she there? What is she doing there? I thought she was Sumerian. There she is in the Kemetic writings with Heru in this battle against the enemy. Because they both were of the time period that the ancient indigenous people described that was before them. So boom, the Anuna, Inanna, of the land of Ur, who was of the creator beings of the so-called Sumerians, the ENGI. So it is not that the beings of the ancient area influence each other. In modern times, those actual beings lived amongst and worked and fought with each other. Then the followers came afterwards with the culture that honored both the Anuna and the Nitiru, and thus both the people in the area of Ur and the people of the Nile Valley influenced each other because the stories were about their gods together. Thus they could not tell their stories independently of each other. So it wasn't that some Ubaid people were influencing the Kemetians. The Kiengi people and the people of Kemet are writing about their gods, and they're in the same story. So it's not some Ubaid geneticists and some other people influencing anybody. It's the people of that area talking about the gods before them that lived and worked together. The Kemetic teacher hates this because he doesn't want Astarte to be a part of his culture. Yet there she is with Heru. Now when it comes to these ancient cultures, when it comes to both of these ancient cultures, there are statues that represent beings that live there, or deities or supreme beings in which they worship. So we go to the inhabitants of Kemet. Here are the people. Here are the scribes. Here's the young lady. Here's Aset. Here's Heru. When we go to the Kingi, there are the kings. This is one of the kings of Ur. There's their inhabitants. That's what they look like. That's how they depict themselves. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna go to the Ubaid. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's close it out. Ready? Here we go. Now remember, from the writings that the indigenous people themselves say that the beings that lived in the area, the excavations that they miscalled today the Ubaid period and before, were not human. What created humans, which became the new seated inhabitants of that same area, of which we find many statues of the so-called of the so-called Ubaid. Let us see if these statues that we find, what they're calling the Ubaid, older culture, coincide with what are the only statues that Charles Woolley found from that older ancient time period. Are you ready? Boom! When we go back to the older time periods, here's the only statues we found that represent that time. Those older areas. These creature-looking things. This is all we find. Where's the images of the people working? Where's the images of the farmers? But this is what we find right here. This was found that goes back to the Ubaid, or what they call the Ubaid time period. Now I just showed you that the word Ubaid is the word for slave, and the ancient people that were in the area said there was a group of beings that created humans as slaves for them. When we go back to in the older time period, here's the only statues we found. We don't find statues of any people. We find these type of things, and even their babies look like that. See the baby right here? What is this? These are the statues of the Ubaid. Boom. Those are the only statues that represent sentient life from that time period. They were discovered in 1922, and now recently 102 announced by Life Science December. Guess what was announced? December 17th, 2024. There was a new discovery. Would you all like to see the new discovery? Let's see what they found. 7,000-year-old alien-like figurine from Kuwait. Archaeologists published December 17th, 2024. A newfound clay head from the 6th millennium BC. This is now going back even further now. 6th millennium BC. If it's kind ever found in Kuwait, well, that depends if you take the Ubaid to 6,500 BC or 5,500. But going back to that older time period, found in Kuwait. But similar finds have been unearthed from ancient Mesopotamia. You know what similar finds those are? That's these right here. Here's the finds that were found. What is this one? This one is in Kuwait. We're not in Ubaid anymore. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Boom. Here we go. The same elongated head with elongated eyes. The clay head unearthed at Bahara in northern Kuwait dates back nearly 7,000 years. Archaeologists in Kuwait have discovered a 7,000-year-old clay figurine that looks eerily similar to the modern depiction of an alien. And I want to show everybody, and this is Kuwait, which is how far from Ubaid. Google mapped it. Here's where that find was found. And look at Kuwait all the way here. Look at Ubaid all the way here. 339 kilometers, a completely different area. So we can't call this Ubaid. It's found 339 kilometers from Ubaid. That has been debunked. So there is no Ubaid. Ubaid is an area, and when they excavated more areas, they found more of these type of skulls that all date back to the time period of around 6,000 BC. Oh, guess what time period this traces to in a completely different area? Not Ubaid anymore, but yet matches the images of Ubaid. The small, finely crafted, slanted eyes, flat nose with slanted eyes, flat nose, elongated skull was found during the excavations this year at Bahara 1, a prehistoric find, prehistoric site, northern Kuwait, where a joint Kuwait-Polish team has been excavating since 2009. Bahara was one of the Arabian Peninsula's oldest peninsulas. Occupation lasting from 5,500 to 4,900. Isn't that the exact same time of the Ubaid? So they found the same images, slanted eyes, elongated skull, But this one, 340 kilometers away, but dating back to the same 5500 to 4900 BC. There it is. Hotep, I am done. There we go. There's your Ubaid. No such thing. But all the ancient statues that go back to that date are all these type of creature-looking things with elongated skulls, long slanted eyes, which doesn't match any creature of today. And they're found hundreds of miles away from each other. Yeah, they continuously call it Ubaid. Ubaid means slave. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Not sure what's happening right here. The screen just turned black. But Hotep, strange. Okay. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Let me get back to that screen. There they are. There's the creatures right there. That's all that was found in the Ubaid. Look at this one here at the bottom. Those are the beings of before. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, Matrix broken. Hotep, I am done. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on July 4th or Christmas or Thanksgiving, etc. If you learned and if this has had any type of impact and advanced your recent current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of appreciation called Ubaid Psyops before Sumer, female fashioners, or any creative title you can come up with through PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amoon, Hotep. I am done. That's for you, Primordial and Brother. 1 hour and 56 minutes. Boom. All right, everybody, I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room for the people to jump in. For the Tuesday podcast, I hope people truly appreciate it. That was another 2 hours. 43 people watching. Support the Tuesday podcast, and I really hope people appreciated what they just received. If this is happening anywhere else, if you see any answer about the Ubaid and get an answer anywhere similar to this, put the link in the room, put the book, and let me see. There's a complete psyops. Cash App, TP Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Let the ancestors speak for themselves. They were intelligent, more intelligent than the people of today, and more focused. They can easily speak for themselves. They don't need any archaeologists or any people to superimpose their thoughts over them. Boom, there you go, Jed. There you go. Oh, turn up your low, really low.
Can you hear me?
A little better.
A little better? How about now?
Yeah.
Peace.
That's
peace.
great. Perfect.
Yeah, Saba. Loving the way that you you continue to defend the fact that the Tiru definitely brought spirituality to this planet. And that is that's very very powerful, Saba. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was telling the brothers that it's unfortunate that you got to go this length. You have to go to this depth to bring truth. You would think that as a species or beings, just, a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, you would think that you wouldn't have to go this far as you go to just bring in truth. You would think truth should be supported and defended regardless and won't have to do all this, but they've buried it so much that you have to be this that you are in this time, and all of the things that you have all the things that you went through to develop this gift at this what they will call prime. You have to go this length just to bring forth a truth, and to you, Grace Taba, because that's phenomenal, big time.
What's that word you said?
I said big time. I said that's phenomenal, big time. To you.
Nino, I'm glad you appreciate it. I want you to know that the true psyops, the power of the Matrix, that they don't have to go through this. So that 2 hours that I just did, ask your brother, did anybody have to give him 2 hours of knowledge before he said the people of Ubaid were female geneticists and they were called the houseofatton, and they had female priests? Did he get 2 hours before he regurgitated it? The beauty of the Matrix's hypnosis is that they don't have to put physical effort into it. It's all hypnotic. So whoever told him that the Ubaid had female all the stuff that he said, female geneticists, he knew their names, he knew they spoke a different language from the males. Where did he get that from that broke his mind for 2 hours? That spent time on him for 2 hours? Nowhere. There's no 2 hour TikTok. There's no 2 hour video on the Ubaid that says that. All the Matrix has to do is want you to think that, and you do. I have to put in the 2 hours to unriddle it. They don't have to put in the 2 hours. I have to take your mother, your sister, your brother, your friend, a Tef's friend, daughter, mother, Hush Nation's friend, and sit them in a room for 2 hours or so to break them out of Christmas and Halloween. But it didn't take 2 hours for them to believe it.
Hey, Saba, the interesting thing is that it's so far beyond this illusion of like talk about like race that was created, that this is even the Matrix. Like there was nothing European taking over identity of what you just taught on. This was all what they call black folks information. But even that's a psyops. It don't even have to be it doesn't even have to look Greek. It doesn't even have to look Roman. It's right there. A complete psyops right there in front of our eyes, being in the Matrix. So that always lets me know right there that it's beyond what this illusion that we get caught up in the web of just the race. No, it's a conscious illusion.
Yes, remember in the beginning of the class, and we're going to go to the donations, but remember the beginning of the class, I said there is no individuals in the ancient cultures. I don't know if Atef saw this part, but there is no individuals in the ancient cultures before European colonialism. And I named the cultures: the Aztecs, people of Kemet, Sumerian, the Zulu. Oh, everybody typed in the room, yes, there was individuals. Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, and Giovanni Lepelito. The matrix is so powerful that no matter what I ask, the brain rearranged the words heard. What ancient tribe? What did he? Galileo. What ancient tribe was Galileo a part of? You see, that's how deep it is. Just to go against the truth, you have to now lie and bring up the actual names of the Europeans that are part of the colonization. He's naming the Europeans. And then in the midst of that, he said, Buddha. What Buddha? Who's that? Ptah? All right, here we go.
Saba, I heard.
You're good?
What's up, great Saba? I was there. I heard you say well, there was no ancient introverts. It was a unified mindset, a unified consciousness. 100%. I was there, great Saba. I was listening. I'm paying attention. This is important. This is definitely important information. I understand a little bit what's going on. So, kudos to you, great Saba. That answer is phenomenal, and thank you for that. And thank you to Jed's brother for asking that question, Saba, and thank you for continuing to break us out of this matrix.
I'm glad you appreciate it. And to it to the Netzer, to it to the King, and all that gave me this answer before I was born. So to it to all of them, because that answer existed before I was even born. So it's a beautiful thing. No matter how much they try to recompile the truth, you'd have to destroy all the stone tablets to beat me. So to it to the Kiengi, to it to the Netter, to it to the people of the Nile Valley, and all those that left in stone and in papyrus, and to it to the Europeans that locked it up in museums. Thank you for hiring the guards to protect the papyrus. Thank you so much, museum curator. So no matter how much the Christians, Muslims, or anybody hates the truth, you can't go into the museum and steal it. They'll shoot you. So Tua to them for protecting it, because there's nobody protecting a Bible. Is the Bible in the museum yet? No? I don't know. How you doing, Hush Nation? Doing good?
Yeah, Saba, I doing real good. I appreciate the jewels you're dropping on top of jewels. You know, the jewels don't stop. Every little micro speech have a macro effect to it. So I definitely appreciate all this Heko you're dropping here on this this Nefer podcast day. So to us so much, to us New York. More power to you, Saba. Big ma'at. To us for all this ma'at.
Nini Urk. We're gonna go through the supports now given. Shout out to well, here's my good brother from the Indian side. And let me see what he's beautiful. Good brother from the Indian side, writing in Metanetter with the glyphs in his pal talk. Shout out to the House of ATTON. Shout out to us for introducing Pal Talk to Metanetter. I don't think before the House of ATTON, Pal Talk, people were receiving money in Metanetter. Were they? I'm not sure. Maybe. Now, Pal Talk is seeing Metanetter in money transfers. Has there been Metanetter and money transfers in history? Cometians didn't do it, and I don't think modern day people did it, but here we go. Shout out to the brother from India. And now here's the Metanetter script in Pal Talk money transfers. History is being created. Tef, could you read that for us, good brother?
Hotep Great Saba from Ashneil Kumar sent $10.72. It says Hotep Ma'at, Anech Hecker, peace, love, and prosperity, Saba Tehuti.
Shout out to you. And you know, we usually don't. I usually don't give hand claps to anything under $20, but let's give him a hand clap for having Metanator script in Pal Talk donations. Give him a in the transliteration and the script. Give him a hand clap, Stephanie, please. Shout out to you. Okay, let's see who else. Let's see who else enjoyed. Oh, DJED, what's your brother's? What is your brother's name? What does your brother go by?
The Alchemist.
Okay, I see his name is in here. I scrolled down, I saw Alchemist, and I was like, "Oh, the Alchemist watches the show." Oh wait, who's the Alchemist? One of my favorite producers. No, okay, a different one. Shout out to the Alchemist. He's the. Let me scroll right to him. I saw the Alchemist as I was scrolling through. Where is it? Here it is. Shout out to the Alchemist. And the Jed, you can read this for us, and then you can tell us how this works. How this did he? Hold on. What are we gonna call this? I'm on a big word. Okay then. Ubaid. Okay. Shout out to the Alchemist here. And then read this off. The Jed will read this off, and then he can tell us how this worked. Did he watch the show and then text the Jed? This was deep. Send this. Is he in the audience somewhere? Shout out to him. Shout out to the brother, the Alchemist and the Jed, working in teamwork. There we go. Boom.
Yeah, that says $60 reciprocity from the Alchemist. Yeah, he sent that Saba. He actually sent that before you even answered the question. So this was early in the class. This is when he told me that he wouldn't be able to watch it live right away. So he had already sent that to me, and just transfer that to you. So yeah, he watching, Saba. He watching.
Okay, okay. We're pulling him out of sneak learner mode. We're pulling him out of that. He's watching, and now he's starting to support. I appreciate you, Alchemist. And the donation that was given for the question, was that from him, or you helped him out with that?
No, that was me. I sent that. I told him I got the first question on me. You need to come holla. You need to come check out Saba.
Okay.
Let them know when the first one's on me. You know me, most guys, most brothers, they buy your first round at the bar. I'm gonna buy your first question at the Tehuti pod class. You know what I mean? We're gonna make sure that we open those doors, and so like I said, Saba, he's been watching you. So like I said, he sent this already before you even answered the question. So yeah, like I said, he watching. So and I'm grateful for that. You know what I mean? Like I said, he's the one that pulled me out. He didn't pull me out of Christianity, but he shocked me for me to go on the journey. And so it's good to kind of pay it back and to say, hey, come check out the Saba Tehuti pod class. It's live over here. So to you, so.
Awesome, wonderful. Truth to you and to the alchemist. Atef, give him all the noises, the transformers, everything. Make some big, big noise for him.
Better keep teaching like this. Forget that we the real champions around here.
Thank you, Atef, and thank you, Alchemist. And thank you, DJED, for bringing it in full circle. He brought you into consciousness, and now you're bringing him back to the pod class. Oh, can I be heard?
Yes, I can hear you.
Too. Okay, yes. Wonderful. Okay, next up is the Jed.
Saba, when you get a chance, can you check the private chat?
Oh, sure. Let me see. I've never checked the private chat. What is that? Is that a private message to me? Okay. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Tehuti, absolutely. I'm just seeing this right now, and what has this message been here? Oh, the message has got here. Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's good because I actually would rather not sometimes for other reasons, but yes, absolutely. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad I caught that. Shout out to the brother who sent that message. All right, wonderful. That works better for me. Shout out to well supported. Oh, here comes Nook for Nook. Nook for Nook is already well over $20 tonight, well over that. So every donation he sends, he's going to get a round of applause because he broke the 20 mark a long time ago. So here's Nook for Nook again. He fell asleep, so he can't read it. So maybe I'll get no female energy on the board, so we're gonna get who's on the screen with that? We'll get DJED to read this. DJED, can you go ahead and read that from your brother, and then Hush Nation will read the next one?
Yes, it says $9.99. Hotep word Saba Henu to your Nefer Netert Neb were out Sakim Ma'at.
All right, give him a round of applause, please. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Nook for Nook. Oh, shout out to Bijan Farrow. I'm gonna check this. He sent me one a week ago. A message for me. Hi, Bijan Farrow. I'm gonna read this tomorrow. All right, Nook Panuk again, shutting things down. Nook Panuk shutting things down again. Here we go. Let's get some huge noise to Nook Poo, Nook Poo. Shout out to Nook Poo, and let his I'll let his brother from another mother read this. Hush Nation, go ahead and read your good brother Nook Poo's support. Boom.
Tua Saba, Tua. 42 from Nokpu. Nokpu, for those that want to send reciprocity but can't. With a blue ebe, some meteorites, some light, a whole lot of aku.
Okay, those who want to send reciprocity but can't, give Nook Poo some big monster noise attempt. Please, good brother.
I don't play with pseudos.
Thank you. And let's go next up of the great supporters. Coming up is none other than Gabriel Lopez. Shout out to Gabrielle Lopez, and I'm gonna let her high read this. The Jed.
Yes, it says $22.22. Daylight, War, Psyops, Purple Eve, White Eve, Tua for being our great SABA.
Give her some round of applause and some noise, please, brother Atef. Thank you, Gabriella. I'm not screen sharing, right?
No Saba.
Okay, good. Let me Okay. Shout out to the next person, next support here. Which is Nook Panuk again. Nook is on a roll. All right, there's Nook right there, and I'm gonna get Hush Nation. Could you read that first, please, good brother?
Yeah, of course, SABA. 999 from Nokpu for Hotep. For Hotep Ma'at SABA, the superstar. Sunlight, Happy Face, Heku Ma'at, Blue Eve, and more Aku.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Did we give him a hand clap for that already, Tef? Or no, not yet. If not, give him a hand clap for that. All right, and next is Nook Punuk again. And this, I'm going to get Primordial to read this. This is something about Gabriella. Shout out to Gabriella if you're listening. Nook Punuk has a support with your name in it. Let's see. All right. So Jed, if you can see that, read that for us, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, nice and clear.
Okay, cool. $27.49. Ma'at, adding on to your word, Sanet Gabriella question, Ma'at.
All right. That's the love we have in the Tehuti class in the House of a 10 family. People give supports and they actually mention someone else in the family, maybe a question or something that Gabriella asked that affected Nukpu, and he sent in extra support for that. Let's give him some big noise, please. And we got $1 from Jinx. Is Jinx Superhero 34? Is that Superhero 34? Okay. Anybody remember Jinx? Isn't I remember him as Superhero 34. He sent in $1 with an owl on it. I wonder what that is. Okay, shout out to Basa Tudmaka Ox Effect. I'm gonna read two more, then I gotta take another break. Unless you all build for a bit, I'm breaking down. Shout out to Basa Tudmaka Ox Effect. I can read this one. $40.72 Hotep for March 29th. He did what Lisa did. March 29th, 2025 podcast support. Give him some big noise, please. Atef. Thank you, Bastatut. Wonderful support as always. Yes. Hey, shout out to Nut Hey Sama Arts, who used to be known as Octavia Sly. He removed the He removed the Octavia Sly and replaced it with this powerful name. I'll get Hush Nation to read this. Oh, there's nothing to read. All right. Shout out to Octavia Sly. Appreciate you. There's nothing there. Okay. All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And next up is what is it? And two. Oh. Okay, this is okay, this is a private one. Okay, let me. All right, to that person for that support, and I'm gonna go to who's this? Hey, Saket Nefertat, and here we go. With her consistency. All right, to a Saket, $9.99. Nefertatin 137T1I Shen. Thank you, Nefertatin. Appreciate you, Saket. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Consistent. I like the consistency that you've been showing with a few things. Wonderful. All right, we have Big Vape sending a tip for the candlelight saving. What's that? What is that? Oh, get rid of you. Oh, what is this? Who are you guys? One moment, everybody, hold on. Okay, to Big Vapes who sends in. $5 as a tip for the daylight saving class. Tip for the daylight saving class. Give him a hand clap. Give him a hand clap. And speaking of Atef, shout out to Maharu if you're listening. Remember, there was a question you asked. It was a fast question. It was just about the Bennu animal forms, and you can switch that to any other question you like. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Shout out to Tefrem Kim Ma'at, who sends 7.77. Read that first, Atef. Is Atef here? Oh. Can you all hear me? Can anybody hear? Can you hear me, Hush?
Yeah, loud and clear, Saba.
Could you hear Atef, or is he muted?
No, I'm hearing Atef.
Okay, Atef, we can't hear you. Plug something out. Let me see where if I'm muted.
Yeah, Atef muted self.
He's not muted on my end.
Still ain't hearing you, bro.
Very strange.
Yeah, normally Atef is coming with a little background noise, but not even that hearing. I ain't hearing nothing.
Strange. Okay. I'm gonna put on the. I'm gonna put on his next one, and I'm gonna give a round of applause for these here. All right, coming in from a Tefrem Kim Ma'at. It is what he always gives. He's Mr. Consistent. And if he can't speak, or if he can't be heard, then
Can you hear me now?
oh, here we go. A little bit. Yes.
Hotep Ma'at, it said 777 for tuition.
R2D2. No. Say something, Atef.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Go ahead and read that first, Atef, and then we'll see if we can hear you. If not, if we can't hear you, just go ahead and make the sounds.
Hotep Ma'at, can you hear me now?
Can Atef hear? Oh, no.
Yeah, hearing him now.
Nice and clear.
Okay. Hotep Ma'at, it says $20.72 for Hotep Ma'at tuition.
Thank you. Give some noise. Give some noise. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. And thank you again for your continuous support over and over and over again. Appreciate that.
Nini up.
Wonderful. You know what I just got a flash of, Atef?
What was that, Great Saba?
I've got a flash. Oh, where's the Atef?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
It was something you used to do. Okay. Something you used to do, and I think it started when you came here, and you used to you were giving like $1. It was something where you were building up. Do you remember that? It was every day you're giving $1 to build up to something. I don't remember what it was, but I just got a flash. That you remember what I'm talking about?
Yep, it was for you say the money got you. Somebody took some money from you. I'm still building it up, Sab. I'm gonna pay you back for all the money they took from you. The
Yeah.
29,000 or whatever you said they stole from you. Yes, it's coming, Great Saba. It's coming. And now I know I don't gotta be lucky. I just gotta have the confidence because I'm already lucky.
Yes, that was it. That was it. Yes, it was to pay back for what was stolen from me. That was it. I was trying to remember what that was. That was special. Thank you for that thought, and I just got a flashback of that memory. Wonderful.
Nini, Great Saba.
All right. Okay, next on the support here, Yellow Belly. Hold on, what is this stuff? Oh no, this is some waste of time. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe. Consistent. Yeah, I wonder when he gave this support, because this is this matches the theme of the luck class. Let me see this again. Yes, it's definitely for luck class. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe, definitely. Okay, Owen Hythe said 2772. 2772, bold, fearless, master teacher. Definitely from the luck class. Give him some big noise, please. Wonderful. And then we got the Jet again. The Jet again. The Jet, if you can, if you're there listening, go ahead and read this for us. This is from you.
It's not sharing, Saba. If you put it, if you're, oh, there it is. Yes, it says a tip for luck consciousness.
Okay.
To a Saba Tehuti, Hinu Fist Black Eve and the Great Ra. Tua.
Nini Ook and Tuatia for your great support. Tef, give him some big noise, please. We got Jason Kirkland. Netter J. Netter Nature Netter J. It says Uchara Tua, so $5.72 Uchara Tua for Nefer build or Saba Atef. Nefer Netter Tehut. Oh, Uchara, this is a tip for the this is a tip for the luck class. Give him a hand clap, please. Hand clap, please. Thank you, Nature for Nature J. As we scroll up, anyone else supporting? We have, of course, Nookpoo. Nookpoo on the non-stop. Nookpoo on the non-stop. Okay, I'm going to get Hush Nation to read this for us. Read that for us, Hush Nation, please.
Yeah, no problem, Saba. 33 from Nopu for Nok Uben PSCCHIT Shuneb Ma'at Blue Ib Stars and Lights and Akuz.
All right, wonderful. Thanks for reading that. And give Nook some big noise, please. It's
Saba.
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. And now from Amun and Amunettes. Amun and Amunet, let me put this on the screen. All right, give them some big noise. Give them some hand claps and some noise, please. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And I'm going to read it. It says, Tua, $20 from Tua. $20 from Amunet. Tua for your consistency. Tef, Tehut, reign supreme with a black heart. Thank you, Amunet. I got a few more to read, and that may be it. Let's see. And Robert E. Williams, of course, who's probably long gone to bed by now, but peace and love to you for your consistent multiple supports. Every podcast you give multiple supports now. Okay, boom. And Hush Nation, could you read that first, please, Hush Nation?
Yeah, no problem. Tua Saba. 3372 from Robert E. Williams for Ubaid didn't write, but the Anua did. Tua with 2 ducks.
All right, give him some big noise, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Atef. And shout out to the great supporter and great support. I'm going to read one last thing, and then I got to take a break again. All right, that one, let me see. So that one was shout out to Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. Vision Ray said, I think I was able to fix my issues with the camera. Okay, wonderful. We'll see when you come on. Your screen is still black from what we can see. So I hope you can fix it. Tehuti. All right, one last one that I'm going to take a step off for a moment, and that is coming from Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet. Okay, here we go. Boom. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. And this is for men in a class 5. So men in a class 5, Tua for your life-saving network workings. It's Meru number 5 with a star. Tua for your life-saving network workings with a red heart. Give him some big noise, please. All right, thank you, Amunet, and that's men in a class number 5, and you have it already. Boom. All right, but I'm gonna step off for just a moment again, and refer minutes. We only have, I think, 2 more. We only have 2 more to read. Is it 2 more? Let me see. 1, 2, 3 more to read so far, and then we're gonna close it up. And I'm gonna take a little break right now, and I'll be back in just a moment. And Tehuti, let's see if your camera works. Peace and love, everybody. You all build with the people for a little bit, and I'll be right back in a few moments. Peace.
Peace, Saba. Enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Hotep, can you hear my mic? Can you hear me, Hush Nation?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
I don't know. How does it sound? Does it sound clear or not?
Yeah, you sound clear.
Okay, I don't know. It's too many buttons, man. I'm glad to when he does his intro, when he used to do it, he used to talk about how some people had stole some money from him. So I would send it was like 29,000, it was 20,000, I don't know. It was in the thousands, and I said to myself, I'm going to whatever it takes, I'm gonna pay him that money that was taken from him. So even if I put $1 at a time, or 99 cents at a time, you know that I was gonna do that. You know, it's just me showing my appreciation, you know, like, because what SABA gives to us, this information and breaking us out of this matrix it's invaluable, you know. And I realized that very early on, like, priest days, like I don't miss the class, man. I'm here. It doesn't matter what's going on. I try to be here. You know, of course, things happen, of course, but we do our best to be consistent And SABA is an excellent example of that. So, you know, I do my part to try to echo that same frequency as best as I can as much as possible. And that's one of the ways to do that is being consistent, you know, with the things that you do, especially if it's ma'at. So when it's ma'at, you know, being consistent is not, it shouldn't be difficult, you know, as far as challenging it. The challenge is designed to push you forward and advance, you know, like this is advancing us. This knowledge and these classes are motivating us. They should be pushing you. They should be inspiring you. They should be correcting you. Like it should be, you know, making you a better person. You know, that's how I feel. You know, these classes have done nothing but benefit me. Just from the very first contact that I had with Saba. You know, the very first time I saw him on Killer Priest, the podcast, I was just, you know, I was, I'm not going to say I was fascinated. I just was drawn to that frequency. I was just drawn to Saba because he spoke the truth and he represented the truth. And that was something that I was in search for, you know. I didn't know it was called Ma'at. I thought, at the time, I didn't know it was called Ma'at. I was just in a conscious state of purifying myself. You know, I had stopped listening to, you know, certain rap music and different frequencies. I had began to just align myself with and then align myself with other things. So one of the things that I did was I stopped listening to all the ignorant sound frequencies of murder, death, kill, you know. You know the way the sound frequency of a lot of the music today. Not all of it, but some of it, a good majority of it, you know, it's completely switched around. So that's what I had to say to myself. I had made like a agreement with myself that I was going to listen to less rap music, right? I said to myself that I was going to read more, right? I said to myself that I was going to not be around certain individuals, certain negativity that I wasn't going to be around any longer. Even family and friends at the time. You know, these are things that I said to myself prior to meeting Saba, right? And then that I was going to, I was going to do less social media, you know, and I was gonna start consuming more positivity. So I was gonna start listening to more podcasts or podcasts, you know. So I started doing that, you know, and then I just so happened to, just so happened. I was lucky enough. I was lucky enough to find Saba on Killer Priest, you know. I think that I don't quite remember if it was somebody else on there before Saba. I think it was. You know, it's just the way my mind works. You know, that was before Saba and everything else. So I don't even really remember if it wasn't very many. I remember that though. But and then I wasn't really watching the show that much. But then once Saba went on there, that was it. I watched it every week, you know, to see him on there, you know, and I was grateful that he came on every week. And that went on for a minute. And then it stopped for a minute. And I felt lost, man. I didn't know what to do, right? I was listening to other channels and checking out other podcasts, and it just wasn't the same. And then Saba went back on, and then I was like, okay, yeah, this is great. And then when he announced that he was going to have his own podcast, oh man, I was excited, very excited, and all of that led to here. I was in alignment. I was on that frequency. It's important that you line yourself up with the right frequency. It's very, very, very important. Now that I'm here, I don't see myself aligning with any other frequency. It's kind of not. And what Saba teaches us is that we have to discipline ourselves. We have to search ourselves thoroughly and remove all our flaws. And that's the individual thing. The things that I need to work on may not be the things that you need to work on, Hush Nation. Might not be the things that Jed needs to work on. We're individuals in that regard, but the goal is to align with the same consciousness, like Saba said. So in order to do that, we have to purify ourselves, and that's very, very, very important. And due to recent events, that becomes very apparent to me. When you look at your life and you look at what's going on, it should be apparent to you that you can't fake it, that you have to do what you need to do to, align with the proper frequency. For me, it's Unky in my eye, and I'm grateful, man. This Saba is these questions that people are asking are they're unlocking things for me. They're answering questions that I didn't know to ask, right? And they're raising my consciousness. So to all the question askers, right? Because I was the best question answerer. Nobody is out there answering questions like that. We got a whole bunch of quote unquote conscious teachers and whatever they teach it. Shout out to them. But I'm if you're not living it, then it doesn't matter. So that's where I'm at. Even when I travel, I make time. I do my part. I support. I show up. I do it consistently. Because that's what Saba teaching us. So that's where I'm at with it, and that's what's on my ego. And I just wanted to share that with everyone. And I just want to thank all the supporters, everyone that does support every week consistently, and keep this show going. Keep this frequency going. I appreciate all of you. To you, great brother Nook Poo, for your consistent support. Nook Poo is a phenomenal brother, and his support and what he brings. And that's the thing about this. What we have going on here is no competition, no jealousy, it's no effect. When I see that, remember Saba said I was given $1. I get happy when I see all the support Saba gets. I'm happy, and I look forward to being able to pay Saba back the money that was stolen from him so many years ago by his organization he said he was a part of early on, so many years ago. It doesn't even have anything to do with me, but it does have something to do with me, because I support my teacher and I wanna support him. I want him. I don't want him to have that loss, even though it's not a loss per se, right? But just to show my appreciation and my gratitude, So all the people that support week after week and keep the class going and raising up our consciousness, I'm grateful. You got any words, great brother, or Tehuti?
But I would just like to tell you too as well, because all that consistency what you put in with SABA through all the years and all the support, I benefit from it. You feel me? It helped me tremendously, you see? So you mightn't see from my end, you seen it from your end, and the other people that supporting to us so much, you know. But just the consistency where you keep up so much with SABA, the JED, it just gave me life, you know what I mean? It gave me longevity. So I appreciate that so much, because you know, with the ISFET out there, the ISFET ain't going support, you know, and SABA doing all this digging to bring for us, and SABA enjoying the digging. But true man like you were consistently supporting there for so much years, so long, SABA could come here and enjoy feeding us, you see, because if it wasn't for that, SABA would have he other ways or means, cause you know SABA is SABA Tehuti, so he have never ways, longevity, a cool light ways of doing things, you know, and this is our food. So without the support coming from all over, I man wouldn't get to eat, you know, because SABA could go and do all kind of other things, you know what I mean? I rather SABA bring the hekau here than just go to somebody private or some people public, and I ain't getting none of it, you know. But through you man just there constantly got SABA going with the support, you know. Man like you, the Jet, man like Anipata, it just real never that I could be there so long to support until I reach. You know what I mean? So I just appreciate everybody who was supporting, because like I said, the ISFET, it there. I ain't even want to say in competition, because SABA was the first to come up with the Neteru being real being. So like how he just say how he's so outnumbered in it alone is like a 1 against a million. So for Ayuman to come on, you know, and the Hemets and the ladies to come on to make it, to make the number a little more so it can reach more people, it is real enough for, you know, and I appreciate that. So I would just like to be a part of the support to keep it pushing out there, you know what I mean? And then I could help somebody else like how you helped me, you know what I mean? And just support SABA to keep the light beaming, you know? Yeah, that's it themselves.
Mini upgrade, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you with some background noise, but I'm hearing you.
Right, still got background noise? Okay, hold on.
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that better. That way better.
Man, I don't know. I got different mics and different. Man, this is. I don't know. Yeah, but Nene, you're a great brother. You know, I just do my part, man, and that's what people gotta understand. Just do your part. You don't have to do anything special. Just do you. Don't try to, just do you. Whatever that is, just put the boat in the water where you at. That's what I do. You know, I'm glad I was able to help you. I'm glad that me being here is an example, because that's what happened too. When you know, I would see different people on the panel supporting SABA and what he does, his effort, and you know, I wanted to be that. I wanted to support Saba, so you know, but I didn't know how at the time. Like all I didn't even know how. Saba invited us. Saba invited me on the panel one time, and I've been up here ever since, bro. It's like it was. I don't even remember if I had recorded. I don't even know, man. It's been a minute, and you know, I was lucky enough. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get on the panel. You know, because everybody's not on this frequency, and everybody's not gonna be on this panel. Everybody can't go. I understand that. But those of us that are and that will, you know, I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for my brothers and my sisters, and you know this wonderful AU. You know, eternally grateful for my Saba. What's up, great Saba? Welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Thank you.
And Saba,
thank you. Appreciate that. And wonderful work.
Saba, I saw Starte made her appearance on the introduction today, and she was later on in the class. And your second question, for that.
But you're cutting out. What did you say? You saw a Starte and someone later on in the class. What did you say?
I said I saw Starte in the introduction, and then I saw Starte in the later part of the class. In the Heru Bahutet story you was showing us in the second question. So 2 off of that.
Oh, yeah, yeah, interesting. Yes, beautiful video. The second, the one that you fix is perfect. And I'm gonna clip from that too. I'm just gonna clip a section from that just says support the Tutti Pod class, and that'll be a short section when I'm asking for when I'm showing the support in the midst of the class. So that's a beautiful video. Thank you very much for your creativity.
To our great Saba, definitely owe it to you, great Saba.
Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna read the rest of the support. Support the Tutti Pod class, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV, and that is where you send your questions. Now here's Hush Nation here. Heck. Hush Nation with his great support. And I'll get you to read this, Hush Nation. Oh, what's that? There you go, good brother.
Yes, Saba to a Saba. 999 from Hush Nation for before Suma to a Saba to Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra.
All right, give him some hand claps for that, please. Thank you. And we have 2 more. Gabriel Lopez. And DJED, are you on the screen with us still?
Yeah, I'm still here, Sab.
Great. And here's Gabrielle Lopez right here with her support for the second class breaking of the matrix and breaking of the psyops of the. Go ahead and read that for us.
Yes, it says $22.22. Second class, Tua, white E, purple E.
All right, give him some noise. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And there's a brother, what is this? Jonathan Hacker. Jonathan Hacker sent a question in. I'm not sure what he wants me to do with this question other than just answer yes or no, because the donation is so small. So it's a small donation, and he just asked the question, what does this say? What does it say? This says, his donation says, where is it? Jonathan Hacker, are electrolytes. I'll go ahead and put the question on the screen. I'm not putting them out. I'll just answer this quick and see. Okay, let me see if I can keep this on the screen. So Jonathan Hacker sent in a question, which too small of a donation for me to do a podcast on. Where is it? Where is it? Strange stuff going on here. Let me see. It's not popping up. You want to see again? Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, there it is. Okay. So he sent a small donation in. I guess he just wants a yes or no. Obviously, I can't do a podcast off of this small donation, but he sent this in right here, and it says, what does it say there? Hush Nation, go ahead and read that for me, please.
Yeah, no problem, Saba. For our electrolyte powder liquids, IVS actually healthy. For our electrolyte powder liquids, IVS actually healthy.
IVS, is that IVs? Like what you get at the hospital? Is that what it is?
Healthy? Yes, yes. Our electrolyte powder liquid IVs actually healthy.
Okay. Okay, that's IV. Yes, IVs. Okay. So Jonathan Hacker asked me a question. He said a small donation, so there's no way I could do any kind of podcast on it. So is it healthy? Yes, it has the IVs. The IV electrolytes are not the same electrolytes that are the leucine, or the electrolytes that are in, say, Extend, which are the electrolytes used for working out. They're basic electrolytes and basic natural things that are sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, magnesium. Those type of things are what's inside of the IV. Sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, magnesium. Much different than the IV that you would get. Much different than the electrolytes, the leucine, the valine, and the electrolytes that you would get in a workout drink. But as far as is it healthy, absolutely. Those items are healthy. that's in it, not the sugar that's in it, but the sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, and magnesium is very healthy and helpful in the situation if you're in a hospital. So a shout out to you in that question right there. And let's get into more. Any more support given? Tefrem Kim Ma'at with, oh, there's a tip for Lucky. Okay. All right, I think this is it for the night. Tip. All right, so Tefrem Kim Ma'at looks like he gives the last donation for the night that I see. Unless somebody comes in last minute. And Tefrem Kim Ma'at, could you read that for us, please?
Hotep Great Saba. It says, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Saba?
Yes, I hear you.
Hotep Great Saba, it says 777.
Yes, I hear you.
For tip for Lucky, I met Tehuti, Tua, Hotep Ma'at.
Nice. Okay, did you give him a hand clap for that, please? Wonderful. All right, everybody, and that is it that I see. 10 hours and 53 minutes. To everybody that supports and appreciates what I do. Appreciates this. Classes, the answers, and even as Hush Nation noticed, I'm starting to continue the answers after I say Hotep, I'm done. I come to the screen, I give like 3 more jewels now that are just extra. So to everybody who appreciates the time that I put in, 11 hours. Is that more than a regular work shift? I don't know what work shifts are, but I think 11 hours would be more than a regular work shift. And I'm putting it in for the advancement of everybody that is observing in this world. So for that, we're going to let everybody give closing sentences. Somebody just fall off? Oh. This brother here is having some connection problems. Okay. So we're going to give closing sentences from the DJED, Hush Nation, and the TEF, and then we're going to close out.
Peace, peace, peace. To you, Great Saba. You know, just another rep for you. Being in the gift, living in your gift, Saba. Definitely appreciate you and your destiny, your journey. To your wonderful Naterts. Shouts out to Nani. I appreciate everything she does with the meeting she have with Gabriella. I don't know what they talk about, but I do see a lot of changes, and that's a very, very nefer thing. And so I'm definitely grateful for that. So shouts out to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody who supported. Everybody who watching in the future, may those who watching, you know, it'd be like 50 people watching live and then 2,000 within the week. So hopefully more and more of you all come out of those backgrounds and show up and just hey, be a part of something that you watch on a weekly basis. So hey, definitely appreciate the House of ATTON. Shout out to all you brothers. You already know. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your mighty men be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore. Ma'at. I am the Jed SJEM Ma'at, Hem Pau Kuf, everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Jastaneb, Hotep Hanu, Nefer Upesh.
Thank you. Is it any? Yeah, it's memorized. It's the Tua for you, the Jet. I don't know if you're reading that from your wall, but it's smoothly. You're saying it like Busta Rhymes and Twister raps now. So it's like it's a part of some type of neuron in your brain that just has all of that. You just press it, and it comes out now. Thank you, Mike.
Say that every day. Every day.
Oh, you say that every day? Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
That's part of my mirror magic, everything. What I tell Gabriella. We just one step at a time, Saba.
Amazing.
One step. What do you say? One step. What?
I said
that's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Tua for your beautiful words. Nini for everything you thank me for. Wonderful flowing medu. Great tones. And you keep up the good work as a great Atef. And pass on that beautiful energy to the innocent one. And keep her as soon as she can get comprehension to speak. Start talking to her about her memories. So Tua to you, brother, and Nini for everything you thank me for. Uncle Justin, up to you. Great closing words.
Cool, so.
Nini and on to Atef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at. Atef, are you still using those the Bluetooth in your eyeglasses?
Yeah, but not when I'm at home, but yes. Yeah, my blue light glasses. What's up, Grace?
So the Bluetooth, remember you had a Bluetooth sound?
Yes.
Didn't you have a Bluetooth in your glasses? Not Bluetooth. Yeah.
Yeah, my Bluetooth glasses are blue light glasses as well. So the glasses they have a speaker, but they're blue light glasses as well. So they block the blue light because I have to look at the screen a lot. So yeah. But this was a great class. Saba, Tua for all that you do. Tua to you and the Turk for supporting you, and Hinu to all the supporters. Hinu to all the great brothers and sisters, the whole our family. This was a phenomenal class. Of course, this was my favorite class, Great Saba. You already know. Every class is my favorite class. So to Nick Pooh for asking the first question. I remember when he asked it, and Tua for your phenomenal answer. Tua to Jed's brother for asking that phenomenal question, and Tua to you, Great Saba, for everything that you do. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your cock contend with your enemy, and may your power learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who clothed the weary one. May our moon be satisfied. Hotep Hinu to you, Great Saba.
Nini beautiful, powerful words. I receive them. I take them in. Nini for everything that you thank me for. Continue your great path, and you are very consistent. I like how you said, ever since the first time I invited you on the panel, you stayed on. Those were the days when you didn't have to support to come on the panel. I just said, tell Tef to come on. I don't even know how you got on, but it had nothing to do with only. That was the original innocent days. That was the birthing days. Thank you. What did you say, Tef?
I say, yeah, I didn't know. I was telling them I didn't even know I didn't know what was going on.
To her for coming to the panel. on that day, and you continued ever since. And you know what's interesting is that that vision that I got, that memory that I got of you giving the donation for all the money I've been robbed, step at a time. Nanny just told me that she was thinking about. Nanny, was that earlier today? That's what she was thinking about earlier today, and I never talked to her about that. A beautiful synchronicity. I never spoke to her about that. She was thinking about that earlier today. So to her for that gesture and everything you do, my brother. Keep up the good work. Nini, for everything you thank me for.
Too right, Nini, up to you, Great Saba, and the bag is coming, Great Saba. It's coming.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And let's see if the brother Tehuti can finally speak right at the end, but you can give some closing words, what you thought of the class, what you think, anything to close us out. We're about to close up, but I would like to hear your vibration before we sign out. So go ahead and give us some good appreciative words. Tehuti, let's see if we can hear you.
Peace and love. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Finally can hear you now.
Okay, finally. And I was having technical difficulties throughout the whole show, so I wasn't able to hear anything or everything clearly, but I already know you were disseminating some prosperous, positive information that really had us mind blown. I'm more than positive that that's what you were giving. I caught bits and pieces of it, and the etymology is extremely key and important because the system, quote unquote, uses a lot of words and we think we know what they're meaning, but when you really look at the etymology of the words, it's something extremely different. A lot of people don't cover that part of the information as far as what these words actually mean and what they meant at the time that these were written. So that's a key part that I feel a lot of people in this lane or environment tend to forget. So I greatly appreciate all the information you're providing. I'm really speechless and flabbergasted each show that I'm a part of, and every show that I actually go back and look at. I'm just mind blown. But I love it. I'm really addicted to it. Actually, I might become like what's that? Dave Chappelle. I wish you could see me, but it's like give me that information, please. I need it. I'm like scratching my body, like, oh, I need it. I'm addicted to the information.
Hey, that sounds just like the show.
I thank you very much.
Nini, great closing, great words. And yeah, I tell certain people that this is the healthiest thing to be addicted to. You're going to be addicted to it. This is the best high. I don't know if you've ever smoked weed. I haven't, but this is the best. This is the high where there's no side effect. The side effect is your advantage.
It's an all natural high.
Yes. So wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate it. Keep on coming. You're doing great for someone who's just come in for the second class. You've participated and supported a lot more than some who have been here for years, who are just sitting in the chat typing and not supporting at all, not participating, not coming on the panel. Good job, brother. Keep up the good work.
I immediately see the value. Like instantaneously, I see the value in it. And whenever I see the value, that's what I'm going to invest. I feel one of our greatest assets are our attention, our time and attention. And you giving us, what is this, 11 hours? Like, come on now. You're literally giving us people's work day and more, and overtime. So I greatly appreciate that because you're giving us your time alongside the knowledge and information. So you're giving us a double. And I thank you.
Wonderful. Great words. Great observation. It is how I see it as well. Great. Thank you, brother. And we're going to move on to Hush Nation. Hush Nation, give us your great words as you do.
Tua Saba for another Nefer Saturday, another life changing Saturday, you know, another life changing week. More food, like they say, better brain food than the ganja. The ganja ain't even brain food. This is real brain food. So Tua for that so much. Firing up the neurons, bringing more light, more aku. Tua for this never presentation with a quantum entanglements. That was real never. I could go over this 100 times and enjoy it. Tua so much for that, and Tua for the life changing hacker that you bring in to my life. You know, words can't explain it. Well, I know Mother Nature like that yet to explain it in words, but Tua so much for all the life changing hacker, you know, Tua for upgrading me to be the ultimate hush soldier, for putting me on such another level, you know, with so much hush. I thought I had no so much, but I had no so less, and now that things so much clear, I know more, and I could play things, I could apply the things in my life, you know, and things what was prolonging, I could get them now. Things what was difficult to apply into my life, it easier now, you know. So I it's just big Tua so much, you know. I appreciate you a whole lot, Saba. Big Tua, big Ma'at all the time. Sekem, protection, health, prosperity, Ur, Makeru, Dua to your networks, Dua to your animals. I love all of you. Tua so much, and I'm looking forward for more Aku from you again next Saturday. Big love, big Ma'at.
Wonderful words. Excellent, excellent. Great, beautiful words. Okay, if everybody could come to the screen, and we're going to do the closing affirmation into a Hush Nation, and this is a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing, and I love that this is affecting you in ways that are not even in the class. So it's affecting the decisions you're making, the speed at which things are coming, and the class doesn't have to be about that specifically, but the frequency is changing you. So that's awesome. You know what this is like? I'll say this. This is like the casino. And this is like the lottery. It's more like the casino. The lottery is more individualized. The casino, there's a bunch of people together gambling. But this is like the casino. It's just so much better, because every time you give your support or donation, you never lose. So it's incredible. It's a beautiful thing. Imagine coming to the casino and you always win. Even the sneak learners, they don't put a quarter in the slot. They walk out with a prize. So this is a beautiful thing. You always win. You always walk out with something, and your life changes. This is a life-changing experience, and I'm glad you give testimony, a Hush Nation, for that, and others do too. This isn't just Wikipedia knowledge or Chat GPS and all this. This isn't just information. People's lives are changing. So wonderful, everybody. And we're going to close out with a beautiful affirmation. Then I'll do the closeout. Yes, it's 11 hours and 11 minutes. One of my Natur's numbers. So 11 hours left. We're going to let a Tef close out with the affirmation. Good brother, Tef. And do a sound check again, Tef. Let me see if we can hear you
again.
Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Oh, this is the best I've heard you. You're very clear. Very clear. You hear me, Tef, saying very clear?
Yes, I hear you, Great Saba.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to put on the affirmation and let's close out. Tef will close this out. There we go.
Okay, 2 out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Emmaat. Un and S. Pat Offset Emmaat. Min Hapapat Emmaat. And you Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Gonna marinate for a while. Perfect. Thank you, Atef. Okay, good brothers. We're gonna get everybody to jump into the chat. I'm gonna close out.
I'm sorry,
And,
Tehuti.
Who's that? Is it Tehuti?
This is Jehuti. Is there any way you can put that affirmation up real quick?
Yes. Yeah, the one that was just up. This right here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Okay, wonderful. And peace and love, brothers. And the Jed, see how you're looking this Friday coming up. I know you said last week. This may be the Friday. Okay, let's do it for this one. Actually, we'll talk. 'Cause I may have to switch that. I may have to switch that to unless it's a really fast thing. I may have to switch it to Sunday. But we'll talk. Let's talk. Just send me a text throughout the week and I'll organize.
Okay, so.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna go big screen. Peace and love to the Jets, them cool. Peace and love to Atef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at. Peace and love to Jehuti.
Peace and love.
Jehuti N Ashet. And peace and love to Hush Nation. All of you jump back. All of you jump back in the chat, and I'm going to close out big screen. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace
Was that
and love,
Jehuti?
Saba.
We get clipped up. Jehuti, did you say something? Oh, okay.
I said peace and love.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna remove. Okay, Jehuti, I'm gonna put you back in the chat. Peace and love, good brother. Peace and love, everyone. All right, everyone. There we have it. Another one. Another amazing event, occasion. What a beautiful thing that we learned. That the word for luck is the same word for time and occasion. Beautiful thing. Watch accept. Thank everyone for coming. Everyone for enjoying. Those who participated and the supporters. Those who truly, truly appreciate what it is that I do. Because this cannot be done without the support. Or I would have to go do something else. Another one of my talents. But this is what I prefer to do, which is raising and teaching and guiding the people. So peace and love, everyone. Support Cash App TT Moon. Everybody already knows. PayPal at RockSV. There's the AI moderator. And peace and love. When the archaeologists come and find us, whether it's 5,000 years from now, or whenever they find us because we've moved, and they find what we've left behind, they will tell the world about this change that we've done. And they will see